Hello there guys, how's everyone doing? Welcome back to the channel and welcome to some relaxational iRacing therapy, widely regarded as the most relaxing of the simulators. That's why we play it, for your entertainment value, your relaxational entertainment value. Beautiful. Who will be the first to arrive in the centre of Muscle Land? Who will it be? Who will it be? Oh, is he? Is he? You have been found guilty. You have been found guilty of existence. Your punishment is to continue existing. Your will has been removed. Your pain will not stop. How dare you? How dare you exist?
You pathetic, sentient organism. You disgrace. You exist to exist. Therefore you exist.
It's the greatest punishment.
I have created life, so that life can experience life.
It's a gold voice. Hang on, I don't know where it's gone.
Chauvin. Cree. Pitiful human.
It's more like a robot, this one.
Chauvin. I am the System Lord, Novacus. Put me in my sarcophagus. The cartouche reads that I am immortal.
Maybe it could be a robot Garwold.
I am Robo Garwold. Robo Garwold. Sounds like a bagpipe for some reason. We are Scottish.
Robo that would have been better than Replicators.
Death to humans.
He sounds robotic.
You created AI. You will suffer.
It wasn't good, Retrofly.
You have made the mistake of combining F1 and positivity. You will be eliminated.
It was actually good.
My arse.
It was actually good. Yeah, it was. No, it was terrible. Let me
explain why you are wrong, you idiot.
It was right. First of all the initial overtakes, DRS overtakes, no skill needed. Secondly, all the initial stuff was purely down to tyre temperature and bog standard stuff, independent to the team, so nothing to do with the drivers. Then they had DRS open, then they disable it because it's wet and slippy, so then you have an arbitrary effect of DRS being closed. But ironically, when the track's wet and the cars are slippy, they actually drive like cars, so the drivers can actually drive them. So you actually get a display of driver skill for like that momentary period where it's actually a bit damp and the DRS is off, so you got like 5 minutes of okay racing. But then obviously the race editor completely butchers the covering of the race, so when they are actually racing it's really hard to see what's going on and they miss half the overtakes anyway. Yeah, and then it just turned into the same old thing of just drive around, is, you know. So no, don't be saying Don't be saying it was actually good when it clearly wasn't. I mean, it's actually impossible.
You have been discovered to be telling lies on the internet. Your punishment is more existence.
That voice actually sounds like the Doe Alexander.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. You know Red Dwarf, the cyborg voice, for where it judges them, and they have to prove that Lister's innocent from being because he's an idiot. I mean Rimmer, because he's. I think so. I think modern Formula 1 is being diagnosed, being created. It's been created to test whether or not someone has the critical thinking faculties to realise if they're watching a sport or not. It's like how ACC was invented to test if people understand force feedback or not. Or iRacing was invented to test if people can detect realistic tyres or not. So it's all part of a government program, as you say. It is weird. It is weird how everyone goes along with Formula 1 and anything capitalistic. People just go along with it because there's money to be made. Every overtake in Formula 1, they'll the crowd are like, woo! They're all like clapping along. They're all like, oh, what an overtake! When Norris overtook, I don't know who he overtook. When he overtook whoever it was he overtook, but it was just DRS. Like he just pushed the DRS button and drives past him, and the crowd's like, woo! It's like he didn't do anything, guys. Just because a car's moved in front of another car, it's like you do realise he didn't do nothing. It's so stupid. Oh, then the national anthem at the start of the race. Stand for the national anthem. Oh, now we're going to burn £20,000 of jet fuel with a red arrow display for Formula 1 to celebrate capitalism. You know, it's fine. It is what it is. Americans do capitalism better, though. To be honest, it's quite pathetic. All stand for the national hacker. Hacker. What would the English one be? It'd be like, I say, here is my tea. I need to drink my tea. You cannot have my tea. I have stolen your tea. That's the British hacker. Hacker. I always say it wrong. Apparently, we have the New Zealanders come in and tell me off.
Hello, random call sign.
Did I watch the French election? I am somewhat relieved that the fascists have been abated to some extent, temporarily at least. It looks like the French have learnt from history. A miracle. Mind you, someone just probably told them that you need to vote these other parties because it's a protest, and they were like, aha, yes, I will do the protest. I don't know why my French accent always turns into like Israeli. It'd be more like, we will do the protest, but I do not want to get out of bed this morning. I have to eat my baguette. What do I need to protest? Oh là là, oh, c'est incroyable. Cancelled. French cancel. The French connection. We already have English. Vindaloo. I hate English people. I hate myself. I don't even think of myself as English. I think of myself as like I don't know. I don't even know what. I just an amoeba.
You have been eliminated.
Random call sign. When was the last time you had a pastel de nata? English. Two weeks?
Illegal.
2 weeks? And you call yourself Portuguese? Can you imagine that? Imagine being Portuguese and not having a pastel de nata for 2 weeks. Basically, war crime. They're going to revoke your passport. Passport removed. People call me many names. I'm not partnered. I mean, I have a Moser affiliate link. I mean, I guess you could say that's a partnership. I have a Fanatec affiliate link. We have Ione water bottle affiliate links as well. So I mean, I don't know what. I'm not quite sure on the language of partnership. I mean, I have an Amazon affiliate link. So is that partnership? I guess it's a kind of partnership. Kind of. I just do stuff based on if I think something's good, though. Like, you know, if I like it, then I'll work, or you know. I'm not a very good capitalist. Which base is better? We're on the R12 at the moment. Pretty close with Jeff Bezos. I mean, I also have like links for Quest headset. So does that mean I'm partnered with Meta? I mean, I have done stuff with Meta with Facebook, so you know, I don't know the language, to be honest. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Quite sure on the language. I do like this wheel rims, nice, yeah, works well. We got some new icons, by the way, guys. If you're a member on Twitch, we've got new tea bags and we've got some new animated icons. I tried to make Twitch a bit better. You've been watching me. Well, I'm not really landed on Moser equipment. I just happen to have been using Moser. I like that it's affordable, but I do have some other equipment as well. I kind of just got out of doing review videos for a while, but I'll probably get back into it at some point. But as I always say, like all the DD wheelbases, there's a couple of brands I probably wouldn't recommend myself. I won't say them. But basically, Acertec, Fanatec, Moser, Simagic, Simucube. They're all good. They're fine. Problems with the simulators, not the hardware. Our Logitech's alright as well. Thrustmaster's alright, but I don't know quite what they're doing at the moment. But the one thing that you notice, so I think it's both Simagic, Fanatec, Acertec and Simucube, they do have slightly smoother motors than Moza, from my experience with Moza. So they do feel slightly better, marginally. It's not a huge thing though, it's tiny. You shouldn't have oscillation problems. That's something else. Yeah, if you're getting oscillation issues, it's to do with a lack of damper or some other weird, maybe like your wheel rotations off in the game compared to your hardware setting. I don't know. You shouldn't get oscillation issues with any wheel. If anything, a higher quality motor will have more oscillation issues because it'll be more free. And then obviously you'd have to use damper on it or some form of filtering. It's to do with like just there's a delay between the PC and all peripherals, and then there's inertia of the wheel rim, and so that inertia plus the delay means that when the wheel goes over the center point, there's a mismatch with the sim, and the sim goes, oh no, it needs to be the other way now, actually, here's the force, and then it applies the force, and then the wheel goes the other way, and the sim goes, oh no, it needs to be the other way. And then that's what will cause it to oscillate. So the actual solution to that would be the games. So instead of sending an impulse, they should send an absolute position to the servo motor, but that's just not how it works. You could basically completely change how force feedback operates by sending defined positions, and there could be a lot of stuff done to force feedback on the software driver level and to actually make it a lot better, but no one is interested in doing that. Club Sport DD Plus, yeah, no, I think it's really good. I think it's a really good base. I mean, what is the price of it? I mean, the thing is, the quick release, the QR2 is really good, and their wheel rims are really affordable. So I probably agree with Random Call Sign. Full Force stuff's a load of bollocks, though. So's True Force. I mean, it's nice to have for shitty games, and it's a nice gimmick, and people latch onto it. But it's basically marketing. Although Full Force and True Force don't entirely relate to the BS high frequency stuff. Part of it's just a way of branding fast responding circuitry in the motor, but that's not what the average consumer is perceiving from it. So nice. So the thing is, Fanatec gets a lot of stick for its software, but its software is actually not that bad. I think they've had some issues with updating, and I think if you update stuff with the wheel plugged in, it's normally fine. I think some people maybe stop the update early or whatever, and then I don't think Fanatec have designed that into their update process too well. Other than that, I think the actual software actually works really well with the Fanatec wheel. Like, it's kind of a set it and forget it thing, and then being able to adjust the settings on the wheel I find is really nice. Which you can do with other wheels, but having a little display for settings is good. But also, I have a Fanatec affiliate link, so that makes it good. I mean, I also have a Moser affiliate link, so that's good as well. But now you want to get into the rig and fiddle some more. Well, I don't know what exactly. Do you tend to run your force feedback really high as well? Like, if your goal was to get rid of the oscillation, it will be a mixture. It depends what sim you're playing as well. I don't think iRacing doesn't tend to oscillate much anyway, but it'll be a mixture of damping, right? Strength of the wheel. The stronger the higher the force feedback, the more damping or inertia and stuff you'll need to stop that from happening. Yeah, well, I mean, you shouldn't. Like, are you talking about if you let go of the wheel? Because you shouldn't ever really let go of a wheel, because obviously if you let go of a wheel, it will start oscillating because of physics, and you might as well have like a bit of oscillation and then you get fine detail, than you are having no oscillation when you're holding the wheel but you're losing detail. You know. I mean, if you want to make your steering wheel feel like a real car wheel, you can just put all the settings to like really shit settings, and it will feel realistic. But you know, no, you don't want hands-off protection turned on. So the hands-off protection is good if you've got kids or you run really high force feedback and your wheel goes mental. But to be honest, I just turned it off because it would go on when I didn't want it to go on, because I drive like a lunatic. I think hands-off protection is a good feature to have, but mostly for if you've got kids or something. You know, or if you were using the wheel in a sim center or something. But for your home user, I don't really think there's much point to it. Unless you could turn it so it only comes on at like the absolute worst scenarios. But yeah, you're probably better off having a stop button if that's a concern. And if I had kids around my simulator and it was turned on, I would just have it so the wheel's never at full power. Well, the problem with Will Boosted Media's setting is that he's Australian, so you have to invert everything, so that's probably your problem. That's why when you turn left, the car goes right. That's the big issue with Australian YouTubers and sim racers. You have to remember to flip everything they say. So when they say, "Oh, this is a really good piece of equipment," what they actually mean is it's terrible. Because Australians are also incredibly sarcastic. So if they're saying something's rubbish, they mean it's really good. So you just have to keep that in mind. You also have to realise that all Australian children have been bitten by poisonous animals repeatedly, and so that affects their like cognitive faculties. Greatest flight goggles model on the internet. Oh dear. Oh, here we go, qualifying. I think Australia, right? It's a good place to retire to and die, but other than that, you know, I wouldn't mind dying in Australia. You can feed me to some alligators. Toast of tea. Wasn't Australia the prototype for destroying indigenous people's lives? Isn't that... Was Australia 1.0 and America 2.0? Or was America 1.0? Which country did the Brits ruin first, Australia or America? Keith, though, it was a power surge, and then that knocked out my modem and stuff, and then for some reason it was taking... I couldn't get it to reconnect. The internet was reconnected, but then my router was broken, but I managed to fix it. Oh, the Brits ruined... So America was first. Oh, wow. I don't think we get enough credit for how much damage that we've done to the world. I mean, Britain's done some good stuff as well, but fair play to us. We've absolutely ruined so many countries, which is really quite impressive. India, Africa, America, Australia. Just think how... And we got away with it for hundreds, if not thousands of years. But then again, Brits are basically just Romans and Danes, so actually, blame the Danish. They're, you know, everyone's like, oh, Brits, but actually, it's Vikings, so don't trust them. Danes are the original Brits. So, direct your anger at the right country. Don't fall for the tricks.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, thanks for following. He's talking smack. Game Hard 4.0 live streamer. Hang on. What username is that? What happens when you get to 5.0? Do you just add another? Do you just keep doing another iteration? 4.0. Game Hard. Is this an advertisement for erectile dysfunction? Game Hard. I prefer to game soft. I think it'd be a bit of a distraction gaming hard. Also, live streaming it. I guess you've got to make money somehow, haven't you, these days? I don't think I've ever actually gamed... Hang on. Gotta be careful here, guys. Gotta be careful. Humour police. Wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. OnlyFans for gaming hard, exactly. That is a category. That is actually a category, isn't it? It's like girls gaming. I think it is a. I think it's a thing. Pretty sure. Random call sign will know. Oh, Raw in the Gold.
So far.
47L. 471. I don't even know what that means.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
Ah, beautiful. That was nice. That was terrible. But in fact, it seemed alright. Where did I qualify? Probably last. Yeah. I'm so slow in iRace. I can't drive iRacing. I might as well just quit it whilst I'm ahead. Oh, well done for getting 47,000 subscribers. Nice job. Ludwig? Thank you very much, Ludwig. Appreciate that. Welcome. Let me give you a rocket. Talking about a gaming helmet. There's a nice pink rocket. Does the LMP2 feel good? I mean, it's... I don't ask me about that. Don't ask me those sorts of questions. I don't have any feeling anymore. Yesterday, I jumped into Race Room again and had a great time. Yeah, Race Room's good fun. I really appreciate that, Ludwig. Thanks for supporting us, man. Oh, Deej Watts has said, good luck. Well, I'm going to need it because I can't drive this car at all. Ugh. I look exhausted today. Didn't get to bed till late yesterday. I might swap the dampers out of my pedals today. Does iRacing feel depressing? It's less depressing than ACC, but ironically, the way iRacing drives makes it a lot less physical to drive than sims where you're constantly balancing the car. So it's weirdly, iRacing's a good sim for me to play when I'm didn't sleep well or something. This is the most correct stream title ever.
Cree. Skywelk, you need to report to Human Meat Recycling Unit 4721010629B. Your resources will be added to the collective.
I was hoping to find some salt today, so I could do some remixes. I really want to make some like hard dance or like what's that hardcore hardcore dance beat. I've never made one.
Look, everyone, enjoy.
I think we're all good, whatever.
Yeah, enjoy, mate.
One lap to green. Line up on the right side. Pit road is closed right now. Looks like there's rain in the area. Be mindful. You're on a dry tire.
The music's well good.
Estimate the strength of field is 1,000.
This is Random Call Signs wedding music.
Random
We expect to be climbing
call sign. Random call sign. Portuguese man.
Stupid song. Right. Oh, look at this car in front. What are they doing? Guys, just want to remind everyone that's in a GT3 car, please remember
That you have big muscles.
Jetstar 18. Car
please
Jetstar
remember that if you're in a
34,
GT3 car,
Jetstar
that
35,
what you
car
really need to do, it's really important for the race.
Jetstar 33,
Please,
car
please,
Jetstar 42, car.
Remember that you're really boring and that's why you're driving a GT3 car. Thank you.
Purpose for every GT3 driver, snap James West rear axle.
Jetstar 30, car.
If you're in LMDH, please remember that you're just making up for something. You know, you're compensating.
Jetstar 30, car.
Right, here we go. It's time to lose some safety rating.
Get ready, going green.
I'm channeling Sodakist here.
Go easy, guys. Take care.
Sadakist, the original LMP2 streamer. I haven't seen him online for ages, actually.
Green, green, green.
They all just wrecked. They all just wrecked. Good job.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear. Left side. Clear.
We're catching up with the LMDHs. They were so slow off the start. Crazy.
Left side.
Ah, this sucks. I got stuck behind this guy. Lost the train. Ah, this. Why? Why me? We were right at the tail of the LMP2s there.
Sorry, mate. What's up, himself?
What's this guy
After
doing?
you.
Oh my goodness. Oh, what is he doing? Jesus Christ.
Car on your left. Still there.
What are you doing?
Clear on the left.
Oh my god. Now he's going to overtake. Why is he flashing his lights at me? This guy's... This is why you play iRacing, guys. Oh my goodness. He's going to redraft us down the straight. Because he's got fast... He's really slow, but he's got a fast car. This is the nightmare scenario.
Car's on the right.
Oh dear. It's entertaining though.
Left side. Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
Surely he's got to slow down.
Car on
No, what are you doing? You can't overtake. This car's in the way. What is he doing? Oh dear. iRacing never change. Oh, he's going to go up the inside, isn't he? Oh, what is this guy doing? Oh my goodness. Oh, here comes the GT3 cars. Oh, this guy's drifting now. You're in danger. It's like giving a It's like giving a nuclear warhead to a toddler. Look, mummy, I can bounce it. That's probably a normal.
The pace car is out of control.
Bloody hell, be a geek. Welcome along. Thanks for the follow. You hate it here, by the way. Everyone hates themselves here. This is the most miserable sim racing channel on the internet. Saddest old place. Fortunately, most of our subscribers are elderly, so they get to die of old age and get a reprieve from the channel. So hopefully you're old as well. That's the saving grace of this channel. Half of our viewers are either elderly or terminally ill. And that's the only way you can get through this channel. You're like, ah, well, at least I don't have to watch it for too long.
You fast flat for you. Faster car coming up quick.
And if you're not elderly or terminally ill, you will wish you were. I did. I've seen, yeah. But you said that, I brought that up yesterday. It's quite weird that the Stig has decided to latch onto sim racing as a promotional tool. I think he's seen. He's like, oh, I've got a brand, and Ben Collins never really liked sim racing at all or simulators. But then I think he's seen that it's growing and it's something that he can do, so he's like, now I've got to. No, we'll probably do a Ben Collins range of sim racing equipment. But race drivers are all like businessmen. They're all filthy capitalists. I don't think he's a sellout. He's just a businessman. You have to be a. Motorsport is so expensive. You have to be like an apex capitalist to take part in it.
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 1 second. Faster traffic approaching.
It's weird that it takes so many laps, like 8 laps to get to the GT3 cars. Is that an LMDH behind us? Oh, it is. Didn't want to hold them up. I guess they'd just come out they're the ones that got wrecked at the start.
Go left.
Oh yeah, that great demonstration of iRacing's forgiving tyres. Oh, and another one. That's what I love about iRacing. The way the tyres turn off at the limit really helps capture the excitement of race driving. From a gaming perspective as well, there's nothing more fun than having the item that you're controlling in a video game become uncontrollable from the mildest of inputs. That's actually it's a very exciting and enjoyable game mechanic. So it's incredible. Oh, we got lost.
You're in fifth.
Hang on. Why am I in 5th? I'm never sarcastic. The problem is, if I'm direct and literal, it upsets people that can't understand. I don't know. It just upsets people. But if you're sarcastic, which I never am, obviously, it doesn't upset people. It's really weird. It's like people don't like to be. a lot of people just don't like honesty. So, basically, to be honest, you have to be dishonest, and then that makes people accept it. It's one degree of abstraction. It's really weird. It's really weird how that works. One degree of abstraction is all it takes to bypass morons, basically. Like, it's like how money works. One degree of abstraction, you have money, and then people are like, they're like, oh, I'm free. I'm free. I'm not being held captive by an elaborate system that's specifically designed to make sure that I can never have my own house to live in, or access to a healthy life, or food, or clean water. And it works. It works on stops people rioting. So one degree of abstraction. Yeah, no, not Nurba. Yeah, I think I'm really looking forward to it. As soon as iRacing does a new tyre model that allows you to do combined slip and like use basic driving technique, I think I'll go for 7k iRating, because they'll actually be fun to drive, you know, from a driving perspective. Which for me, to get to like 7k iRating will require a lot of hot lapping, because I'm not a very good driver. And I can't enjoy hot lapping unless there's combined slip, because the thing I enjoy with driving is holding a small amount of slip through a corner and balancing the car through the corner, even if that's not like the fastest, even if I'm not doing the fastest lap that time, trying to go a bit deep, trying to go a bit early, and then using slip to sort of get the best out of whatever situation I'm currently in. That's where I get my enjoyment from driving. So that's why I find like AC, AMS1, R-Factor 2, Race Room can all be really quite enjoyable to drive, just the car handling perspective. Whereas iRacing is only really enjoyable in a sort of competitive, funny sense. Who doesn't like to go deep? Oh yeah, we need to...
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 7.8 seconds. Car right, keep to the left. Clear on the right. Right side.
Is that an LMDH as well? I can't tell LMDHs from in front. Is that car behind me an LMDH, guys, or an LMP2? I've not got the... I've got the pit thing on because I want to put the auto fuel on. It seems to be very fast, the yellow car. That's an LMP2 behind me, right? Why can't they make them more obvious from the front?
Thanks, Rob.
My mirror resolution is not very high. It definitely is an LMP2 because he's slow. There we go, auto fuel. Oh no. Yes? Oh yeah, it was LMP2 behind me. Makes sense.
Faster car coming up quick.
Got a battle here. No, that's an LMD8. Whoa, what's he doing?
You're on the left. 3 wide.
What are they doing?
Still there. Still there. Right side. 2 wide. Still there. Hold your line.
Those are LMP2s.
Car 1 is up in front. Still there. Clear.
It's an LMP2 battle.
Chris, I would say let's not fight that hard and try to keep the gap behind Bayer.
Left side.
What did you say?
Still there.
No, good. This is good racing. Though. It's nice. This guy's lagging. I think it's the tricky thing.
Fleet car ahead.
I don't. Formula One's just it's not. You have to think of Formula One like wrestling. I think it's a shame with something like Formula One. Basically, the drivers and the racing is totally pointless. But the tech stuff is actually quite interesting. The underlying engineering and the budgetary part of it, the actual bit. So Formula One is more about a business than it is the sport and the drivers. So it'd be really interesting if you had more of a deep dive into the company's finances and the engineers and stuff. Like you had full on like 2-3 hour documentaries about the design decisions and things. But obviously, it's not mass market, and obviously they wouldn't want to give away a competitive advantage to other teams. So
Left side. Clear on the left.
Formula One is just a marketing exercise, though, really.
Car on your left. Clear on the left. Left side.
All in.
Clear on the left.
That was a bit of a send. I wasn't trying to lock up there, but I had to keep turning to not hit the car in front, and then you're hostage to the tyres. What a bomb!
Bomb. Dambuster.
We were lucky that the GT3 car didn't turn in, because I was just passenger. Mind you, I feel like I'm a passenger every moment of playing iRacing. I should call iRacing passenger racing. Every single position of the car, everything you're doing is 10, 15, 20 metres in advance of what's happening.
You're pulling away from the car.
It's pretty crazy.
1.5 seconds.
Well, I've said, Keith, though, Formula One should have a Constructors' Championship with F1 cars on the Sunday, and they should do a Drivers' Championship on the Saturday or the Friday, and
Left side.
the Drivers' Championship takes place in like F2 cars or IndyCar, you know, or some other car, but it could be like F2s or similar to F1 spec. A car that's actually good for racing, basically, would be the idea. And so you would then have a point system for, oh, that's the driver, you know, that's the Drivers' Championship, and this is the Constructors' Championship. Because the Constructors' Championship, the drivers really have nothing to do with, like, they have to not be shit, but like all the top like 10 drivers in Formula One right now are hostage to the vehicle. Like, they're all at a level where their driving is basically not the defining thing at all. It's the vehicle. So it's kind of absurd. Imagine tennis, where you have different tennis rackets for the different competitors, and some are categorically better than others. You would just go, well, this isn't a sport. A football where one team has to play in socks and the other team plays in shoes. You'd be like, that's stupid. That's not a sport. But for some reason, when it comes to motorsport, people are like, oh yeah, no, that's sport. And they pretend that it's fine. It's insane. Yeah, look at the Retrofy. That's a really silly retort. You can look through the odds and you'll see that the vast majority of finishes, the cars finish together for the vast majority of finishes in most races. So, yeah, obviously, some drivers are better or worse, and some drivers will also be better or worse on the various teams against a teammate. However, to add to that, to add to the variability of that, you have to consider that some car packages are actually more suited to certain drivers more than other drivers as well. And also, the resources in the teams aren't necessarily allocated fairly. Also, if a driver has won one driver's championship in the past, it's a completely different psychological game. So you can't really like. So the point you made is completely irrelevant. Like, yeah, there are scenarios where you do get worse drivers in a team, but that's really not. That doesn't counteract what I've just said. So I don't know why you'd say what you said. I don't know what you're saying. Like F2, the cars are spec cars, so you still do get differences between the teams due to them having more budget and more time and more practice and better setups. But the degree to which Formula 1 is a constructors' championship and not a drivers' championship, and the degree to which the drivers are like largely irrelevant, you can't argue it. Yeah, but that's not a counter argument. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, certain drivers, you're really disingenuously, you're just picking completely random points. It's not how you have a conversation. So what argument are you making, Retrofly? That Formula 1 should just stay how it is? Are you you're just being bizarrely contrarian?
Come on, Martina, let me go.
How many laps have we got here? Oh, 3 laps till we pit. I don't know, Jason. The thing is, I just link to that video with loads of pro drivers saying exactly what I've said now. So they can't argue with me anymore. Extants have not said that it needs to be entirely about the driver. Did you even listen to the conversation?
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalism. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
This from the driver's perspective, yes. And it's presented as if it's from the driver's perspective. And it's not presented as a team sport either. And the entire commentary and focus is all on the drivers. So if Formula 1, as I literally started the conversation by saying, I like the technical aspects of Formula 1, and I think if you had like a highly technical documentary type thing on all the engineering and the decisions they made and all that stuff, and that was what the commentary focus was, And also the commentary mentioned the budgets of the different teams, and when they're racing, they were like, you'd have to display the finances of the teams on the screen and their research and stuff. If you were actually not disingenuous about it, Formula 1 though is promoted, presented, and displayed entirely as if it's a driver's sport. It doesn't work. Yeah, finance is a cap, but it doesn't work like that, and you know it.
Still there.
That's not how things actually play out.
Vais enfermos, macho.
Also, the national aspect of Formula 1 is hilarious, where they go, oh, British driver,
José está medio loco.
British team, British driver. It's like, hang on, the teams have like international. The teams are like international bodies. They're large international conglomerates. They use engines that are internationally produced, computer components that are internationally produced. And then it's like, we have the British driver, support the team, is the national. It's like, you can't deny that it's absurd.
Hablamos de otro José.
This guy sounds like he's had a few drinks.
Move it.
Yeah, Formula 1 is just wrestling. It's a vehicular wrestling.
No hablaba de nadie, hablaba en general que me ha adelantado los de los coches rápidos y van como cabras que adelantan sin
Yeah, it's purely mate, it's total it's coincidence. Also, the rules being defined by the incumbent teams. Purely coincidence, you know, that they would set it up that they would be beneficial to those teams.
No entiende que es una multiclase.
Well, that's it's hilarious, isn't it? The commentary, like like a DRS free pass, and Crofty's like, or all the commentators. Well, actually, I get Brundle's good. Brundle actually keeps things real. Is only excited when it's actually exciting, and actually, even in the British in the Silverstone race, Brundle actually did some good commentary where he pointed things out that wouldn't be immediately apparent to like lots of people. Geoda with the sub, thank you.
Gamer5 looked Gamer5 HE.
Thank you very much, Geoda. Appreciate that. I really love how these cars brake and turn on the brakes.
Cut the course. You'll have to slow down. You've got the time going. Faster traffic approaching. You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 3.6 seconds. Right side.
Yes, as I say, Formula 1 is a business. It's not a sport. I mean, then you can, you could then go, well, business is a sport, and it's like, okay, well, we're getting to a very weird semantic territory of, yeah, sports can be businesses as well, but like, there's obviously a balance, isn't there? But like, Formula 1 is entirely a business. Like the whole thing is a business entirely, like to a level that's ridiculous. Everything can be a business, but not. As I say, there's a defined difference between if your tennis rackets are better than the other person's. You would, in most things, you would try and strive to make it as fair as possible, because that will make the actual gameplay, the intrinsic sport, better. Formula 1's the total opposite of that, which is fine, but people honestly think it's a real sport. And there is no real racing in Formula 1 because the cars are too long. What do you mean you can't conflate wealth within Formula 1? Yeah, You obviously can. Like they're still wealthy within wealthy. Yeah, they're all super rich, but then there's obviously richer people. It's like look at Monaco. There's always a bigger yacht. I get it. You're like a peasant, so you have like peasant brain mind. So you know, so you sort of think, oh, £1 million a year is a lot of money. So I understand it's difficult to sort of conceptualise, but within like the million, 100 million, 200 million, £1 billion a year type framework, you know, there's still like big. There's actually still quite a big wealth gap, even amongst the like elite, and within a sport, there's still going to affect stuff. Anyway, that's all beside the point. There's a reason why you don't have as the top sport of something else. Is that like the top version of tennis doesn't have players with physically better tennis rackets than the other players. The top golf, the top badminton, the top running, the top football, they don't have different shoes that give them a massive advantage. If your goal was to actually test the athletes. Now, I'm not saying that you go, okay, Formula 1 is an engineering competition. That's fine, but that's not how it's presented at all. It's not presented that way whatsoever, and most people don't think of it that way. Most people, the biggest audience and viewership and marketing and money behind the Formula 1, the presentation side of it, is based around the idea that the race drivers are the linchpin. Because they need to do that, because people won't identify. Your average person doesn't identify with the vehicle in the same way that they identify with people. That's why Drive to Survive was so successful, because it hits a much wider audience than just focusing on vehicles. It's like why reality TV is so popular. Ferrari Chan's my wafu. Yeah, there's quite good. Let's say, like, presumably, who would be against having a constructors' championship, which is specifically about who can build the best race car, and even have the drivers do that? Fine. But why would you deprive the race drivers and the audience from being able to see those best drivers in the world actually race at a level that they're capable of racing at? It's ridiculous. Like, Formula 1 basically removes skilled drivers from legitimate motorsport where you can actually see talent of like racecraft and like actual driving skill. Formula 1 racing, the cars are too long. DRS just gives you a free pass if you happen to have a faster car 99% of the time. Since 2007 or 8 or so, Formula 1 is just a complete farce from a driver's perspective, from racing, racecraft and all that stuff. It's basically a farce. It was genuinely a huge downgrade from even like bog standard go-karting. If you wanted to see which Formula driver was the best driver, you would be better off putting them in go-karts and watching a go-kart race. I'm not even kidding. Imagine another sport where that was the case. Oh yeah, right. Okay, you've made it to the one of the top teams in the Premier League. So now you get put in this other team, and you get because you've got a bigger clout and you've done well, you get better shoes, and so now you get. That's it. Okay. So now you don't really actually have to be as good as other drivers. You're not really gonna. You don't have to play as good football as you usually would, because well, you've got so far in your career. We're just gonna put you in this separate league where you don't really have to play football that well because the shoes do the football for you largely. So like, imagine if Formula 1 was had a, as I say, a constructor championship and a spec championship at the same time. Imagine how good the racing would be between Russell, Hamilton, Verstappen, Norris. Imagine how good that would be, seeing those drivers. Even if you put them all in F2 cars or Indy cars, imagine how good the racing would be. The best drivers in the world actually racing each other. The only time you get it now is when they happen to accidentally line up on strategy or are happen to allowed to race in the same team. And even then, it's normally a DRS pass, so... Yeah, it would be an actual test of who's the best driver. It would be fun to watch. It would be intense for them to drive. Like, drivers actually find Formula 1 a bit boring, to be honest. Like, real-world drivers, if you're a competitive person and you're a sports person and you know that you're limited by your equipment, when you know that you also have the skill to be at the top, can you imagine how frustrating that would be? Now, I haven't signed a contract, so I can say this. They can't publicly say that Formula 1's shit, but I guarantee you, most of the Formula 1 grid think it's completely shit from a driver's perspective. They think it's terrible, it's awful, but they're not allowed to say so because they're contractually obliged to be a promoter of the sport. That's just how it works.
There's the flag. It's over.
Behind the scenes, Formula 1 drivers are like, oh, this is shit. But they can't say it publicly. Imagine any sports person that is crippled by their equipment. Can you imagine how frustrating that would be? If you're an elite athlete and you know you've got like 10 years... You have 10 years where you're basically able to perform due to fitness and health and everything else, and you know that you're absolutely on it. Imagine being crippled at that point in time, and you're just unlucky enough that that's what's happening when you're at your peak. Can you imagine the amount of dedication, effort that they put into it, and for that to be just like, and then they can't talk about it as well? Fortunately, they're rich in the first place, so it's not the end of the world from a basic life perspective, you know. And they can go to other motorsport, but it's just such a farce. Josh, the cars are the fastest. I don't mean anything. I think, are you being sarcastic? The speed of the cars is really irrelevant from a driver's perspective. It's more from a racecraft perspective. Yeah, it's just funny that obviously if you're directly involved in Formula 1 or a motorsport or a big promotional activity, you can't say critical stuff, because it's potentially going to look negative, and so that potentially impacts the finances. So if you do something, even if you ostensibly like something, and even if you generally think it's a good thing, in capitalism, if someone's honestly critical in a way that dissents on a sort of subtextual narrative, they get cancelled. Basically, they get financially cancelled. That's how censorship works within capitalism. It's not. It's a really weird way of how censorship operates, and people don't understand it. So you have like, people understand like governmental censorship, or when someone passes a law, or when people say, oh, someone can't say that. Or they're forced to not say it, it's legally can't say it, whatever, they get arrested or something. People understand that kind of authoritarian, that part of censorship, but they don't understand how sort of, say, like capitalist censorship operates, or like mainstream cultural censorship operates, in that there's a really good interview with someone. I think it was Navarra Media did a good interview with someone. I can't remember who it was, but he'd worked for Financial Times, and then he was explaining how you can't cover finances in specific ways, like it just wouldn't get published, or it gets edited in the newspaper because you can't say certain things. And it's not that they like cancel him, it's that they just go, oh, we don't want to employ you anymore. because if someone happens to be saying stuff that goes against like a general profiteering, you get subtly pushed out the way. Generally, people get politely pushed out the way for not making other people money, and it's really quite sinister, but people sort of just accept it. Not to say that there isn't a balance, obviously. I mean, someone could just be an arse, but you know, politely moved along, yeah. And the only people that can speak up in motorsport and stuff are people that are like legends of motorsport who are no longer financially tied into it. So you had who was the Formula 1 driver that got really badly burnt at the Nordschleife? I always forget his name. You know, like he would just say what he's actually thinking. He might have been wrong sometimes, or whatever. But he would just say what he's thinking because he's a legend of motorsport. The younger people that come into it can't argue what he's saying, and he's not financially attached to it. So he can just say what he wants. So basically, what then happens is people know that they can't actually be honest until they've already reached a status of wealth. So which means that you have like a sort of 30-year period where people work in industry, they are anodyne, don't say anything at all, basically lying by not being honest, by Niki Lauda. They don't say stuff, they're totally anodyne. And then once they've made enough money where they're like, oh, I'm financially secure, I've got my own fan base or whatever, and so when they get to normally about 50 or so, then they actually start being honest. But the problem is they needed to have been honest earlier on in their career, but they couldn't afford to be because they would have been dropped earlier on, so they would not be able to progress their career. So that's how that whole system operates. Yeah, some people, idiots, are just pretty matter of fact all the time, and it makes life harder for them, and they're stupid for doing it. You have to be a complete idiot to be like that, but you know, some people are that stupid. That went all right, that race. We got like 5th place, 1 lap down though. Don't think we had any X's or anything. Let's see what happened at the start of that. Oh, hang on, no, we got another race starting. See if we can get this. Yeah, I'm not sure if the new regs for Formula 1 will fix it though, because let's do a Porsche. That was terrible last time. That'll be funny. Yeah, we do a Porsche and lose some safety rating. Why not? Yeah, but Max Verstappen's a world champion 4 times over, so he can say what he wants. I mean, that's the point. Once someone's won the world championship, they can say whatever, can't they? Because what are they going to do? Is Formula 1 going to go, oh yeah, we're sacking you, Max? It's like, and then it's like Max Verstappen represents like X percentage of the market share, and the political backlash from shutting Max Verstappen up would be huge. So that's what gives him the political, but effectively the political and corporate clout to be more honest. That's how it all. That's the politics of it all. Yeah. Right, let's see what happened at the start. It was crazy. Right, what were they doing? Hang on. What on earth? What? What? Oh, okay. The guy, I think the guy in front stopped. This guy was trying to get the jump on the start. And then that guy stopped. It's weird for the green car, though, to not react. I think the green car probably didn't brake because he thought the car behind him was going to hit him. So stupid. Oh well. Let's do some Porsche Cup here. I'll do a poll. Yeah, I don't know if there's any books on like sort of Western or like sort of capitalist censorship and how that operates. Because people obviously people are quite versed on authoritarian censorship or direct censorship. They're also quite versed on like direct lying. You know, if someone just tells you something that's not true, people understand that. People find it a lot harder to sort of grasp lying by omission, which is how most lying is done, and then how sort of general cultural censorship operates. There's probably studies on it, or like there's probably books on it already. Amazing thumbnail. Oh, that was a normal race driving, that thumbnail. Thanks for following, Haz. How's it going, man? Oh dear, this is not good. Oh. Okay. Oh, did you get wrecked at the start? I mean, manufacturing consent by Noam Chomsky and Edward S. Herman is probably the best thing on what we're talking about. It's a good documentary, that, actually, as well. I think it's a book, but it's also a documentary. Right, let's go. You were P3 chilling, nice. fixed setup here. Let's see how we do with this. Ultimately, though, I think making profiteering is always going to unify people with different views, because everyone can get on the same page of, oh, let's make money from this, so let's just all get on the same page for whatever is going to make money. Let's just, you know, the sort of yes men approach. And so that's always going to have like an underlying power to it. It's like why you see it's why often the sort of right politically can come together more than the left, because the left-leaning people would tend to debate things and have nuanced views on each individual thing, and they don't have... They're somewhat unified by quality of life, but they'll all have differing perspectives on ways to achieve equality and quality of life for everyone. Whereas a sort of Ayn Randian capitalist will be... They'll all just be like, well, you know, you've got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and let the markets decide and just do whatever makes money. and so that's going to like tie people together. It's like if you have when you have like a fascist leader or fascistic leader, and you then just have a sort of almost cult-like religion approach. It's easier to get momentum behind that than if you have a more reasonable and more nuanced leader. If everyone's like, well, that's the dear leader and everything they say is correct, even if what they're saying is stupid, if everyone is on board with just doing what they say, in some ways that's going to be an easier way of getting momentum behind stuff. Obviously, it will then, if they do anything irrational, it will conflict with reality, and then it becomes harder and harder to maintain and probably falls apart, which is what normally happens with dictatorships and fascism when it gets into power. But in the short term, it's a very powerful thing. VR Hot Laps, there's no regulars in chat. They've all left. How you doing, man? I wonder how many other sim racing live streamers talk about corporate censorship and yeah. Oh dear. What is wrong with me? Does anybody want to start a sim racing commune with me? We need to pick a small island that's in a warm climate but not too warm, where we can go fishing and sim race. Start our own country. We got any French people in chat? Turn my meatball. This car is the great. It's like Britain. This car. It doesn't do what you want it to do. Whatever it does is completely out of your control. This car's like a metaphor. You're French. How do you feel about the election stuff in France? Are you relieved, or are you still pessimistic? Oh yeah, great. Yeah, I don't think I like Macron. I don't like neoliberalism. But I mean, the choice is, it's like, what do you get? You either have neoliberalists or you have fascists. You're not allowed any actual You're not allowed any genuine socialists in power for some reason. French lose, they riot. French win, they riot. Credit to them. Nobody riots as well as the French, I don't think. What's my thoughts on the British election? It's nice, it's a relief, but it's the kind of relief that you have if you're really constipated. It's not like a good relief, it's you know, it's like the relief, you know, when you have a, like, cramp, and the cramp stops, and you're like, oh Christ, thank God the cramp stopped. But then you're like, oh, I'm still fat. I'm still fat and unhealthy. So it's that kind of a thing, do you know what I mean? Oh, well, there we go. Always getting 1Xs from that. Yeah, so it's a weird one. That's exactly right, Meetick. Totally agree. It's really weird. I think a lot of people understand this. They realise, the vast majority of people, I think, realise what I've been saying, and you know, a lot of people have been saying, that unless you address wealth inequality, you're going to increase fascism and the far right, because there's going to be people that are desperate, and there's going to be a group of those people that will just latch onto populism for a solution because they've got nothing else to lose. And so you have to, you know, we've already had examples of this. This happened in the 1930s. It's not like a made up concept. So did I want Starmer? No, I would have wanted a. I don't like Labour. Starmer's basically said. Starmer's kind of like Macron, really. He's a neoliberal, status quo. He won't address the fundamental issues. I say he won't. He will be much less worse than Tories. He'll actually do the job. So that's, you know, he'll actually govern in a sense that businesses can operate in a predictable fashion and services won't be totally destroyed. So like it's basic. It's like he will do the basic requirement, which is at this point in time in the UK, that's a positive. but he's not going to address what needs to be sorted out to actually make the country a sort of equal, egalitarian, fair place to live, you know, to get back to sort of the to undo the damage that unregulated capitalism has basically done. Who would I want? I don't know. I don't think there's anyone that really represents what I want. Probably like a mixture of Green and probably some of the more left-leaning parts of the Labour Party. I don't know. I'm probably. It's weird because I'm sort of conservative in some regions, but then I'm very liberal in other areas. I'm very socially liberal, but then also I do think that you need like actual structures, and I do think you need like quite firm rules on certain things, but it's just how it's implemented. Really. Timberlife. I think it's easy to like blame the Conservatives on the individual politicians, but you have to blame all the politicians that enable them and all the media that enables them. I think it's too easy to just blame Liz Truss, Sunak. Bloody hell. Jesus Christ. The world's shortest flags. That was mental. Like instant green light. I was having a drink.
There's an incident ahead, still there. You got a slow car on the left. Can't stop ahead. Stay on the right. The next car's the leader.
This car is a tank.
The leader's gone off. Keep to the right. Clear. There's an incident ahead.
Yeah, no, I need to give him a chance because I'm such a good sim racer. It would be unfair, wouldn't it, for me to go where I qualified.
Stay on the left. Keep to the left. You got a slow car on the left.
Bloody hell.
Go right. Keep to the
War
left.
zone.
Keep to the left. Clear.
I don't know what NFP is. National. The far right. Yeah, I'm really trying to brush up on French politics. I'm really out of the loop on it.
Clear on the left.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, so also with the press, they completely. They don't understand monetary policy at all. Like, there's this whole thing with, like, this idea that a government can... Well, maybe it's more so in America because they... America. The French are tied into the euro, so they can't print their own currency and stuff, so it might be slightly different. But, like, a government doesn't necessarily... Like, they go all about it, so the press goes like, how can the government afford this? How can the government afford that? Oh, it's unfunded. What will they do? And it's like, for anything that would relate it to public services and things, right? But when it comes to, like, trillions of pounds for bailing out banks, that obviously just happened within a week. They were like, oh, the markets aren't going to sustain themselves and it's going to destabilise a lot of institutions. Here's trillions of pounds. Just magic. Totally magic. That's funny. When COVID happened, they were like, oh, people can't go into work because obviously the hospitals are getting overwhelmed, so a lot of people will die, so financially people dying is going to cost more. So, right, people stay at home and we will just pay their wages from public funding or whatever, right? No press was like, oh, how can we afford that? And, well, guess what? Funnily enough, following on from COVID, what happened to that money? It went to, like, a bunch of super wealthy people because it travels up through the economy. So, why can't we take that money back? Or like, take those resources back? It's utterly absurd how finances are described and talked about. And it's to continue the sort of brainwash narrative that people have over money and what money is. I say people think of money as if it is gold, or as if it's a asset in and of itself, whereas in the UK at least, and in America, money is a token. It's an exchange token, effectively. It's not a thing. It's not a specific thing. It's a token to help a governing body dictate how resources should be allocated. That's the point of it. And whoever controls the legality of the money and where it can be spent and the rules behind the money, whoever controls that basically can do whatever they want. And the people that control it are going to be whoever has the military or whoever's in political power. It's really weird. But the thing is, it doesn't even matter if you were taxed to death. The real question would be, what is your quality of life? That's it. Like, it doesn't matter how much you're taxed. If you have a high quality of life, it would be irrelevant to you. It would matter if you're being taxed and you have a low quality of life. Let's say your quality of life is dependent on having X amount of finances. So, and you're being taxed and you already don't have enough finances to have a very basic quality of life. That's not an issue of tax. It's an issue of quality of life. So, it's really strange how stuff is framed and thought of. It's like how if your gas and electric bill goes up and food prices go up, people don't riot, even though it's profiteering and even though it's exactly the same as tax in that your money, you're just having stuff taken away from you to pay for something that you need, right? But if a government was to increase taxes by the same rate that food industry, supermarkets, gas and electric companies have profiteered and increased rates due to profiteering off stuff, if the government increased taxes by the same amount, we would have people would have set fire to the Houses of Parliament, but because it's business doing it, we're just like, oh yeah, it's alright, it's just part of the market. It's the market. It's this weird, people have this strange view that the economy and the market is like nature. It's a completely human created thing. It's totally arbitrary, but people think it's like some natural, some controlled by God natural thing that you can't question. It's mental. It's like a fever dream. The degree to which the understanding on this is so disconnected from reality. I'm not sure what you're saying, Valunium. I know you're being sarcastic, but I don't know what your sarcasm is meant to mean. Last time we were playing, if I'm playing for iRating, I try and actually win. We're not just dicking around. Also, they split the iRating from the Formula cars and the road cars. I haven't walked across Scotland yet, no. You don't have to rephrase it. Use ChatGTP. ChatGTP, rephrase this sarcastic comment in a way that Gamer Muscle's small brain can understand it.
I'm sorry. His brain is too small. I am incapable of translating this information. I have tried to translate this information in a way that's compatible with an amoeba. Sadly, this is still too complex for a Gamer Muscle to process.
Everyone's interested in politics. Yeah, I call it GTP. It's GPT, isn't it? I don't know. I've just embraced the dyslexia. Like, letters are all jiggledy-piggledy. It doesn't matter. Who cares what order they're in? You know what I meant.
Gamer Muscle has built the bridge upside down. It did matter which order it was constructed in. It turned out having the strongest part of the skyscraper in the sky was not conducive for a building to maintain its structural solidity. 4,000 people died.
VR Hot Labs, you dated a tennis player once. Big mistake. Love means nothing. Oh, bloody hell.
Your joke wasn't funny, and you now have received the death penalty.
Did you hear about the Okay, got a joke. I've come up with a joke, but I can't format it in my head because I'm too dumb. So let me just explain the joke, and someone can format it for me. So the joke is, deaf footballer runs off the football pitch crying because they've been asked to take a penalty, and the joke is that they're deaf, and so it's that they're afraid of the death penalty. So the joke is a sort of deaf dyslexic joke. Now, if any of you can reformat that into an actual joke with a punchline, that'd be good. But that's the concept. Conceptually, it's hard being me. I see the whole thing in my head, but I can't work it out into English. It's a right pain in the arse. I don't think people realise how awkward it is when you see everything conceptually, and then you have to like basically go through some like bizarre translation protocol to try and make sense of it, or like to try and say it in English. Yeah, it's a wordplay on being death penalty. Oh, I don't know. Look, it wasn't even that funny, but it could be. It could be potentially. There's nothing more funny than mocking disabled people. Obviously, it's the pinnacle of humour. I'll clip it and ship it. That's a good clip. That'd be a really good clip to post on Twitter. Gamer Muscle quote: "There's nothing more funny than mocking disabled people." There you go. That's one that get a German streamer could repost that one. That's a clip. Who cares about context? Who cares? Forget it. I've got an axe to grind against a person I don't like. Oh, here we go. And these cars are absolute tanks. I think this is tank racing. Forget Euro Truck Simulator. We've got Euro Porsche Simulator here. It's weird, isn't it, that there are like certain groups of people that are generally accepted to be mocked, like and certain disabilities, like you can mock deafness and blindness, and you can mock people being ginger. Those are accepted categories culturally, generally accepted. It's just, why are they? Oh, where's he going? Why are they? Like, ginger people get it so bad through all of school, like in terms of like the relentless, fully accepted mocking that ginger people receive. It's insane. It's actually insane. And totally accepted. It's bizarre. I always felt bad for ginger people. But then again, I think ginger women are very attractive, and I think a lot of people do, so maybe for ginger women it's alright, but if you're male and ginger, you're in, that's it, you're screwed. Or is it just a British thing? That's weird. Why, is it because are there not many people with ginger hair internationally? You get like, is it like a sort of more northerly Scottish thing, or more like Scandinavian? Oh, thanks for following. It always struck me really weird when I was a kid how much shit ginger kids would get. Whilst we were obviously going through the 90s and everyone's like, don't, you know, be nice. And I'm like, hang on a minute, why do we just have outright ginger mocking? It was very weird. Yeah, but did he mean that as a joke, or was he like... Did he say that literally? Oh, yeah, I guess if there's a lot of ginger people, then it's the normal thing, isn't it? So it's going to be harder to mock.
Stay on the left. Clear.
Bloody hell, this car's so slow. The racing in this car is so slow. It's hilarious. Whoa!
Right side. Clear on the
Bloody
right.
hell.
Left side. Clear.
He broke very early. I don't know. I from my impression is that Japan is very racist. It's just it would make sense. Like whatever's the most, whatever society's got the lowest amount of general integration, because racism generally arises from like a fear of the other, or like a just not being used to seeing other visual differences in people. So the more homologous a society is, at least superficially, obviously that's what's gonna arise from that. And then if it's a very small number of people that look different, then they're not going to have representation politically or culturally, are they, to counteract that? I don't know about you. I find racism so depressing. It's like, I don't think people will ever get past it, will they? It's just going to go on and on and on. I don't know. Even like nationalism and stuff, and just, it's just weird. I think it's all born from like insecurity as well. That's what's strange about it. Like when I see like, you see a lot of those the sort of like far right groups and stuff. It seems to come from insecurity, and so then they need to. They're trying to offset that, but they don't realise that it actually makes them look really weak. I think, like, so they. If you're really weak, you then have to use like force to forcibly convince people that you're not weak, but actually mentally they're weak. So they exhibit that weakness by projecting the opposite of what they are. But if you're someone that's like not stupid, you look at it and you go, "Oh, there's clearly some problems there." Yeah. Like someone that's mentally strong tends to be more sort of Buddhist in or like meditative in outward attitude. Because if you're mentally strong, you don't feel the need to push things on other people. Or, you know, you're totally secure in your own ideas and stuff, so you're just like, well,
5 laps to go. Not to push.
mind you, Sky Wilk is pretty mentally weak. Sky Wilk's like the mentally weakest of them all. My wrists are weak. Turn my force feed back up. My wrists are like, oh, what are you doing to me? I actually shave my head to project an image of power and strength. I'm not actually bald. Fun fact: there isn't actually such a thing as bald men. It's just it's men shaving their head as a choice, but then we in order to not be compared to evil bold people, we have to say, oh, it's just male pattern boldness. We have to say that we invented it. A lot of people don't know that. Well, Rocky Roll, the thing is as well, it's scientifically speaking, humans are one race. It's so funny, which kind of throws a spanner in the works for racists, because superficially people look different, you know, different coloured skin, different types of like facial structure, taller, shorter, whatever. There's superficial visual appearances that are different between people that have lived in various locations, right? But genetically and like actually scientifically proven, humans are a race. There's not different races. So a lot of the languages like has been invented pre like DNA testing and everything, pre genetics. So the funny thing is, the absurdity of racism is mental. Like it's okay. So if you're just going to go for it for like a semantic thing, and so what then people really mean is like a cultural stuff, and but then you can't divide cultures by how people look. So you would have to actually debate the issue, the actual specific culture, and you'd have to specifically talk about the culture, the different cultures that people have. Well, you can divide people up by anything, but what I'm saying is you would have to actually talk about the actual cultural aspects, and you'd have to debate ideas. But the thing with racism is it's what's it called? Like it's a false line of it's a false line of inquiry. Where's all the? What do you mean? Where's all the mixing? We say blacks. Black people are humans. We're all humans. Like there's going to be different. People have different cultures from growing up in certain areas, or different ideas. And some ideas are good, some are bad. Some change. Some people change their minds. Some people don't. You'd have to have a debate on each individual specific idea. So, for example, Heaven Gates cult is like a weird. Is like an idea that. If we all go in this centre, when this meteor comes over, we'll get ascended to heaven or something. So you could then debate, well, does that seem reasonable or not? Or what are the pros and cons of that? A big pro of Heaven's Gate is that as a teenager, I got to see utterly traumatic images of loads of dead people in a room wearing trainers, which was oddly disturbing to see. So that's a pro. That was like a or you have like Jim Jones and stuff. So that's a culture. So you just have to talk about the pros and cons of the individual cultures. But if you start dividing stuff up by skin colour or like visual ethnicity, unless it's pertinent to skin colour, so like if you're talking about what's the appropriate thing for skin protection, and like who's more prone to certain types of skin cancers and stuff. There are certain things where, like, that affect tall people or short people or black people or white people or Asians or whatever. Or, you know, there are certain things that affect people more or less, but that's just it's not to do with the underlying actual race. It's to do with how someone's body happens to visually look or visually behave, functionally behave. yeah, you can have discussions about culture for sure, and different cultures, and what you like and don't like, and different cultures subjugating different cultures, and how they mix together. That's always going to be tricky. But it's never going to be productive looking at it through a lens of race. That's the thing. It's just not productive. Hang on. What is that? Why would you give a shit what colour your child is? Would you want your... Why would you care? Do you realise that is mental? Why would you care what colour your child is? What if you adopted a brown, black, particularly white or Asian baby? Why would you give a shit? It's your child. even if it's genetically, like, even if it's a child you had with a woman, or if you adopted it, why would you care what it bloody looks like? It's your child. Wouldn't blacks... Well, if they're racist, yeah. I mean, I could see accidentally that it's what you'd be used to, and maybe if you weren't thinking about it, you'd be like, oh, well, from a sort of thing that just fits in. But if you're actually thinking about it, you'd be like, well, why would you really care? I mean, okay, if you're in a culture that's generally racist and you like don't want people to be racist to your child, so that's the concern. If you have a child that's if you had a child that was gay and you're in a particularly homophobic area, your concern, you would be like, oh, I would hope my child wasn't gay, not because I don't want my child to be gay. You would worry that because of the homophobic environment you're in, it will make it harder for your child. But that's not you wanting a straight child particularly. That's you having concern due to the reality of the homophobic environment. But that's why you would want your country or where you live to not be homophobic and not be racist, you know, because you'd want your child to be able to, if they to live their life how they want to live it, as long as they're not doing harm to anyone. Hang on, wanting your child to look like you is a normal human feeling. I wouldn't care. I would want my child to be critical. I would want my child to think in a critical way. I honestly would. I couldn't care if they looked like me. Why would they want to look like me? If anything, I'd want them to look way more sexy. I wouldn't want them to be burdened with my face. But yeah, no, if I was a parent, the thing that I would struggle with is if you had a child and they ended up being like a psychopath, or they ended up like being like some crazy fundamentalist. Well, it would be their choice. I mean, if it's your children, you don't choose, do you? That's the problem with having children, is that you end up unconditionally caring for them. That's why having children's terrible. Because you'll be like, oh shit, they're idiots, but I love them, so you know that's the problem. that's the problem, isn't it? That's the danger. No, you would still be like, you'd be like, oh, I'm sure they'll work out eventually, you know. Or maybe they wouldn't, but you would still have... The thing is, they could still be Tory or whatever, and as long as they could still be a nice person, though, that's what really matters. And, I mean, everyone's mistaken on lots of things, so... Yeah, no, psychopaths... Well, psychopaths are good for riding bikes on, aren't they?
Good job.
Psychopaths should be treated. Yeah, well, they should be. Yeah, they should. You should have the facilities and resources to make sure that they don't do damage to people. Yeah. I mean, you could just get them to do sim racing, to be honest. Salmo Finaldez, I don't think there's nothing wrong with wanting your child to look like you. Hang on, what do you mean? This only arises when talking about Europeans. Well, why is that strange? I mean, I don't even know what you're saying. You need to make a more precise argument, because you could infer like 5 different arguments from what you've just said. And I'm not even sure what you're inferring isn't necessarily even true, so. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing to have your. It's a structural thing, isn't it? It's not necessarily a bad thing to be like, oh. Well, no, actually, probably is a bad thing. Like, why would you? Honestly, why would you care if your children look like you or not? It doesn't make any sense. I can see why people would take that if they haven't thought about it. But why would it? Why would it actually matter if you're being genuinely? If you're just being. I've run out. They are prescription goggles. Like, so, I mean, good friends of mine have had children, like, adopted. Or, like, children through, what's it called? When, when someone else has the child. Also, even if you have a child naturally with a partner, the child might not look like you. Or your partner necessarily. It could look like one partner more than another. So like, it's just weird to latch on to visual appearance to such an extent. Hang on, for pride, why would you have pride for something that's absolutely nothing to do with anything that you've done yourself? Why would the visual appearance of your children represent any utility of legacy? And wouldn't that be negated if your children turned out to be mental? Like, were murderers? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, think about what you're saying. You're mixing up multiple things here. Your ancestors could have been arses, and you were probably an accident from 2 teenagers shagging, and there was no contraception. You're like forgetting where you've come from. Like, there'll be like cavemen that'll have gone, oh, woman, very attractive hairy woman. Oh, and the woman's gone, oh, I really don't know. Oh, well, she might have been a really strong woman. Oh, very attractive, strong man. Has mammoth tusk around neck. Must mate with strong man for security. And then that's where you come from. Like, there's just so much random shit to stuff. Like, people want to like put some like historical intention to things to build their own ego, and then like try and like attach themselves to it. Like, it'd be like me going, "Oh, I'm so proud of the British Empire. It's like I'm happy for people that have done good stuff. Well done. I don't care if they're British, Japanese, German, French, whatever. I don't care where they're from. Are people doing stuff with the knowledge that they have at that point in time? Are they trying to do the best possible thing that they could do, as opposed to something that's vindictive or evil? Are they trying to actually make something better? They might be failing, they might be mistaken, but are they actually genuinely trying? And, you know, if they are, I don't care where they're from. I don't care that Marie Curie wasn't British. I don't care that Einstein is was it German, Jewish German. I don't care. I don't care whoever comes up with like vaccines and stuff, whoever does like scientific research. I don't care. I don't care that Stephen Hawking was like into kinky nurse stuff. I don't care. It's like, oh, he's done some really interesting stuff on black holes. I don't care. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not proud of him. I'm not proud of it. I'm like, oh, that's great that they've done the right thing. Good. If someone's trying to do the right thing, I don't care. You shouldn't be proud of your culture. You should be like glad when any culture happens to do the right thing. And be aware. You have to be aware of where you're geographically located and the history and how that's led to your current situation and how your history might have done some positive things. Oh, Burbs, thank you very much. You know, they might have done some positive things. They might also have done lots of positive things and lots of negative things. But it's such a mixed bag. It's really weird to selectively have arbitrary pride. It doesn't make any sense. They're all dead anyway, so why are you having pride for people that are long dead? It's just really weird. It's such a weird framing. It's not virtue signalling. It's bloody. It's just what's it like? Stoicism. What part of it is? Oh, you're saying having pride is virtue signalling? Yeah, I think that's what you're saying. It's not nihilistic. It's just reality. It's just reality. Yeah, but you can't. I don't know how people can have. I'm as proud when I watch like a history documentary about Japan. I'm as proud for the Japanese people that made difficult decisions or did difficult things that were the right decisions to make. Basically, them being skeptical or critical or, you know, like actually being reasonable. I'm as proud about that as I am for what some Roman did or some Viking did or someone 2 generations ago did. That was like, it's just being aware of what it's just as I say, it's just sort of stoic pragmatism. Why this pride is good and important tool to keep integrity. Yeah, it only if the pride is for stuff that, as I say, like your. It depends how you define the word pride, to be honest. Irrational pride due to completely arbitrary things outside of your hands is not a good thing, because it means that people then have pride for stuff that's actually stuff that's not good. So, you know, they use it as a way to justify doing bad things, or to not accept other cultures and other people's things that are just as good. Well, hang on. Are we overrun by Islamists who want us all dead? Like, what? Are you mental? Like, it's just so tedious. Like, such a tedious view. It still lives in 2005. I know. I live in 1996. Hang on. I must have a No, I didn't say that you need to have a mixed race baby. What are you on about? Do you like? At no point did I say that you have to have a mixed race baby or adopt a certain race baby or anything like that. The point is you shouldn't care. So your baby could be white, black, or whatever, or you happen to get with whatever your race is. It just doesn't. The point is you shouldn't care. Like, why would it matter to you? I'm not said that you should. I'm saying it doesn't matter. That was even better than 90s. 90s, we all had techno music and everyone was on acid. It was great. Exactly, Jet Red. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's fundamentalists in many religions. You could definitely say certain components of some religions are going to be better or worse than others. You can definitely say that some religions censor stuff more. Like there'll be specific religions where if you talked against them, you might get sued, you might get assaulted. You know, so there is more dangerous fundamentalist elements of lots of different religions. And depends on the culture that you're in at that point in time, and you know there's lots of complexity to that. But you know there's also there's a lot of people trying to use they weaponizing other people's cultures as a way to justify their own bollocks. And it's not just one side doing that. There's people doing that in all different cultures. Hang on, Salma, it doesn't matter the race. Meanwhile, the whole media, where's how having white babies is perpetuating racism? Which whole media? which media are you watching that is saying that? Like, what are you consuming? I mean, maybe you should stop watching Fox News or something. Or I don't know what you're watching. I mean, I don't know what media you're consuming. I'm consuming driving simulators. So, you know, you're clearly not consuming enough of this channel because I'm not promoting that view. Also, you could hypothetically latch onto one bit of media to then go, oh, I'm going to frame a counter narrative to that bit of media that I've latched onto. What you need to do is you should actually do a study yourself. You should look into it and go, right, is there a propensity for the majority of media to be promoting these specific ideas, and then actually find out for yourself if there's a propensity for that, and also find out which parts of media are potentially doing that and what groups are they targeting. Because what you'll then probably find out is that actually there really isn't like a, you know, like I don't know if there is, it'll be like targeted in the same way that everything's targeted to monetize different groups or potentially virtue signal. But I'm not quite sure what you know. Why would it matter as well? Right, this is the other thing. Let's say all white coloured people, like over 3 generations, let's say there were no more white people. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care if the whole country, if the whole of the UK was black or Asian or Hispanic or whatever. Why does it matter? Like, as long as those people are operating in a humanitarian way and being critical. I mean, I would probably think, well, hang on, it's a bit weird that a single race has taken over everything. I'd probably go, hang on a minute. You'd probably think stuff would be a mixed melting pot of visual appearances. You'd probably think that would occur. So I'd probably ask that question. But in a sense, if it just happened accidentally, I wouldn't care. Like, I think people are insecure that they feel like, oh, if you happen to be the one white guy amongst a bunch of black guys, people are like, oh no, oh, they're all black. It's like, well, it doesn't matter. Oh, there's loads of Indians around me. Who cares? Like, why are you so insecure about your visual appearance? Who cares? Just embrace. Like, it's like if you're bold, just be bold. Who cares? Most people have hair. If anything, being the odd one out is like really like, it gets you more attention for being the odd one out. So, you know. Salmon Finland. Why does it matter if race disappears accidentally? Just be single and play video games in your basement. Exactly. No, I just I mean, no, I don't care. X-Stance, well then you can have a specific conversation on those specific cultural components. You can't have a conversation by lumping stuff into race. It's just not productive. Even if you have a homologous race, like, so let's say in Japan where it's very homologous, it doesn't make sense to approach any debate on Japanese culture from the perspective of visual race. And it doesn't make sense because visual race is not, well, first of all, it's not a race. It's just how someone visually looks. There's an accidental connection between the culture and how people visually look due to geographics. But there's no, like, their culture isn't an exhibit from their race. So it's not pragmatic to attach the race to that conversation. That's the point. It's just being pragmatic. It's purely like, if it did turn out that there was, like, I don't know, if it was absolutely the case that British people, that were white British people, categorically had to drink lots of tea because it was a genetic component, they have to drink tea, then you know, if that turned out, then you'd be like, oh, there is a definite race connection there, like because they genetically need to drink tea. So there will be components of culture, as I pointed out. Like, if you have darker skin, you're less likely to get sunburnt in certain scenarios, but black people still do get sunburnt and have to be careful. If you're white, if you've got white skin, you're more likely to get sunburnt. So you will have a culture where you go to a beach and everyone puts sun cream on. So you will have, that's not race though, that's just skin colour. So it's not semantic extremism. I'm just explaining, like, what's pragmatic. If you frame stuff within a racial context, it doesn't help. That's all. It doesn't help. What's the point? There's no utility to it. So don't do it. It's the world's Taliban muscle. I think every human should be seen as a human. Each human has different they'll have different physical appearances. They might have different things that they want to achieve. But you have to think of each human as a human. Like, you end up with, like, it's a grouping problem that humans always want to group things because it's mentally less taxing to group stuff. So it's like an obsession that people have. We do it with everything because it uses less calories. If you can categorize X as a group, you then don't have to think of all the individual components. You can just think of the group. So it's an efficient way of processing information. So that has its advantages for using calories in your brain, but ultimately you have to look at humans as individuals, and then you have to go, well, what are they actually doing on an individual level? And then if someone makes a specific argument, you have to look at that specific argument and then go, right, what parts of that argument are logically coherent? What facts or evidence back up that argument? Or is it just reasonable, or what's reasonable about it? So it's just not pragmatic to group people by race. I don't think it's... and also, well, it's not even race, is it? That's the problem. Grouping people by skin colour doesn't make sense. Unless you were talking about, as I say, like... It'd be like grouping people by diabetes or something, or by height, or, you know, for stuff that's directly pertinent. Hey, hang on. You don't disagree. You prefer your wife and children to be the same race and heritage. What do you even mean by the same heritage? Like, where are you from? So the problem with that is you're probably being very narrow-minded in terms of the time period that you're focusing on heritage, especially if you're European. Like, if you're British, you probably go back like 5 generations, and what heritage? we're all mongrels in the UK. We're all like an absolute. I think there's very few, statistically, very few. I mean, I don't know what you'd even class like. What were the people indigenous to the UK before Romans and Vikings? So the Scottish people, maybe, I don't know. The Guardian. Hang on. First of all, I don't like The Guardian, so I don't know why you're bringing that up. Because it's full of pretentious wank. So, first of all. Secondly, what was that you were saying about the... Oh, that's not, it's being filtered. Your comment's being filtered for some reason. I can't even see that comment. I saw it popped up on my chat and then disappeared. Hang on, it's proven that biologically mixed race is weaker because you breed out the ethnic advantages of either race developed over eons to suit their environments. What? Right. Right. First of all, you do realise that humans have largely moved past the basic environmental qualities that define why people look how they look in a certain area. Like, we live in houses, right? So we're not living with, like, the evolutionary changes that cause people to look yeah, but it's not theorized, it's bollocks. It wouldn't even apply now anyway, because people live in houses, and it takes like, what is it, like 200,000 years of like, it takes a lot of generations for like those sort of genetic like visual not genetic, the visual qualities to start being selected. And in a modern society, any society within the last like 2,000 years, people are living in houses and a whole bunch of stuff that would negate that anyway. Also, you would then make an argument from nature, and we're well beyond nature with all like our medical care and vaccines and all the stuff that would negate any of that anyway. Like, under that logic, let's just execute Stephen Hawkins because he's disabled. Nature would have just let someone like Stephen Hawkins die well before they finished writing all their studies, so just execute him. You know, because obviously he wouldn't survive. If you were to put Stephen Hawkins in front of a mammoth, wouldn't survive. So yeah, just execute him. It's just a waste of resources. Obviously. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. He's doing really good scientific research and has written loads of books and helped promote scientific education, and loads of positivity's come out of it. And so the actual, even with someone that's disabled to the point where they have to use an electronic chair to move around, they're able to contribute massively to society. It's almost as if the underlying genetics, even with someone with a severe illness, is not the most relevant part of a person. Oh, what is going on in people's heads? Guys, I'm suffering brain damage here right now. Right here. I would like to feed Stephen Hawkins to a manatee in like the Roman Colosseum. I think the entertainment from that would be... I mean, it'd be interesting to see what happens. Oh, dear. Yeah, anyway, if you just think of people as individuals, and if people stop trying to group stuff... But this is right, this is the thing. People try and group everything. It's like, even within sim racing, they're like, oh, you're a sim racer. And then they're like, oh, well, this person represents sim racing, or this person represents that. And it's like, no, they don't. Think of everything as individuals. And you get much closer to the truth of anything, and you don't shoehorn people into categories that are completely constructed categories. No, so Pelucan, you're mixing up. So your brother and his girlfriend are probably related. So that's yeah. If are you from which part of America do they live in? That's too easy. It's too easy. What is it? You need to be second cousins or whatever. Is it second cousins? Third cousins to make the statistic likelihood of there's a lot of genetic diseases. I think it's second cousins is the closest. So for those of you that are really into incest but you want to be safe, there you go. Great information. Well that's what they say, Pelucan. That sounds like they maybe they were actually twins, Siamese twins, and they were split very well and then put in different countries. There actually has been weird tales of twins that are split up and they're not told and then they meet up again. I don't know what Greta replacement is. What's this? What on earth? Look, why is it whenever I play iRacing, this is the kind of conversations that happen? I don't know what's going on. Oh dear. Why am I punished for being like a filthy socialist humanist? Why? I think life would be easier if you were born into being like a bit of a racist, and if you were not particularly critical, and if you like hated stuff, like then you could do a Russell Brand or like a Ben Shapiro, you know. Why? I'm a filthy liberal socialist, yeah. A bit of a Marxist. It's a constant struggle. Yeah, the worst part is you have to hate yourself, don't you? Self-hating Marxist. Hypocrite. Basically, you have to be a hypocrite. I'm the biggest hypocrite. But at least I'm honest about being a hypocrite. So that's something. I guess that makes it better. It probably doesn't actually make it better, does it? But I lie to myself. Oh, here we go. 45 minutes of
Daytona.
The pace car is out of
Fizz
control.
18. Thanks for following. Wow, it's all right, KHMP1. Everyone's friendly here. It's just chatting, so it don't really matter. I'm just happy that hopefully the French far right get pushed away. Hopefully the British far right get pushed away. You know, I think it is a relief. Like, it's pretty depressing. Like, I think subconsciously seeing that sort of stuff actually grates on me a lot more than I consciously want to recognise. Having watched like I don't know, far too much World War II stuff, far too much, you know, what happened in genocides in other countries in Africa and stuff, all through the 90s and all the shit. And so you obviously take, as a child, you take that in, and then you're like, oh well, at least the Nazis were defeated, and oh well, at least we're kind of, you know. And then you like see the same shit, and it like progressing. So you're like, you know. So I think, even though I think we're still in the shitter, at least what's happened politically in France is slightly optimistic. I'm not a good person. Look, I played driving sims. If I was an actual good person, I would be doing more direct stuff that was useful. I'm effectively entertaining elderly middle-class people that hate themselves. That is not a good thing. And also, like, I'm promoting consumerism, you know, bloody divide, like tied into motorsport, which is like one of the worst things ever created. It's very enjoyable, but it's still terrible. So I'm not a good person. You know.
Get ready, going green.
Oh, here we go. You ready for this? Oh, I missed the shift. I missed the shift. Oh well, doesn't matter.
Green flag, green flag.
Thanks for subscribing.
Car on your left, clear on the left.
There's a car in the wall. There's a car in the wall. I think X-Stance, I think what they're getting at is that if someone says something that's like a controversial idea or like seems logically a bit out there, you don't need the title or author, but you should be able to say, oh, this is like the general area where I got this information from, if that makes sense. But it's going to depend on, within the context of the conversation you're having, how different the information is to what the people you're having the conversation with will require you to then have more, like to actually present a source more. Like the less that other people agree with you, the more that you're going to need sources for stuff. But yeah, you can't, in a conversation, it's fine for someone to say, oh, I don't have a source to this, but I read it in something and I thought it was true. But then obviously the other person is fully right to then say, well, that this is why what you've said isn't reasonable, and then you'd have to go by the merits of what they're saying, if that makes sense, or the logic behind it. Ah, that was the title. Stupid capsule. the dummy's guide to National Socialism. It was in a book I read. It had a nice yellow cover. How to fit in at your local fascist meeting. Oh, that was the book. This is stupid.
You got a slow car on the left.
I don't know, Joe. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, there was something with that. Can't remember what it was. No, we don't have links because you get bots, so we have had to disable links. I like the Curb Your Enthusiasm where he buys the kid the sewing machine, and the kid's really excited for it, and then his mum doesn't realise how like camp their kid is. No! Thank you. Thought he was gonna show me the door. I mean, the thing is, I like, as a child, I don't remember it, but as a baby, my parents lived in Africa, so I'd have been surrounded by black kids. So, I don't know, maybe there's like a subconscious thing that if you're in an environment where you're the odd one out, maybe that helps. I did like, I lived in France when I was a teenager for like 6+ months, so I was used to being, you know, if you've done an exchange in another country, you're used to being like no one's speaking your language at all. So you get comfortable with that, like, and maybe people, so if you've never had that experience, and I noticed that actually with friends, like gay friends or friends that are much in the minority for a given area, they have that experience at a young age. They're probably, I'd imagine, going to be more comfortable with that as they're older, whereas people that are not exposed to that discomfort might be a lot harder for them to process, or they might require more thinking about it to, you know, for it to not bother them, maybe. Because I think people are innately tribalist. It's a evolutionary protection mechanism where you want to, like, people will want to group up with a group for the sake of that group offering them protection. So unfortunately, that means that people have to be really aware of that underlying tribalist nature and how that can be used and manipulated, and how it doesn't really work in modern society or a global society. You know, I mean, it's not that it's always going to be negative, but it's irrational and erratic. Yes. Also, there's different personality types. If someone happens to be more of a sort of contrarian, or doesn't have like an agreeable personality type, they're less likely to be comforted by that kind of grouping and have a suspicion of it. And I think that's a minority of people, though. I think most people, I think, tend towards the direction of agreeableness, even if it's a completely irrational agreeableness. I don't agree with anyone. Don't even agree with myself. Bloody hell. I think we can all agree that goggles are sexy, though.
They see you cut the cord. You'll have to slow down, give up the time go.
Where's the best place to serve this penalty?
The leader did up 37.488. You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 2.3 seconds.
iRacing, I honestly think, has the worst penalty system in all of sim racing. Why they haven't changed it, I don't know. Like, you have examples now with R-Factor 2, well, LMU, ACC, Race Room. Like, iRacing is in such a bubble of ignoring stuff that's actually good and demonstrated as good. It's like there's something to be said for doing your own thing and not immediately responding when someone else or some other business does something better. But you get to a point where if you've had like 5-6 years of other businesses doing something better, you go, right, how can we... They've done... First of all, you have to be able to go, right, they've done it better. And then you go, okay, how can we actually do it better than what they've done? Or as good as them? That should happen within 2 years. To be fair, like, the biggest business mistake I ever made was working on something. I saw another company did something similar, and I was like, fuck, burn it to the ground! I didn't need to do that, but oh well. Burn our own project to the ground. It's been done. It's been done. Destroy it. It's not original. Turns out that was a bit of an overreaction, I think. But oh well. You learn lessons.
Niels Housingveld. You are going to be defeated as a nation by the British football team. I hope you cry yourself to sleep with the thought. Holland will be bored to death by the British superior boring football play. No team on earth can sustain the degrees of boredom that the England team will inflict. Only England can pass the ball from the corner back to their goalkeeper for no reason.
No other team uses strategies such as the English squad. Oh, if England can win Euros, guys, with the worst play. Niels was like, sure, are there any pedals? This is his accent. Are there any pedals in the... Any pedals in the Euro, the football? No, Niels. There's no load cell pedals. Oh, so is I don't know why he sounds Israeli. I don't know what's going on there. Is there any spreadsheets? No, nobody's using spreadsheets this year. We've all moved to AI tools for that. I have no interest in football. I can't do Dutch. I need to listen to some more hard dance. I know they're fast boy 100%. So my theory on this with football is that the average skill level and training has got really good. So it makes it harder for explosive players to stand out. You know, so this happens with all sports, I think. When a sport is like a newer sport, or in the past, where there'd be different degrees of skill. But that car's upside down. You'd have different levels of skill, and so the people that were good would be a lot better than the people that were sort of alright, if that makes sense. So you'd end up with much more extreme qualities in play. So in something like football, someone like Zidane would really, really stand out. Whereas now, not that everyone's Zidane, but like the percentage difference between the best and the good players is much smaller. Exactly, there you go. So I think that happens with all sports. Over time, especially now with the degree that fitness is sort of scientifically understood, and the training, all of it, it's insane, the degree that they go into. Then I also think what's happened is within football, they've worked out that the way to defend against those types of attackers is a lot more regimented. They've sort of worked out a way to defend against that type of dynamic play more. And then also, now with like much higher quality offside rulings, defence can use offside a lot more strategically, and they don't have to be... In the past, the defence would have to be a lot more conservative with how they tried to play offside, because the referee would not notice, and so the other team would get goals even though they're offside. Whereas now, the defence can basically be assured that if the player's offside, it's offside. Like, it's going to get caught like 99.9% of the time, if not 100% of the time now. But so I think that's what's caused that, and then you've got all the diving and the degree of the erraticness of the refereeing. And then also because it's so hard to score a goal now in a traditional way, you're much more likely to score through corners or through free kicks and penalties and stuff. So players are then incentivized to try and get penalties more. So that whole aspect of it is, yeah, so I think football's actually got some really severe problems in that regard. But it's still really entertaining, I think. It's stupid. It's really dumb. It's really dumb. Football's absolutely moronic. It's much better than motorsport, though. Like, you can't deny it. Like, as a spectator, in a football game, anything can happen at any point in time, and that is generated by the players for the most part, right? Whereas in motorsport, it's kind of limited as to what can happen. It's a different activity, but I'm just saying from a pure tension perspective, maybe less so actually with some. It depends what, like IndyCar's not too bad, F2's not too bad, and some other motorsport's not too bad. Like, there have been some moments in endurance racing. I am not making that.
Slow down. You got a penalty. We're cutting the course.
It's better to just cut the track. I don't know if the X-Stance, I don't know if they've shifted away from skill. I think it's just skill combined with the training. I mean, as I said, when I was a teenager, I did go to. I did get to be in like a youth proper football club for a bit, and they were very much doing a lot of, like, focused on training. Also, I think the analysis side of it massively changed in that from the 90s onwards. The degree to which plays and strategy and things were analysed really changed compared to prior to the 90s. Oh, apparently we're in 5th place here. It isn't too bad. But I don't. We're not actually in 5th, are we? I'm confused. Confused.com. We've got a pit still. Alright, let's make sure we put auto fuel on. Seems like a lot of people are crashing themselves in the LMP2.
The leader is running 37.487. Left side. Still there. Clear.
Where are you getting that from, Extance? I mean, I'm pretty sure they go through the same. Like, you do both, wouldn't you? Like, you why would you not train base technique? Like, that's, I don't know, any time I'd ever done sport, because they're not in conflict with each other. So like, even if you wanted to be an esports sim racer, you would spend some optimal amount of time practicing raw driving and pace and everything, you know, raw technique of driving, probably limit it to like 3 hours, 4 hours a day maximum, so it's focused training technique. And then if you, but then you'd also have a separate fitness where you focus on muscle groups and diet and or like speed and or like, you know, working on fitness that pertains to the specific sport that you're doing. So they both go together. It's not like you suddenly drop one. You don't exchange one thing for the other thing. Niels, any idea the 6K? Oh yeah, when iRacing gets a new tyre model that allows you to actually drive cars like cars, then I'm going to go. I might even go for 7K. I just realised that in order to get 6K or even 7K, it's going to require a lot of hot lapping, which I can't enjoy unless there's combined slip. So as soon as they have the time on, well, supposedly the next update might start introducing it. But if they make it so that it doesn't need like better force feedback or anything, or even better netcode, but as soon as they've got like natural tyres that are on sort of R Factor 1 level, then that'll be good enough for me to be bothered to do the amount of hot lapping it will take me to be up to pace. Because the fundamental thing is, I don't enjoy hot lapping in a sim that doesn't allow you to balance slip. It's just not fun. Yeah, they've been working on it for like 2 years. They took in a bunch of R Factor developers. I think basically what happened was they really got absolutely slaughtered during COVID. I mean, obviously you know this as well, like. Behind the scenes, people in motorsport that have driven real cars are not exactly the most positive about iRacing. So iRacing obviously know that, and so they're obviously trying to do what they can. I imagine that iRacing's probably had staff that's probably wanted to move on as well. What's going to happen in 20 years of driving? I know, it's weird fast. Yeah, I wonder what... I always say this. I I do wonder how players respond. Like ACC players didn't really like the changes ACC made, even though I think they were slightly better. It would be a miracle. It'll be written in scripture, Niels. It'll be up there with like it'll be they'll be like, oh, do you remember that time Jesus turned water into wine? Ah, yeah, I remember that. Do you remember that time where iRacing made its tyres drive like real car tyres? Ah, blessed be the days. Yes. Moses splitting the tyre seat, yeah. What a time to be alive. Downside is, if they make the tyres realistic, you'll have to balance the cars, which will mean that when I'm tired, I won't be... It will actually require a lot more mental effort to play iRacing. So, like, the nice thing with iRacing, for me, as it is right now, is if I haven't slept well, I'm not feeling 100%, I can kind of just zone out and just drive it without really thinking. As long as I'm not, like, you know, I'm just sliding along under the limit. You wouldn't bet on it. Look, Niels, the far right has been somewhat suppressed in France. The UK government, after 14 years of Tory rule, has been... oh, I need to pit.
Podium is looking good.
No, it's not looking good. We're not pitted yet. UK government has been replaced with someone that's with people that aren't outright evil. So if anything, positives come in threes. It's either going to be AC Evo's going to be passable or iRacing's tyre model. Yeah, the far right is coming. But look, let me pretend that they've been subdued. Let me live in happy ignorance, Skyworld, for a brief period of time. Let me lie to myself and pretend that the British government's going to address wealth inequality, and the French government will as well, and that they won't just completely fall apart and hand it to the fascists. I don't think Starmer's iffy on trans people. I think what it is that there's a load of trans people have been turned into, well, the idea conceptually of trans people has been turned into a weapon to distract people from other issues, and so Starmer doesn't want to be bogged down in like that conversation. So he has to, like any politician would have to publicly approach it how they've approached it to basically not get bogged down in that singular conversation. It's basically like a trap, which is unfortunate because trans people have so much shit thrown on them, and you know, vast majority of trans people will just be nice people trying to live their lives. So, you know, we talked about this before.
Okay, go.
Vast majority of any people are nice people trying to live their lives, and then you have Machiavellian knobheads, and whatever the female equivalent of a knobhead is, trying to exploit issues for their own gain. So you saw this with for gay people in the past. You know, it's ultimately, as I always say repeatedly, if wealth inequality and fundamental policies done to address that actually makes quality of life better for everybody. So if stuff's like approached from a humanist point of view rather than a single grouping, it actually makes more sense as a way of approaching things. You can tell that the trans stuff is, the conversations in media are so disingenuous, from who they put on panels, and then also they always focus on male to female transition, and it's like, hang on, if you're being fair, why would you not equally focus on female to male transition or whatever? Like, it's so obviously a manipulated topic. And then whenever they have those panels, they always get some like unhinged person generally to represent. If they do it for like environmental issues or anything. When you've got like far right people who are using stuff to just try and disingenuously take advantage of people and hide real issues, they'll always get like the most unhinged environmentalist to represent environmental policy. They don't get like some normal scientist that's just going to say like the established science clearly and present like a you know, just the evidence, and they'll always get some like full on absolutely insane dedicated tree hugger. This is a nice cruise so far. It's such a weird race of no racing.
The leader is running 37.271. Faster traffic approaching. Car right. Stay on the left. Clear.
Yeah, well, so that's the thing is, you have to go. A lot of the time, the question should be what issues are people focusing on, not whether or not if they might be right or wrong on the specific issues that they're raising. They might actually have good points on them. So there'll be stuff that even Piers Morgan, who's a bit of an arse. There'll be stuff that he's totally correct on. Same with Ben Shapiro and whatever. There'll be lots of things they're totally correct on. But you would be like, well, why are you focusing on these specific issues and not these other issues? Like, which, on the hierarchy of what actually matters for day-to-day life, what are you focusing on, and why are you focusing on this single component of the issue as well? You're 2 seconds off the pace. Well, if this had realistic physics, I'd be winning the race. So you know, don't blame my pace. My counter argument is that iRacing's got a ranked system, and it should have enough people in it that even whilst being 2 seconds off the pace, we're still having a race with people. So that's not a good excuse for iRacing. Whoa! Hello. Nice drift. Oh, here we go. We got a race now. There we go. Hello, Novotny. Oh, that was LMP2. I thought that was I know it is LMG. I can never tell. I don't even know what's what. I think sim racing should be made illegal because it's a distraction. It's a distraction from what matters in life. I know that was an LMDH. Look at him go. I'm so like. Yeah, it was an LMDH, you knoblet. They're cheating. They've got faster cars. Imagine being, imagine having skills for like being able to drive cars in combined slip. But imagine not being able to use them because the video game doesn't support it. But then imagine that user base all thinking that, their game actually was an accurate reflection and didn't have those problems. And then imagine that being the most popular thing. And them being completely in denial and also backed up by people that are profiteering off that very video game, adding credence to it. Imagine that. That'd be a bit of a weird scenario, wouldn't it? This is a nice cruise, this. I'm just here for the hot ladies. Look at them all. Look at those grandstands full of hot ladies. Every single one of them a DD girl. They've all come out for me. The whole grandstand. Incredible how many people we draw to a racetrack.
Great job. You did really well.
Niels, if they banned sim racing, iRacing would still exist as it's removed from being one, surely. Okay. Is that quote going on the pedals? is that on the boxes? So stupid. That went alright. As far as boat racing goes, that was okay. Let's have a look at the results. For some reason, Daytona is like, as a track to just drive around in circles, not really trying particularly hard. It's got like a nice sort of fall asleep flow to it. Should we do another Porsche Cup Pump Fest? I think we should. I think we just had two races without any contacts. Miracle. So that is the Porsche one. Oh, we're redeeming our safety rating here. That was the Porsche. Oh, we gained I rating as well in the Porsche Cup. That's a first. Why is this not showing the results? Jinxed. Ah, 2 point. Yeah, we're getting back. We're redeeming our safety rating. What a recovery. Ah, we were only on 2,000 I rating on the road. What's our formula is on 2,300. I think when I'm not like trying, if I'm just driving normally, like just sort of load up and just turning laps, I think on the tin tops we're kind of like 2,500, and then formula cars were probably like 3,000. Niels, you hope the tyre model thing happens, then only netcode moderation or something. Yeah. Yeah. So the three things that I've been saying for like 20 years. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I would really like it because I like the structure of iRacing. I like how it sounds. I like it doesn't make me motion sick. The camera setting's really good. That's like a really big problem for me with a lot of sims.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal.
Voice chat's hilarious.
So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT
Hello, Mav.
mods. It's really good.
Fastboy, Automobilista 1 with well done cars. R Factor 1 G Motor does a good job of it. It's not as good as AC, I don't think, but it's more than good enough. Like it doesn't need to be insane, you know. But yeah, what I'm really interested in seeing, I was thinking of making a video about pointing out really clearly iRacing's physics issues, because I've never really put it in a video. I just let loose on live streams. But with videos I tend to only, if I'm making a video, I'm only generally tend to just be positive about everything, or it's just a discussion. But I'm tempted to put out a video really explicitly pointing out iRacing's flawed tyre model, and then also laying down my chips to see what the cognitive dissonance will be for when they actually finally do fix the tyre model. Because I'm really interested to see how that cognitive dissonance exhibits itself, because they're going to have to admit that it was massively flawed before. If they actually make iRacing's tyre model drive like car tyres, it's going to have to be very different. Like, the cars will have to do combined slip properly, counter steer will have to work properly, they can't overheat, the grip will have to return quicker. You know, there's a whole load of stuff that you just, this really basic car handling that AC1 nailed, Automobilista 1 has pretty much got right. R Factor 2, like, it might be too slidey or whatever, but generally speaking, it's been sold for like 10-15 years. But iRacers, genuinely, a lot of them know, real drivers that play iRacing think it's like iRacing's mental, but they just get used to it. A lot of esports drivers, they know it's mental, but they're just getting good at it, and so hardcore iRacers kind of just accept it. But then there's like a sort of 60%, I would say, of iRacers that they genuinely think it's fine, and they just think it's them that can't drive. They don't realise the sim's got really weird issues. So I'm really interested to see how they deal with the change. Like, will they accept it because iRacing's told them it's now more realistic? Will they then accept that how it was in the past was by definition had to be totally broken? Or will they just go, oh well, yeah, no, but they've just improved it now? Which then would that mean that they then would have to agree that AC and AMS1 were already actually way ahead of iRacing? So I kind of want to get my chips down there so that when this situation arises, we can see how that cognitive dissonance pans out between the sort of fanboys of the game. I mean, nobody in real life actually cares about this stuff, but for my mental health, it'll be quite interesting. And I just want to be able to say, I told you so. I mean, of no benefit to myself, really. There's no benefit to being right, really. If you're right and you tell people they're wrong, it makes you look like an arse, unless you lavish it in shit sandwich or humour or like faux humility. If you're right, it always looks bad if you're honest. So there's no positive that comes out of this. But, and the thing is, it doesn't really matter if they make it good. If they make it actually drive like cars, then it'll be fun to play, and so that's all that really matters from a personal level. It'll be more fun to play. But it'll be interesting. I'm just thinking it'll be really interesting how it pans out. Same with Assetto Corsa Evo. If that has detailed force feedback again for the limit, how, and if it doesn't have the input delay and weird stuff that ACC has, how ACC players respond to that. I imagine they will all just get on board with AC Evo because it's the next new thing. So that'll be interesting to see. It's weird with Sims. In fact, yeah. So the thing is, the reality with sim development or game development is a lot of it is out of everyone's control. You know, it's just so technical, and you've got so little time. The actual end resulting product is going to be the best that you can do within whatever happened. So, and then you have to not, you know, you're always going to have to be positive about it because of capitalism. Because you don't want to lose money for your business, do you? So you're never going to be really harsh about it. But yeah, so obviously developers are always trying to do the best they can do within the remit of what they've got. But it's so variable. It's so hard. Like, there's so, for a simulator especially, like the example we always go to is like with Counter-Strike 2. Like they copied the code, the movement, everything from one engine to the next engine, and the new engine, Source 2, I think it's called, is it Source 2? Whatever CS2 engine uses, is built on the previous engine. It does have some new animation, it does underlying operates differently, it's a different engine, but even in that scenario, even with the developers working with the best players in the world at that game, that's a 12-year-old game, well, it's a 25-year-old game, I think. The CS2 plays enough different than CS:GO, and it's so similar. So that's with the developer trying as hard as possible to just copy not even innovate really on the fundamentals, just copy the fundamentals. So you can imagine how hard it is for a driving simulator to just innovate on something or not be affected by engines and underlying tech. Niels, are you still there? Actually, I had a question for you about physics. You might have a reasonable answer for it. Fastboy, CS:GO's crisp, CS2's kind of sluggy. Well, sadly, I'm still here.
Your punishment is to still be here.
So, you know when a car starts sliding, say the front of the car slides out, like the front tyres lose grip first. They then pull the rear tyres with them. Like the whole car tends to want to move as a whole. Now, is that largely a function of like the inertia of the fact that the car's just a whole object? It's a single object, and so inertia wants to pull the whole car in a single direction. Like it doesn't want to. It wants to go in. It wants to maintain conservation. You know what I'm saying? I didn't sleep well. The whole thing wants to keep going in the direction it's going. Conservation of momentum. Is that what is making the car stable fundamentally in a slide, or is it a separate thing to do with if the front of a car starts sliding, the car itself wants to sort of balance it out, like the forces between the tyres basically balance themselves out, if that makes sense. Like the nature of all four tyres, they sort of average each other because of the underlying tyre physics. It's just like that F1 trained monkey question. because I don't fully understand why in driving simulators. You sound like you don't talking. It's so the thing. In real life, cars tend to slide in a rather stable way. Like, as a whole, they tend to actually want to drift. They want to crab walk. They tend to move as a whole unit. They tend to be quite stable. Even a skateboard tends to be quite stable. If you're on a skateboard and you suddenly turn, it wants to continue. Like, conservation of momentum. All 4 skates will slide. It's actually quite balanced. It wants to be a cohesive thing. It doesn't want to spin round or do weird shit. Like, obviously a car has like differentials and all this other shit and loading the suspension and, you know, God knows what going on. But the weird thing is, in real life, things tend to go towards stability with vehicles. Obviously wheel geometry as well is going to affect it, caster, all these things. But like, stuff tends to be surprisingly stable in reality. Same with aircraft, with how they stall and everything. Generally, it tends to be quite stable. Obviously, that's because the stability is designed into it generally. But like, it's weird that breaks down in simulators. You would have thought if you put the same variables in, and you've got a basic physics engine, the same result would tend to happen. But it's a problem with sims. They don't seem to that's not how they seem to operate. There's a thing with tyres that when you get some wheel slip out of a turn, the grip will come back as you start to go sideways. Is that to do with the contact patch getting larger when you get more slip due to the flex of the tyre? So maybe, yeah, I don't, it's just weird. It's just weird. Anyway, the thing would be is it could be that there's just a specific combined slip physics. Okay. There's clearly a specific thing that's missing, and that maybe once that's solved, then well, all sims will be fine. Losing game grip as it goes sideways. Well, it kind of tyres like sort of oscillate and do weird shit and snag at the road and. But would you say, Niels, that the stability of a car is due to a lot of underlying complex physics, or do you think it could actually be represented in a very simplified way that would produce the desirable end result without some like crazy interaction and massive complexity going on? I mean, I don't know a good way of asking the question. It may be like, how much of the stability through a corner with like for drifting and holding slides and slip, how much of the stability is a result of the tyre model versus the other components of the car physics? Would you say, if you were to, I mean, maybe you can't put you can't say that, I don't know.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
I feel like it's all from the tyres, because I think iRacing actually has really good vehicle sort of dynamics, like diff behaviour and suspension, and I don't know how well the setups actually affect the handling in terms of how much that applies to real life, but I feel like if you kept every other aspect of iRacing's physics, but replaced the tyre model alone, I feel like that would be fine. Like you would end up with something great. That'd be a fun Unity project, actually, to see. A fun physics project to see how realistic of a car, superficially, you can produce with as simple model as possible. Like, even if the car was a single object, like not even like it was a single tire, effectively. Like, what is the absolute best, the most convincing physics for as simple as possible as a project? I mean, we all know that World Rally Championship nailed physics, and we never need anything better than that. And that's just a Sprite. It's such a good game, so good. Yeah, I think Mario Kart is a single tire. Well, certainly the SNES, but like even the newer ones. Okay, Mr. Muscle, you are right. Why don't you start talking that some of the simulators who has better physics than iRacing just steal things which make everything so popular and implement into their game and give it a year? What? I don't really understand what you're saying. So, I mean, I've been saying for years that other games need to have ranking built into them. I say it's a fundamental. If a game is a skill-based game and it's a difficult skill, so like if it's Counter-Strike, Rocket League, whatever, you need built-in ranking. So yeah, I mean, I was one of the really early people saying that was really surprised that ACC didn't have built-in ranking, but I'd say the only thing keeping LMU alive at the moment is the fact that you can load the game up and it puts you into ranked splits. So, but the reason why developers don't do an iRacing-like service is because their development culture is often one of doing not doing a game as a service. When iRacing started, they had investment, a large amount of investment money. They already had the NASCAR game, and then they had the investor structure, and and then it was also within the culture of games like World of Warcraft and some other titles. So within that culture at that point in time, it was possible to pitch to an investor, look how much money World of Warcraft's make, look how much money Club Penguin's making, look how much money these things are making. We believe that there's an opportunity to take this driving software that already works to a basic level and do an online structure for it, and there'll be a market for it. And so investors will go, oh yeah, at that point in time especially, they would be seeing, oh, World of Warcraft's made billions, okay. Whereas later on, the culture for what investors will throw money at has changed. So now you'd have to be like, we've got AI tools in our game, and investors would be like, AI, you have some money. So you really have to sort of understand things from a greater business context to understand why certain games have certain features or how things get made and in what way. So I definitely think if Kunos with Assetto Corsa had put imagine if AC1 had an LMU style split base ranking system, or imagine if Race Room had a split base simple ranking system when you load the game up and it's in your face. I think they would have, Kunos would have made or been able to keep making even more money out of it. They sort of, it was kind of weird that iRacing was the only sim that really did that. But you have to think that sim developers are in their own cultural bubble to other video games as well.
Green flag, green flag.
It's kind of weird how all these things operate.
Right side. Stay on the left. Clear. Car right. 2-1.
Oh my god, the locking up on this car is utterly absurd.
Right side. Clear. There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead.
The most absurd locking in the history of motorsport. Just, the nature of that lockup is insane. Cold tyres, guys, cold tyres.
Car right. Stay on the left.
We're lucky we didn't hit anyone. No force feedback. Hang on, the majority of people love it and everything is so cool about the game. They're earning money. Why should they change things from a business perspective? They shouldn't. Exactly, you're right. iRacing don't need to change it because you can use marketing and you can use the popularity of the thing that you've got to obfuscate the lack of realism. For sure. So I agree. I think there's a really good business case that iRacing shouldn't change their underlying game. It's a really big risk. I was actually thinking of making a video about this. So I think it's quite an interesting angle to look at it. It's like why iRacing? Why it's risky for iRacing to actually make their physics realistic? And this is actually it's a common problem with a lot of games. Maybe not with realism, but with let's say you change the core mechanics of your video game. You can make your core mechanics of your video game objectively better. Like the gameplay could be better, maybe logically or like hypothetically or by general principles of game design. You could improve things. However, if you have a player base that's learnt how to play the game that you've made for a long period of time, that's very dangerous because those are dedicated players that don't want to relearn how to play your video game. So it is actually really, really, really risky for iRacing to make their tyres realistic because people, ironically, this is what bites you in your ass if you lie. They're trapped by their own lie and marketing. But fortunately, a lot of people aren't particularly critical, and fortunately, a lot of people just change their view on a whim based off an authority telling them. So, fortunately for iRacing, if they get a few real race drivers, if they get a few real race drivers to say, oh, it's a massive improvement, a few influencers, and they explain why with some 3D models and some data that people don't understand. A lot of people go, oh yeah, no, that's such an improvement, that's really good, they really care about making the game better. So that's the sort of politic component of game development and simulators.
Clear. Left side. Still there. Clear.
Where's he going? This is war! Porsche war! Tank battles.
Car right. Clear. Right side. Still there. Clear.
He's got a nice livery. Well, ironically, Ryan, the reason I'm playing iRacing right now is because I didn't sleep well last night, and iRacing's got really sluggish and slow vehicles in terms of where the other car's going to move and what's happening. And once you've spent enough time playing iRacing, it's actually very predictable what's going to happen, and really doesn't require you to be on your toes particularly. It's more just a sort of rote memorization thing. Obviously, at a high level, like if you're playing in the top, you know, if you're really trying to be absolutely perfect and get, you know, that's another thing. But like within like the top sort of 2 splits, generally speaking, whilst mostly playing iRacing, it's not taxing to the degree that some other sims are, like AC and LMU are mentally taxing, constantly doing little adjustments on the wheel, and the vehicles responding quicker to input and the grip coming back quicker means that the other vehicles and everything, people are moving around more. so it's more, once you've learnt the limitations of what you can and can't do in iRacing, it's a lot easier to zone out and play it to a level that's all right to watch as a live stream. Whereas playing at that level that's, I'm in a race and I'm kind of driving in the top 15 or so, to play at that level in LMU and AC is tiring. Like 5 hours of that, I'm knackered after a Assetto Corsa live streams. I could play iRacing for 13 hours. And it's like, you know, everything's so drawn out in it. The pedal input, the braking, all because the tyres have really drawn out slip on them. So iRacing is, weirdly, I should really thank them. It's a much easier sim to play in live stream once you've memorised it. That initial part of memorising though is a bloody nightmare. I don't know, Axel. Alex, sorry. Yeah, it's not intuitive, but it's just drawn out. It's like driving a bobsled or something. You're actually, in iRacing, you're actively punished for driving on top of the car. You have to like, everything's done before the corner. Like, that's how you should drive in all sims, but the degree to which that's the case in iRacing is on another level. I don't think they will, Luke. I was talking to Aris about this, but obviously he doesn't work at Kunos anymore. And I was saying how I think voice chat's actually really good, and then the impression I got from him is that he generally didn't like it, but also I don't think Kunos particularly like it. I think it's awesome as long as you can mute it. But for streamers and stuff, I think voice chat's fantastic. I can understand from a perspective of a developer, they can feel a burden to moderate it. But then, you know, you have voice chat in Counter-Strike and things, so, or you used to at least. He's absolutely bamboozled everybody with that. iRacing is. It's not the most exciting to stream. Well, I can focus more on the chat, and we can have debates about racism and things. And we can, you know, I actually think iRacing is a more entertaining sim for viewers. Well, bloody hell, just for a whole multitude of reasons. From my, as I say, like, if I find AC very taxing to drive, so I genuinely, when we stream AC, I'm like, my brain is cooked after just 6 hours. Feels like I've done a 10-hour iRacing live stream. Same with LMU as well, actually. Oh, that track cut is such a ridiculous. It's like totally the line. Yeah, well, I don't know. Kunos is so weird. I really think they'll probably be stupid enough to like depend on something like Low Fuel Motorsports, and then they will claim it's like they will go, oh, we're really happy that we've decided to partner with Low Fuel Motorsports as a way for them to not actually do what they should be doing. I'm sure they'll frame it like that as well, when really it's terrible. They should have like LMU style ranking should really be the default. Load up the game, multiplayer, there's an hourly race. That should be the absolute default for any realistic or somewhat realistic sim.
Stay on the right. Clear on the left. Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
No, I know, exactly. Because how are you supposed to do outright? Even an unrealistic simulator is difficult to drive right, and the quality to have a good quality. What are they doing? What physics? Fucking stupid simulator. So that's the problem with iRacing. Car behind goes fractionally too deep. Netcode goes to shit. I catch my car, but the tyres are cooked, so we then lose 15 places. That's the problem with iRacing. Like, that whole incident is due to bad, like, iRacing shit design. That's why as soon as there's anything vaguely outside of driving by yourself within the confines, iRacing completely falls apart. How insane is that? No, that guy, that was iRacing. I'll tell you why. That guy on the inside probably just locked up fractionally or slightly tapped us, and that causes your tyres to go over the limit in a way that's completely uncatchable or that you can do anything with. And then when I tried to go again, the tyres were still overheated, so we couldn't just get back onto it. He probably didn't even hit me that hard. It was probably a netcode contact. Yeah, I think it was pretty slight, because if it was genuinely a hard hit, my car should have like a fair bit of damage to it. I think it was a really light. I don't think he hit us hard at all. I think he just tapped us on the inside going through the corner. Very mildly. It looked like a big contact due to how the cars react in a weird way. But iRacers will be conditioned to blame that on the other driver rather than the simulator. It's really weird. Right. Oh man. How am I on 9x? I've not done anything wrong in this race. Well, we can have a look. We can have a look from the replay. Got a lot of laps, so you should be able to catch back up here with these people. I know, Alex, yeah. The contacts in iRacing are insane. I think a lot of iRacers haven't ever really played AC a lot, or rFactor 2, or Race Room, so they don't realise how unforgiving contacts are in iRacing, and also they're watching the replay from the server's perspective rather than the client's perspective, so they don't know how much smoothing there is, so they don't realise. Because I obviously play a lot with people who then send me video files of what happened from their perspective, you can see how disconnected the actual car positions are from each other due to how much smoothing iRacing applies. And the smooth is actually a good idea. It's it does make sense to smooth different netcode, but then you have to make the contacts less severe. We're catching. We're coming back. Well, even in rFactor 2 or many sims, it can often feel like the other driver was absolutely ploughing you when really they weren't. A lot of incidents can feel like intentional when they weren't actually intentional. Of course, when I crash into people, it's always intentional. Yeah, no, so the smoothing is totally fine. But when you have a lot of smoothing, you know that there's going to be a difference between the client and the server and other clients. And so there'll be a mismatch with the car's movement and positioning and the potential for ghost contacts, which is what you see in iRacing as well. So the developer then has to make sure that when there are car contacts, or when a client thinks there's a contact or a server thinks there's a contact, that it doesn't impart as much force in the contact that it would suggest. So that's why damage and contacts have to be reduced, but for some reason in iRacing they don't do that, or they don't seem to do that. If they do, they don't do it enough. And a really good example of play iRacing against AI and see how good the car contacts are and how it fundamentally behaves differently from contacts. It's basically as if they're acting as if online was a LAN scenario in terms of how they apply damage from contacts and things. Well, it seems that way at least. Whatever they've done doesn't work, but oh well. Five-second gap, the bloody gaggle. I don't know why it considers the bit of fake, the fake grass as off track. We've been doing IMSA. It's good fun. We've been doing the LMP2. .5, we are catching it. It's because I'm using House in Vale pedals, Obviously makes me better. All the gear and no idea. All the gear in a pint of beer. How would you solve this? You don't. You have the smoothing, and you can't solve it because of physics. So you can't solve it, so you have to do the best that you can do, which is knowing that there's a range of possible positions that they'll be in, and knowing the limitations of your prediction. You then have to go, okay, there will be situations where cars will move quickly or change direction, and the server won't have that information, and so there'll be a contact, and so we need to make sure that those contacts don't cause worse situations by making sure that when there is a contact, the force that's implied from one car to another car is reduced. And then you could probably be even more clever with it, and you could go, well, if the higher someone's ping is, the more we apply this reduction and do it dynamically. There's a whole bunch of stuff that could be done. But just being like, well, we'll assume that it's all fine. You know. The advantage that Sims have over FPS games is that most of the movement, a lot of the movement is very predictable and very consistent, and the relative speed between the cars, which is the pertinent thing, is actually quite low. So the speed relative to the road surface is high, but the cars are not really moving more than 15 miles an hour different to each other, unless someone's like wrecked and spinning. But you know what I mean? Like if you're in a close group of cars racing, the actual relative speed of the cars should generally be pretty similar. It's only when you move left and right, and then you'll have that initial delay. Well, I don't know what you're saying. You could cheat by having a lag switch. Are you trying to make a counter argument? Like, it's not how conversation works. You can cheat in the current solution by having a Wi-Fi router or by lagging more. So what you do is you then go, oh yeah, that's actually a silly thing to say. I honestly.
Car stop on the right.
I think in conversation, what people should try and do is, before saying something, work out what argument you're actually making first. So if someone presents something, formulate a counter argument in your head, and then go, oh, this is my counter argument. Does that make sense? So and no, it's not alpha. It's absolutely horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. Like, it's masked by the fact that people blame themselves rather than the simulator because it's so smooth. It looks more like it's a human issue than the sim. And you could just go and play a different simulator to see how much better that they behave in that regard. And that would not be a counter argument to improving something anyway. So again, before you say something, formulate a counter argument first. So, are you arguing that it should be left exactly the same? Well, then don't bother saying anything at all, because you'll just accept anything.
Mind the gap.
Mind the gap. Let's go. Oh dear. If gap cars are genius way. That's how I always drive myself. It's the only way to drive. Gaps were made for cars. All the best drivers stick the car straight in. I do. It's the. In fact, you could actually program highly realistic AI by putting the function if gap car, and then your AI in your driving game would be the most realistic for multiplayer. No one would notice. They'd be like, "Oh, it's a typical online racer." It's. Oh, I'm going to hold the inside. Let's see if we get punted. Oh my goodness. Oh, the tyres on this are insane. I'm on a slightly different line. So the tyres are close to the limit 'cause I'm doing a tighter turn. But you go fractionally over it, and then the car's stuck in this crazy rotation there. It's mental. That's insane. And then because I haven't pre-rehearsed that line to know that I need to specifically slow down, it's all because you can't counter steer and hold combined slip. I think you're a genius. You built your channel towards drama, basically Android. No, my channel's not built on drama. My channel's built on humour and being honest. And then the people that say that I'm doing stuff for drama are people that can't deal with basic criticism or critical thinking about stuff. So they then go, oh, it's drama, and it's like, no, you can watch through my videos, you can watch through my content on my channel. It's humour, predominantly humour, and the drama arises only when fanboys of AMS2, ACC, iRacing, or whatever will never back down from the most obvious issues that their video games suffer from, and then they just get upset. And because I'm an idiot and bother like being honest and continue, and I will say, no, ACC doesn't have dynamic range force feedback. No, it's not my wheels. No, I do know what I'm talking about. Like, most people just don't bother having that conversation at all. So chronic depression. I always see this as bacon, lettuce and tomato. You said sim racing is easy for network engineers. No, I didn't. I didn't say that. And I didn't say that at all. I said, if anything, it has a specific component to it. At no point did I say sim racing is easy for network engineers. Like, yeah, if you straw man what I'm saying, what on earth? Not a single point did I say sim racing is easy for network engineers. I've never used the term network engineers. What are you on about? Like, so not only are you inventing random counter arguments which are not even like an argument, you're just contrarian to whatever's being said, you're now inventing my point, which was purely the solution. If you have a lot of smoothing due to the realities of the internet, the solution is that you can't have the same amount of contact or damage. I specifically was referring to the aspect of snappiness of like. So in Counter-Strike, you have the difficulty of the prediction component for who does a headshot first or who got the kill first, and you can't interpolate that. Well, you can interpolate it, but it gets to a point where you can't get around the absolute realities of ping. You can't smooth over it because there's a binary interaction there. There's a fundamental who got the headshot first. Obviously, Valve have tried to like mitigate that by taking a ledger and then applying the death or the result as soon as possible after that ledger has been confirmed by the server. But you're absolutely just conflating different things to strawman what I'm saying. So the point with a driving simulator is that the general movement of the cars can actually use quite a lot of predictive algorithms and can use quite a lot of smoothing. If you use a lot of smoothing, which is a good thing to do, and I think iRacing smoothing, I think the visual representation of smoothing is actually really well done in iRacing. I understand why they've done it. But if you do that, you then have to account for the fact that when there's two cars moving together or one car moving right and one moving left and there's a desync between each client and the server, they will contact each other harder than each client is actually contacting each other. Or they will one client will contact another car when in fact from this client's perspective they've moved away and they haven't actually hit them. And so the developer knows that, and the only way to solve that problem is by reducing how much force, if a server thinks there was a contact, how much force is applied from the contacts. That's the only solution, because you're going to have contacts that didn't happen. That is precisely what rFactor 2 does, what Race Room does. It does the contacts of the cars online don't apply the like literal real world equivalent force of the contact. So I don't know what you're arguing against. I'm presenting one possible thing that would mitigate a large number of the problems that you see with iRacing's online due to its smoothing. So you can present another possible solution, but the argument that it's fine how it is well, okay, you're happy with it, but that's fine. That's just a non-conversation. Oh dear, why? I don't know why this is a troublesome for people. Yeah, I don't think that guy hit us hard. I think he just tapped us. To be honest, I think he probably locked up a little bit and tapped us. Maybe he did completely plough us. It didn't feel like it though. I tend to err on the side of drivers accidentally doing stuff, and because it can often, from your perspective in the car, it can seem really bad. And then when you look at the replays, which obviously I spend a lot of time looking at replays, you're then like, oh, actually, so many accidents, you're totally understandable. You'd be like, well, I could have totally done that myself 100 times over. Yeah, so I don't know what lap it was on, but I'm pretty sure he just tapped us very lightly, and because we were probably already near the limit of the tyre, and because the tyres turn off over the limit in iRacing, that magnifies taps as well and insta-rotates you. In fairness, in real life, if you are loaded up on a corner and the tyres are already loaded up, and you're tapped, it does spin the car. So I'm not even saying that that's particularly unrealistic. Right, so before we did play it, in my mind, I like their livery, it's awesome. In my mind, they locked up a little bit on the inside and tapped us a little bit, and that was it. I think it was a very gentle tap. Proceed to play them ploughing us. Yeah, I mean, They're going in. They're understeering. I'm turning into the corner. It's a pretty gentle tap. I think it... You can see that there's a delay between the contact and when we actually start sliding. I mean, in reality, I think that would have smashed his front bumper and probably damaged the side of my car. But this car is so clumbersome. I can see. I think I can understand why that's happened to him, because I'm. Yeah, in reality, I probably would have smashed my head through the window. But the thing is, as well, right? If this was AC, for example, or R Factor 2, this car, seeing my car turn in, because I'm not doing anything wrong here, but my car is turning in here and he's doing a move, so it's his responsibility to really have more, or their responsibility to have more space. If this was in AC, the option this car would have would be for them to push their brake harder here, and that would rotate the rear of the car and potentially mitigate the crash or reduce it. If it was AC and I saw them coming, I could just turn to the right and turn to the left and avoid it. But with how this is, that clumbersome's a word. Like if something's sort of sluggish, that's clumbersome's a good word to describe it. In iRacing, at this point here, this guy's locked in this trajectory. There's nothing they can do. If they brake harder, they will understeer into me. If they have the car, if they had the brake bars further back and they broke, the rears are just going to either lock up and they'll go into me, or they'll just rotate and not be able to catch it. So, yeah, also, what you're seeing here is what my client is seeing. What they might see as well might not be... This is why you've got this delay. Oh, cumbersome. I don't know. That wasn't really the big problem, though, to be honest. The contact wasn't the issue. It's this here. Look. Right. Look, this is the tyres. Look at the tyres. Look what happens here. So, fine. We've done the brake accelerator catch. Fine. Now, watch this. Skid has stopped. It can't. The wheels can't even rotate. Like, look, it's the rear right is still over the limit, and it's just ignoring the car. And then look at that; it keeps spinning. Like even now, I'm like, okay, let's go. No, it's still turning. That like the tyres are overheated to a degree where they're basically just turned into complete ice. That's what causes me to then lose all those places, because I should be able to turn right and keep driving and maybe lose 2 places. This rotation here is because the tyres are like insane. It's like I'm driving on grass. Now, don't get me wrong, overheated slicks can be weird after a big slide, but that's what changes it from I mean, to be fair, if we were going to take this contact on face value, in reality, that probably would have pulled off the rear bumper and smashed the wheel in, so it probably would have been race over. You know, that probably would have been race over in reality. But I mean, there's just so many aspects to it. You don't need to have turned right if your car's straight here. The car's straight. You don't need to be turning right here. Cars... It's the rear's like, that's what rotates the car there. Doesn't matter. Look, you can just see how the car, like the rear right is off. This is off. Look at that slide, that was well good. Whee! The other thing is, assuming your car wasn't wrecked from that contact, you wouldn't do brake and accelerator to hold the angle. You would just turn. You would just counter steer. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is, guys. Is what it is. I want to do like an F3. Also want a sandwich. Here we go. Super Formula Lights. Do one of them. I don't think that that Porsche Cup is very sluggish, but it seems it's all right at Silverstone. I mean, on the iRacing scale. An F3 sandwich. Twigster, serious question. What DD wheel would you go for at the minute? Well, I would say, so look at the wheel rims that are available from the companies, and if you like them and they're a good price. But out of all the, basically, you can't go wrong with like, if you're looking for high, like you're super high end or like you're not price sensitive. I quite like the Simucube stuff, and the Acertec and Simucube, I'd say at the sort of top end. If you're buying one of the top end solutions. If you don't want to, if you're sort of looking in that sort of 12 Newton meter kind of space, or you know you want to spend a little bit less but have something that's perfectly fine, then again Acertec, Moser, Simucube, Fanatec. You know, it just depends on the wheel rim. In AC, what do you mean by kickback? I mean, you run a lot higher force feedback, Shumi, than I run, so I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean just from like bump steer, or from the edge of the track and stuff, or from the rotation? You running with like Arnold Schwarzenegger force feedback. I have my, this is 12 Newton meter wheel and I run it at like 9 Newton meters, so. Yeah, that the Porsche Cup there, I got how many incidents? So I don't think I did anything wrong in that race, really. 9 safety points. Most of those were from the track cut. Everything, all forces in AC, it'll kick the wheel for a particular force. What do you mean it'll kick the wheel? Do you mean like a sudden jolt of force feedback? For I don't know what you mean. Oh, you mean oscillating? Yeah, I think a lot of wheels would do that with high strength, but then it'll come down to like damper settings. Yeah, I think so. It will depend on the damper settings. So that oscillation will be from, if you have if you've got a loose steering wheel, there's an inherent delay between the sim and the wheel. So the only way to mitigate that is with inertia or damping or lighter force feedback. That's going to be the only thing that would stop that, really. But the problem is the more damper or inertia, like software inertia or filters you put on, obviously you lose detail. So if the goal was like absolute detail, it's going to be a compromise between strength, damper, and other settings. The stronger the force feedback is set, the higher the damper can be set while still getting dynamic range to detail. Also, the stronger the force feedback, the more it's probably gonna oscillate. You shouldn't really be fighting with it though, crazy. You run your force feedback like mental high. I don't know. Alex, what do you think of the Formula 1 race? It was okay, I guess. It's Formula 1. Well, it depends. Depends how you want your sim set up as well. But yeah, I can't see on a technical level, unless simulators, we were talking about this earlier, unless racing simulators, instead of sending an impulse out to the wheel, unless they sent a defined position to the wheel, which is not how force feedback works, you're always going to have the issue of system latency, like USB stuck, even if it's only a few milliseconds. There will always be an issue of that latency, meaning that simulator says, oh, wheel's gone left, okay, your wheel goes left, okay, the car turns left or whatever, and then the sim goes, oh, there's the counterforce to that, okay, wheel should go right. And then it's all delayed, so by the time it's gone right, the sim's like, oh no, it should be more left now, oh, it should be more right. So that's a good example of that, actually, is if you run incorrect, wheel rotation will really magnify it. So if I set this wheel oh no, I can't really. It might do that. This will magnify the... because that's from basically from the latency, like it interacting with itself. Actually, to stop that from occurring, you could do the opposite. Obviously, it will ruin the sensitivity of the steering, but if you ran a lower wheel range to your physical wheel range, so this will cause you non-linear. This will cause your force feedback or your steering input to be non-linear, obviously, and your force feedback to be non-linear. But then that will actually mitigate oscillation, because your wheel is behind the simulator. So that actually would be a way to stop oscillation. There you go. Genius. Probably not ideal, but might only need a small amount. That could be worth testing out, to be honest. You might not need that much. Thanks for subscribing, Zabby. In fact, you might be able to run a faster steering rack in the car. This is probably a terrible way of doing it. There's probably better ways of doing this, but that could work. Probably a bad way of doing it, but it would have to be some bi-directional master-slave system. Yeah, well, so it'd have to, Joseph, it'd have to work like how G-Sync works. So the simulator communicates directly with the force feedback wheel and knows the current position of the force feedback wheel, and then syncs up the Sims data with the wheel. So is that what you... Yeah, basically it's just G-Sync but for force feedback. That's what... See, that is what Fanatec or Logitech or like sim companies should actually be working on instead of Full Force and True Force. But it's not an easy thing to do because of how everything's programmed, and you know, so you know, I'm not knocking them. Yeah, it's about 200. I think it's 200 RPM. Ends up matching up with pretty much every race car. But also, you can, if your wheel has slower rotation speed, if the wheel is only moving 90 degrees, also this is the slew rate as well as the overall RPM. Oh, well, that's the... Hello, Shock Dilemma. All through, like, using a Momo black wheel back in the day, or G25, it weirdly, you have to learn physics in simulators to such an absurd level because you have to preempt the catch of the car. So I think people that have learned to sim race with a G25 end up being way better drivers. They have a knowledge of car timing and preemptive driving that no real driver would ever bother learning. Yeah, you had to do the correction. You had to do the correction manually. Like, you'd feel the G25 would give you an impulse for, like, oh, it's counter steer time. And then you'd be like, oh, it's not going to get there in time, so I need to manually move it to where it stops. It's really funny. But then when I went from a G25 to DD, I initially used that driving technique with a DD, and it absolutely destroys your arms because you end up fighting the wheel.
Here comes your first time lap.
Sim races these days never have to deal with that. They don't know. They never had to suffer like we did. Back in my day, we were lucky to have internet connections. We didn't have TopTick or... Joe Richards, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the Misery Pit. G-Day Richards. Welcome to the land of despair. Welcome to the saddest sim racing place. The worst, absolutely the worst channel on the internet that does sim racing. Pretty much everyone hates it here. This is a channel based on drama, as we've been told. It's such a weird accusation to describe my channel as being based on drama. It's really weird. Because there's so much we could do to actually milk drama. If that was my express goal, we really could go in there. Yeah. It's interesting though. It shows you how if you say stuff that goes against a group, that's how they will frame it. So rather than someone going, oh, I disagree for some reason, they will go, oh, it's the other person is obviously just doing it for drama. So it's preemptively assuming the other person is being disingenuous for the sake of you then feeling better about yourself or something. I don't know. I'm complaining about slice of bread. I hate slices of bread. It's not even a sandwich. You got the same Pepsi ad. Ah, bloody hell. But you do like Pepsi. Why do you like Pepsi? Dr. Pepper. That's where it's at. Why do you like Pepsi? Pepsi gives me indigestion. Say no to Pepsi. Ah, but now I'm saying it. We're advertising it even more. Anytime someone brings up nuanced criticism, yeah, I mean, in fairness, I do go on about stuff constantly, but, you know, it's because I'm talking whilst we're live streaming. If I sit here totally silent, then people that use me for white noise won't have anything to listen to. It is actually really funny that when live streaming, right, I'm talking all the time, but in day-to-day life, I'm silent all day. Like, in normal life, I'm like really quiet because like I'm on my own like most of the time, or my friends that I meet up with are quiet people. So like normally when I'm meeting up with friends, we like walking and stuff. So it's really weird. I mean, I like walking as well. There's no one to talk to when you're in a field. I'm not even talking to myself. I'm like just, looking at the grass. You disagree with me on the networking? No, you didn't even understand what I said. You don't even understand the argument that I made, so you can't disagree with me. For a start, I said, you're so stupid. I literally said the smoothing is really good and it's great that people from around the world can play. Thanks, Jim Law. Thank you very much for subscribing. Also, the network infrastructure is bloody separate to how you then deal with car contacts due to client-server mismatch, which is what I was specifically talking about. No, you're not even on the same... I don't know, like... No, like, you're not even... I don't even know what you're saying. Like, you're not even on the same contextual framework, and then you're straw-manning what I say. It's impossible. It's a pointless conversation. It's a little bit frustrating, because I've noticed that people do this whenever... Often, when you talk about stuff, people straw-man what you're saying, and then people go along with that straw-man, so... It's, you know... Right, we're going racing with a fixed setup here. And then I need a cup of tea. Absolutely dying for a cup of tea. Here we go. Super Formula Lights. It's like a light Super Formula. But they probably weigh about the same.
The estimated strength of field is 3,838.
Oh, this is normally a total wreck fest.
A lot of opportunities today. Head down. Pick your battle.
No, I don't. I think Tier's doing other stuff. I haven't spoke to Tier for a while. Actually, I need to send her a message. I normally only message her when I'm in central London, so. I have a really bad habit of like if I'm in like in an area where friends live, I'll be like, "Oh, I'm here. Do you want to meet up?" They're like, "No." Because I have a life and I hate you. Oh, we got to dump the clutch on this.
Green flag, green flag.
I don't turn up at their bloody house, but you know. I normally just say I'm in the vicinity. Do you want to grab a coffee? No, I don't expect them to.
Go left. Car on your left.
Yeah, not just outside their house. That's mental.
Clear.
I wouldn't do that.
Left side.
What is going on?
Clear.
Can't be getting two
Car
behind
on
us.
your left.
Bloody hell. These guys need a
on the right.
cup of tea.
Clear.
Oh yeah, no, I don't like people just turning up. No, it's like if I'm in central London, normally for like work or something's come up or whatever, or I'm visiting family or whatever, and I happen to be right in central London. I have quite a few friends that live in London, so I'll be like, oh, are any of you? Because a lot of my friends that live in London,
Go left. Go left.
they work in London as well, so they'll be like on their dinner break or something.
Right side.
So I'll just be like, oh,
Keep to the left.
it works out quite well.
Stay on the left. Clear.
What
Car
is
right.
what is
You're on
this?
the left. Rewind.
I forgot how unhinged this is.
Still there. Hold your line.
It's hilarious.
Clear.
And how do people struggle in the Porsche? They should drive this.
Car on your left. Clear.
Oh, this is hilarious. It's like Mario Kart. There's cars everywhere. Yeah, they're basically F3 cars. It's basically what they are. They're more snappy than, like, you know, the RSS F3. They're more snappy than that. They're more like they're closer to that sort of IndyCar profile. Well, imagine if iRacing sorted out the tyre model and netcode and then added 90s DTM. Or not just 90s touring cars.
Go left.
90-degree rejoin! Oh, I had the salt off. Sorry, guys. No, it's exactly the same as it was like 10 years ago. The original F3 car, in some ways, drives better than this. It's basically exactly the same. iRacing has not changed. It's nice. It's like playing a museum. This car is super grippy, though.
Car on your left. Stay on the right.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to see 90s DTM in real life, they look so good. And they sound amazing.
Clear.
What's really nice with my iRacing settings I've got now is I run black frame insertion on low on my OLED, and then I run the game at 120 VSync, and the clarity is fantastic. Some stuff messes up on iRacing with it, and I do have to keep the settings low, but when it works, it looks so good, it's so smooth. I really want to get a faster graphics card so I can do this on higher settings. Yeah, I know I'm the same, Joseph. I'm the same. Controversial. All the stuff that I like iRacing for is all the stuff that most people hate it for, and all the stuff I hate iRacing for is stuff that people think is totally fine. So like the plain graphics, the camera, the audio, I like that. I don't use VR for live streaming because I have a lot of hot women that watch just for my face. Also, I'm sponsored by
Right side.
goggle companies. What is this guy doing?
Still there, hold your line.
He's going to wreck us. If I drive normally, he's going to wreck us.
Still there.
You ready? Are you ready?
On
Oh,
the right.
I get 4x for him driving into the back of us. Probably broke my car. Right, we're going to get wrecked. I don't care, though. We're going to race this guy properly. When he drives into me, it's his fault.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left. They see you cut the course. You'll have to slow down and give up the time game. Right side. Still there, hold your line.
He wouldn't back out of that at all. He wouldn't back out of it. He just kept going. We completely lost the grid for this. This is going to be hilarious. Are you ready, guys? How many laps do you think we can do before this guy wrecks us? Oh no, I was so slow. We lose the guy that was wrecking us. Unacceptable. Woo! I might have damage from when he drove into the back of us, actually.
You're on the left.
I think we have damage from the rear winkle.
Why were you fighting so hard? Your car was clearly damaged. I don't know what's going on, man.
We bloody damaged my car. What a knoblet.
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 1.1 seconds.
I think he might have damage as well. They both seem a bit slow.
Just set your fastest lap for 30.
The worst line ever through there. That's what I go for every lap. Professional bad line. We definitely got damage from the contact in the rear. Because they're battling and just pulling away. No effort on the straights. And we were in front of them easily before. There's nothing I can do. He's wrecked the back of my car. How is he able to just drive off?
Clear on the right.
The diffuser's diffused. Absolute scam.
going well. Keep at it.
Not going well. We've got 0.2 of damage a lap. Our spot is drunk. Oh dear. Oh, look at that. This car in front of us, he's pulling away from us whilst we're in his draft. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, oh, they're not alive. What's going on here? Smoke everywhere. Someone set off a firework. Oh, I got the water bottles today, so I'm partnering with Ionate. They do really good water bottles. I've been buying them for 10 years. I got their samples. I highly recommend them. I've got a discount code and it's affiliate link as well. So if you wanted like an amazing water bottle, they do insulated bottles as well.
Yeah, I will. Hold on.
If you want an amazing water bottle, they're great to go for.
New fast flat for you.
What features does it have? Gamer Muscle affiliate link. No, it's the lid on it's really good. Like it doesn't leak and it clips shut, and yeah, the lid just works really well, basically. And they do plastic ones that are made out of non-toxic plastic stuffs, so that's nice. But they're just good quality. And not a crazy price either. So yeah, it holds water, yeah. It keeps it warm though, the Thermos one. It's insulated. What more could you want? They're made out of this nice material. The lid works well. It's simple and it's nice material. And that's better than me. I don't even have a lid, so. And they're not expensive either. It's not like a pretentious brand. Oh, you could just dip it in plastic if you want. We all have plastic genitals apparently, so don't worry about that. We've already got plenty of plastic. I'm really having to attack it to try and keep up with these guys with my broken rear of my car.
Bueno, hay algo que lo niegue, hacerlo por la izquierda.
50.727.
Oh yeah, much better than a plate.
New fast flat for you.
Need a proper
Todo
review.
el espacio que ha dejado también, Ole también.
Kind of weird though, because I say I've been using those water bottles for like 9 years, maybe 10 years, and I bought a couple for friends as well, and then I messaged them a few months back and I was like, guys, I like your water bottles, can I like promote them or something? And they were like, oh yeah, yes you can, and we'll send you 4 of your choosing as well, so you can show them off. And I was like, oh, you could have said that 10 years ago, would have saved a fortune.
No estoy discutiendo, Santiago. Lo que no voy a hacer es dejarte pasar.
Well, I spoke to them. I don't know. The problem is, I don't think they can do the shipping. Well, I might not be able to do enough orders to do like the Gamer Muscle branded. So it might just be better to do like find somewhere where you can get Gamer Muscle stickers to stick on them or something if you wanted to. Like, I just don't want you guys to be wasting money. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the point? If it's the same functional water bottle, why does it need a Gamer Muscle logo on it? You know, it doesn't bring it any closer to being a Gamer Muscle thing. And you'll be like, oh, it's the water bottle, the Gamer Muscle thought was good anyway. So, do you know what I mean? I understand I'm pretty terrible at branding and capitalism here, but it turns out pragmatism is not the best for business. You're looking to jump back in sim race. You had Fanatec here before. Keith said this Moser name keeps appearing. What's the score? Well, it's fine. Yeah, Moser stuff's fine. Just make sure you buy using my affiliate link, otherwise your wheel will catch on fire. But yeah, Moser's good, Acertec's good, Simucube's good, Fanatec's good, Logitech, Thrustmount, it's all fine. It's all fine. But I'm using the Moser R12 at the moment. The Moser does very good wheel rims for a cheap price. The pricing is very competitive. Moser pedals are not very good. Fanatec does much better. The Fanatec load cell pedals, the CSL V2s are the best cheap load cell, and they're very good pedals for the price. And the DD Plus motor is better than the Moser motors. It's more expensive than the Moser R12, I think. So yeah, there's Acertec has really nice wheel rims, but the bump boxes look shit, but they work really well. They've got nice features, and the Acertec's pedals aren't very good. Basically, the pedals are terrible, but for some reason, some people think they're okay. The QR2 is really good, Joseph. The old QR is a little bit flaky, but it's fine, but it's not as good as the newer QRs. Are they available in the UK? Moser, yeah, you can. There's a few companies that sell it, and you can buy through Moser website. Just check out my links though if you're buying, if you want to support us, or don't, or use other YouTubers' links. We have a. They should be in the description on YouTube. I really like this KS wheel. This Moser KS wheel. It's a cheap wheel, but it's really good wheel rim. I've been using it loads. Dr. Rigus, I can't help you. Just because you don't know what you're talking about, I can't help you. Well, that's probably because you set the Fanatec pedals up wrong. So, I mean, what's your I rating? Acertec pedals are for people with brick feet. I mean, Acertec pedals are... It's a shame because their wheel rims are really good. The pedals are for brainwash people that think stiff brakes are the best. You know...
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, some people like the Acertec pedals. Yeah, but they're terrible. Come on, they're not that adjustable, relatively speaking, for the price. And how much do the Acertec pedals cost with the clutch? You might as well get some House & Veld Sprints or something, or I don't know. The CSL V2 pedals are fantastic, and they only cost like £250 or something, or even less than that.
Mariano, te quejas de todo, pero no deja espacio, negro.
Déjame espacio, tío. Déjame el espacio.
Pero, bueno, corta que me estás haciendo sos vos.
But I really like the Acertec wheelbases, and I really like how their button boxes feel, like the wheel rims and the features of their button boxes and the solidity of them is really good. So
vivís en una realidad paralela.
Left side.
Damn, nice moving under braking, bro.
Clear on the left. Right side. Still there, hold your line. Still there. Clear. You've got well down.
I win. I win.
Your car is too much damage. We've got to fix it.
Oh, I've got no chat. I win.
Alright, there's the checkered flag.
My chat button.
Bring it back to
Sorry for the second contact there. I think the first one was racing, but I think the second one I might have turned in a bit too much or run wide. I mean, the first one I think was his fault, and then I think he ran off the track and back into us. Let's see. Right.
Así se hace, socio, a ver si aprendes.
Right. Let's see how
A ver
guilty
si
we
aprendes de
are.
dejar espacio, como te he hecho ahora yo a ti.
I mean, this was him going around the outside. He's gone in too
Ya la
hot.
repetición y
I think
deja hablar,
so.
Patito.
Hang on. What I feel happened is that he ran off the track and then ran back onto it when we were on the track because he went in too hot into that corner. That's what I think happened. Oh no, we understeered into him. Fine. And then I'm turning and he's. Oh no, this is all right. This is okay. Hang on. No, this is my fault. Oh no, we're all right there. We're okay. Oh, this is my fault. I said sorry for that. That was my fault. I did say sorry to him. The second bit was my fault. the second bit was my fault entirely. I turned into him afterwards. Right, let's have a look at this. Yeah, I'm understeering off into him there. Is he turning into us at all? Maniac! Yeah, no, I mean, I've understeered into him. I thought he's off the track. I've Verstappened him. And then I've done the iRacing illegal rejoin. I say so to him. Is he gone? I said sorry to him in the race for the second thing because I totally punted him at the end. It was a good mountain though. Stuck on his head. Oh dear. Where did he finish? Oh, he only finished one place behind us. Did we lose? How many places did we lose here? Have a look. Did we lose any places? One. Oh, 2 places. I could use a netcode excuse, I think. I think we could go with netcode. I did say sorry to him. I mean, it was obviously my fault, so. Need to send some netcode. Netcode excuses to him. Oh, let's have a look at the. It's weird though. Like there is like weird warping going on here. Look. I'm not. It's my fault, but maybe it's more visible from the external view. Actually, from this view, it looks less worse. From this view, it doesn't look like I understeered. No, it's my car that's warping here. Obviously, got on the throttle there, knocked into him. That's entirely my fault. That's fine. I mind the gap. Yeah, hang on. He's still here. But the problem was this, me rejoining here. This is typical. This is dumb. I didn't need to turn right there.
Mind the gap.
I just started humping him. I think I just got brain damage from this, from sim racing too much. So then I just decided to hump his car. I turned into an iRacer. Yeah. No, this was just dumb. I didn't need to turn right here at all. I've turned into an iRacer. It's weird how much his car went flying from it though. The way we're stuck on top of his car for the whole crash is so stupid. Hopefully he didn't lose any safety rating, or not much at least. It was I was trying to create a baby Super Formula. We're literally stuck on top of his car. So stupid. I should have let him. I should have given him the place back. I didn't realise how much it was my fault. What's his name? Next race, Matteo Fragerio. We have to I have to give him a place in the future race if we can. If we have a chance to give him a position, we'll do that. Matteo, can you remember, guys? Matteo Ferrigigi. I mean, he has permission to just pump me, to be honest. To be honest, if he just drives into the back of me at the start of the race, I'll just accept it. We had damage for that whole race thanks to someone driving into the back of me.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh no! Look, he's in the chat. He's come to demand an apology delivered to the Queen, the King. The Queen's dead. She won't be able to do anything with the apology. Oh no! Is that Matteo? Sorry for humping you. I ran out of brain cells. Oh dear. Well, I clearly wanted to take some of his I rating.
Mind the gap.
Redistribute it fairly. I'm off to the gulag. I need more food. That's what it is. Some short of calories. Before you arrived, he was blaming you 100%. What do you mean? I was blaming myself. Oh, you're shut up, Paul. See what you're saying. You're such a shit. Ah, dear. I mean, I think we should just blame other people, because I've learned that I would I might as well, because then they're going to blame you anyway. So you might as well. You just go. You have to wait before you apologise. Like if you apologise straight away, it's terrible. It's too soon. Oh, that was fantastic. That's a good race. It went well. I've learned how to be a real iRacer. You just drive into people. We could do another Porsche Pump Fest. It's nice and relaxing. It's absurd, but it is relaxing. Problem is the fixed super formula is like. I mean, there's the F4 at Okayama, but that's such a terrible car track combo. Might do another Porsche Cup, just why not? Why not? Because we'll probably never do it again. Where's it bloody gone? Oh, here we go. Ooh! Right, I'm just going to get a drink, guys. Be back in a minute. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for the subs and resubs and stuff. Appreciate it.
The pace car is out of control.
You got me loose. My heart was troubled, now I'm fine. Ooh, sky is blue, the snow is gone now from the streets. Oh, so soon we'll be blessed with summertime. Do you hear the blackbird? Do you feel it in you? Must be feeling something. Maybe it's the thrill of the spring. Maybe it's a love thing. Nothing ever happened. I'm still waiting. I close my eyes. Imagination's got me hard. Sky is blue, the doubt is gone up from my mind. Maybe soon I'll have your body up on mine. Do you hear the blackbird? Do you feel it in you? Must be feeling something. Maybe it's the thrill of the spring. Maybe it's a love thing. Do you hear the blackbird? Do you feel it in you? Must be feeling something. Maybe it's the thrill of the spring. Maybe it's a love thing. Do you hear that? Do you hear? Do you hear? Do you hear? Do you hear the blackbird? Do you feel it in you? Must be feeling something. Maybe it's the thrill of the spring. Maybe it's a love thing. Do you hear the blackbird? Do you feel it in you? Must be feeling something. Maybe it's the thrill of the spring. Maybe it's a love thing.
Hello there. How's it going, guys? Oi. Hello, Counter Debate.
The
Doggo.
pace car is out of control.
Hello, Mr. Doggo TTV. Going too slow. Hello. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. How good is that water bottle? We got the thermos one, and we got I mean, doesn't this immediately? Don't you think to yourself, oh boy, I wish I had a water bottle as cool as this? It has a hand grip on it. It has a solid handle thing. Oh wow, wow! I would want 10 of these. It's got a lock, and it clips open. Oh my god! But you can also close it, and close the clip, and double lock it. Oh wow! And then this can hide in the top. Oh my goodness! Does it leak if you hold it upside down? Oh my goodness! It's not leak. Imagine if it all falls out on the sim rig. Look at that! Look at that, and then you push the thing down, pull this down. Oh wow, wow. And the water comes out of it quickly. How on earth? How that's the question.
The pace car is out of control.
How on earth could you obtain it? Wow. I think we have an affiliate link, but I don't know where it is. Hang on, we failed at the marketing part of this. Please hold. Oh. Hang on. We only just got the link, so can't buy it. Yeah. You can't buy them. Oh no. Hang on, we might have it. Might have it in a minute. Oh, hang on, the server's up. Oh, it's not working. Well, that's it. It's cancelled. It's all cancelled. Oh, hang on, hang on. Oh, like it's broken. No affiliate link. It's all cancelled. Oh well. Well, we'll have to fix that another time. Denied. Denied for now. Weird. Company's gone bankrupt, yeah. I leaked the launch. That was it. It's over. It's all over for him. Black Tango bottle. I want one of them.
Spinning around in my head. Did you really mean the words you said? Yeah. Just the way I see it. You had every
There we
chance
go.
to walk away. Walk away. Yeah. You and me are perfect. But I don't
Well, they're all redundant now, but it's fine.
when all is said and done. Just tell me that I'm worth it.
It's the Feel VR. Was that the one with the headset? That really big headset.
Calling out your name. Do you think of me? Just tell me if you feel the same. I will leave the lights on in case you're coming back. Do you think of me? Sometimes I wanna believe in that. 'Cause I think about
Here we go. I'll do a poll. There we go. Oh, I remember, yeah. Well, because they were like, oh, we can totally do this. We have no experience in mass production. We are, yeah, they were like, we have no experience in mass production. We've never built any hardware before. And we're going to sell this for half the price of anything else that's ever existed. Oh, yeah. That's always a recipe for success in business. Ironically, if they had done that wheel, but they weren't going for the mass market and they were going for the high-end market, and they just made it look fancy, they would have probably been able to raise enough money to be able to do a good product. Star Citizen DD wheel. It's weird how there's like price points where if you do stuff cheap, like it appeals to a consumer that's price sensitive and is really doing their research and really looking for the best value for money. So you're actually better off if you can convince people that the more expensive thing's better. It's a less price sensitive market, so you can actually get away with a worse product. Weirdly. Because the person buying it, there's a price bracket where the people buying it have more disposable income, so they're not as concerned about the absolute qualities of the thing they're buying. And you have that whole murky area where if it does what it says on the tin, generally speaking, for what your average consumer would consider okay, they will, you know, they'll be like, oh, it's fine. Like the Apple, like how apples are sold, basically, like many aspects of it. Well, categorically, a lot of Apple stuff, for its absolute price, is really quite bad. But the price puts it into a consumer that's less price sensitive and less critical. Whereas if you're trying to sell an Android phone for like £350, £400, people are going to be comparing it against all the other £350, £400 highly competitive Android phones. And then if it's slightly, you know, if it had the similar kind of issues that Apple stuff has with like disconnections or poor signal or bad battery or doesn't last very long or, you know, whatever, they would go mental. Whereas an Apple user would be like, oh well, I'll just buy another phone. I'll just replace it. And it costs, and the margin is so much that Apple could actually afford to do high quality RMAs. Basically, guys, what I'm telling you is you need to not be poor. And businesses should only sell people to rich people. Ah, Twitch is being converted. Swolio, this isn't the worst sim ever. I know you're such an iRacing hater. Worst sim ever would be oh, I don't know. Yeah, actually, you're right. Yeah, this probably is the worst sim ever, really. You love this car. You love this car. Every time you see this car, you're like, ooh. But you redeemed yourself by driving a Radical in real life, so I've forgiven you. It's the Porsche. It's the Porsche. I mean, you know, you love this car. So you live in this car if you could. Yeah, if it wasn't for you driving Radicals, which are the most blessed of vehicles ever created, really, I don't think you would have any redeeming qualities. But the Radical, you'd be radicalised. You would buy groceries in this car and stand outside with all the stuff, realising it won't fit. It would fit because there's no passenger seat. It would all just flop around inside the car. You can fit groceries in a Radical, to be honest. Like, you've got... Let's say you've got the seat in the middle. You've got at least... You could fit at least a day's shop in there, either side of you. Footwell's quite large in a Radical. You could fit like a normal Lidl shop in the footwell of a Radical, easy. Oh, also you could always you could put some compartments underneath the you know, the engine compartment. You could hang some baskets on the inside of the engine bay, and then you could put like air fryers in there, and then you could cook dinner whilst you're driving. Genius. Why I come up with such good ideas. Swolio, have you heard of Iron 8? These are fantastic water bottles. And they've partnered with me because they haven't seen any tweets about me, that's for sure. And they've partnered with me, and there it is on the pedal. Ow! I've just poured tea on me because it wasn't. Of course, the lid, if you don't attach it, as you put hot tea in it, I've just burnt myself. Well, it keeps the tea hot. It's got that going for it. Jesus Christ, I just poured tea on my hand and my groin. Yeah, well good. If you want 3rd degree burns, Iron 8 with the lid not attached. Lids, how do they work? I was trying to show up my pedal camera. Sir, how did you burn your hands? Well, doctor, I was trying to show off my water bottles on my pedal camera. Doctor's like, hang on. First of all, what's a pedal camera? Why are you showing off a water bottle? Why have you put tea in your water bottle? I think we've got bigger problems than your burns. Yeah, well, the other problem is I can't log into my account to get my affiliate link and discount code. I'm terrible. I'm terrible at this. I don't know what I'm doing. They're really good water bottles, though. I've been buying them for years. Oh my God! Oh, that's not going to be a good stop. That's why you put a soft bump stop on the wheel. Swolio's hacked my computer. The whole stream's falling apart. Everything's broken as soon as Swolio comes in. He's actually a virus. The wheel was upside down. Oh, here we go. Oh, God.
Green flag, green flag.
Time to die. Oh, I'm being swamped. Oh, okay. No, where's he going? Okay. No!
Clear on the right.
Great driving. Oh, God damn, I'm going to get like a 4-week penalty for this.
Clear all around. Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the course.
Oh, my God.
You got a slow car on
Good
the right.
quality racing in iRacing. That was so close to him hitting me. Great driving there. That was Swolio's fault. What on earth was that? It's entertaining though, guys. You could complain about the tyre model, the netcode and the driving, but at the end of the day, this is about as fun as Roller Coaster Tycoon.
That's one aggressive.
So I'm surprised that he missed us. I was really sure he was going to clip us. How are the driving standards so bad in this car? Because it's so slow. I mean, I get it that the tyres just... Wow, what are you doing? The tyres turned off.
Why would you shove it too wide?
Too wide. The tyres do just turn off on this car. But it's so slow. Like, this is honestly like walking. It's crazy.
Your genius idea was to just throw it too wide into there.
There's an incident ahead.
I feel when I kayak, it feels faster than this. Oh, look at this convoy. By the way, guys, check out Swolio's channel if you haven't, and his book.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
His book titled How I Made It in the Adult Film Industry.
Car on your
I think
left.
that's the title.
3 wide. Clear on the left.
Something like
2
that.
wide.
Thanks for doing the shout out there. We're recovering, guys. Oh. Why? Why do I get 4x for him driving into me like a buffoon? What? How do you walk into the back of my car like that and then lose it? The most ridiculous spin ever. That's like... What was he doing? He could have just lifted. There's no overtaking me there. Why even bother? Why do I get 4x for that? It's ridiculous. Oh, I've just driven into the back of you. Here's 4X. Oh, thank you. He should have been banned from the race for doing that. How did he spin from that as well? It's really weird.
There's an incident ahead.
Ah, they're mating.
Car on the left. Car stop on the left.
I think this might be the slowest to drive car in the history of everything. Hello, Deej TV. Oh, did I crash into you? Oh, did you survive? You're the first person to say it's fun being in the same lobby. Normally the language, the words to use would be, it was terrifying. It was regretful. I rue the day that I was in the same lobby as you. I'm taking legal action against iRacing for putting us in the same lobby. That's normally the response. Oh, well done. Well done for finishing with 4 wheels. Row, row, row your Porsche slowly round the track.
Still there.
How dare I try and brake a fraction later? Obviously that's going to be a lock-up and a plough. How dare I try and push the braking a fraction too deep? Oh, well, you were one of the simple GT3 drivers. Whoa! God. I'm tickling everyone's bottoms today. I'm going to get a lawsuit against me. Target my rear axle. I was really slow in that race. I don't know why I was so slow actually. I mean, I was slower than normal. Oh shit, I'm going to have to do a Okayama because they're changing the tracks, aren't they? Is this the first week of the new season? I'm going to have to do some of the other stuff just to get the participation trophy.
Participation trophy unlocked.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Everything's very sluggish in iRacing. Oh, we got a car parked on the track. Where is he? I can't see him. There he is.
The car in P2, just getting past the lap. 6.781. Great job, good to go.
I've already got my credit card out.
Car right. Clear on the right side. Still there.
Ah, what a move. Absolutely the slowest move in the history of all motorsports there. It's so stupid. It's so slow. This is slower than the bloody Fiat, the Abarth race we did. the Fiat 500. This car costs like £170,000, 240,000. I don't know. It's a ridiculously expensive car, and it races worse than a 2CV. So what's the point? Why? What's the point? If a bloody £3,000 car does racing better, why bother? Like, this car costs 4 times the amount of a Radical SR3, and a Radical SR3 is basically GT3 pace. So, what is the point? To be fair, these cars drive amazing in AC, so I do get the point of them in other sims, but these cars are absolutely amazing in AC1. Mind you, if you ever wanted to simulate cross-channel ferry racing, this is pretty much what it would be, so... Well, see, an MX-5 is better than this for racing. MX-5s feel faster than this. This car's doing 100. These are actually pretty rapid cars, actually. I've watched them race in Spa, Monza, and Silverstone in real life. And they're quite nice to watch in real life. The grid's a bit of a convoy, though, but it's quite spectacular when you see a full grid of these cup cars go past. Also, when I was in Monza, we were on top of the banking of the old oval, and then all the cars were going underneath us. That was really cool. That was a pretty epic thing to do, actually. Stand on the top of the Monza old banking, watching race cars go underneath you. I think that's like a weird motorsport bucket list item. Yeah, well, Monza's like really accessible. So the old part of the track and the infield is part of a public park, so you could basically walk into it even without a ticket or anything, and you can get onto it. Surprising how open it is. Not during like Formula 1, obviously, but like during a lot of stuff that's happening. I really want to go on top of that factory roof that has the oval track on it. It's now a shopping centre in Italy as well. I mean, I like history in general. Don't really care what sort of history it is. Yeah, there's a documentary about on YouTube. The track's in Assetto Corsa as well, actually. So it's the old, I think it's the old Fiat factory. I think it might be Fiat factory. I'm not sure. It's a factory for one of the Italian cars, and then the roof was made into a test track, but then. It wasn't a very good factory anyway, so they didn't use it for that long, but then they turned it into... it's now an art gallery, an outdoor art gallery. It's mental. But how cool is that? An oval track on the roof of a building. I'm surprised that's not happened more in like Tokyo. Oh, this is another thing actually I wanted to do. So there's make sure you follow and subscribe on YouTube, because then I can do this kind of stuff and still get viewers. In Arizona, there's shitloads of private test tracks for the car companies, like huge test tracks. So I really wanted to fly to them in Microsoft Flight Sim and try and find them and see them from the air. But there's like 8 of them, and each one is like 10, 15 tracks, like 10-mile ovals, 20-mile ovals, skid pans. It's insane. I think a lot of people don't realise they exist. That'd be fun. Whoa, he's gone. Off to the dustbin he goes. Been shackled. Yeah, no, I didn't know. I knew there were some test tracks in the desert, but I didn't know to the extent that they were. Like, they're huge. I think you could actually make an interesting management video game that's based around like a test track builder game, racetrack building game. So it's like I don't know how you build some kind of like roguelike or some strategy game around it, but basically you're building racetracks or something. And you could even do like a roller coaster tycoon type game, but it's based around building racetracks and then the access to it, the parking. And then the fees, and it's like racetrack manager. And then you could have like, you have to build test tracks and you have to build certain types of corner, and then you can unlock like skid pans, and then you could you'd be able to see the cars doing skids and testing on it and drifting, and then maybe if it was super advanced you could then drive it yourself. But like, I'm surprised that I could see that being quite a popular game and not crazy hard to build. Skid pans. Skid pan. Because you could link it into stuff that's really interesting. So like, if you build the longer and straighter and smoother the track, the faster the top speed of a car can do in it. And so, like, one of the
pace car is out of control.
One of the missions could be that you're trying to unlock the track so that it could do a record that then unlocks you. There's a whole bunch of stuff you can do. You've got all the individual components there in a real-world context to build a management game that would hit a wider audience. Asking Smithing. Hello, looking forward to start IREC. No, don't look forward to it. You picked a setup. Hang on. i5. Yeah, no, that'll run really well, but to be honest, I wouldn't look forward to playing iRacing. iRacing's basically only good if you hate yourself. But nice, you've got a nice system though. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, as long as you know that, like, sim racing is the second most masochistically pointless activity that one can do after real world motorsport. So, if you really hate yourself, you do real driving. But if you're a bit too poor to do real driving, but you still really hate yourself, sim racing is great. Absolutely fantastic. You'll get RSI, your legs will hurt, nothing will work properly, you'll have to buy elaborate equipment that's overpriced. People will shout at you if you have a different view on things. It should be enough. 4060. It depends what resolution. To be honest, if you're getting a 144Hz monitor, it probably has G-Sync, and so it probably doesn't really matter. You don't really need to be getting 144Hz.
David.
4060 is I mean, it depends on the resolution that you're playing at. 4060 on 1080p, you should be able to get 100 plus FPS in iRacing, I'd have thought. On mid settings at least. iRacing's a bit erratic with its frame rate though, and what makes it go fast and slow. It's a bit of an old graphics engine. This car is absurd. I do like the most normal of like turning into the corner and get stuck. Well, I mean, I don't know. You might do. Depends on the resolution and graphic settings. As I say, if you've got G-Sync or FreeSync, it doesn't really matter to the same degree. Like, as long as you're getting above like 100 plus FPS, and then G-Sync can do all the frame timing, then it will be fine. Yeah, I mean, you're probably alright. Is there any point trying to get early access? What would you mean? Like for streamers? I mean, the publisher that Kunos 505 Gaming will send out review copies to content creators. That's whatever their marketing strategy is.
Car ahead.
How many X's am I on? This race is like, I keep just getting 1 X's over and over and over again. 5, I guess that's alright. I mean, really. So we've only got 1x actually, because someone drove into the back of us, which gave us 4x. Bloody hell. When you're on A license, these shorter races like this, with cars where people are closer, the safety rating numbers do not make sense, because you end up losing so much safety rating through 1x's. Or other people driving into you. My tea's cold. The problem with thermos is it keeps your tea too warm. It's too bloody warm still. It's doing its job. Would a Moser R5 be okay for a... Yeah, you'll be able to get into it with that. But unless you have to buy it using my affiliate link, otherwise your hands catch on fire. So that's something to be aware of. But yeah, if you use my link, it'll be more than fine. But if you don't, it'll break, obviously. But I mean, personally, I would recommend, if you've got disposable income, I'd recommend buying the most expensive things you can using my links. Outside of that, generally speaking, I'd try and save up and buy a slightly stronger, slightly higher end DD. If you've got the disposable income. If not, I mean, it doesn't really matter. The point being that you might as well, if you've got a job and you can save, you might as well wait 2 or 3 months and then buy a better piece of equipment rather than having to replace it. I mean, all the wheels now, Moses, Simagic, Fanatec, Crossmaster, Logitech, they're all good. They all do the basic stuff fine.
Shit.
You've got 2 laps to go.
The pace car is out of control.
0.50.
You could be competitive with a gamepad. Most sim races are really bad and they're really slow. So, especially like iRacing, but like with anything, a lot of it's just down to hot lapping and repeating inputs. So like a gamepad's fine, it's just not as fun. It is harder with a gamepad, but like most sim races are really, really bad at just basic stuff. So even up until like 3-4K iRating in iRacing, so the equipment's not really gonna separate. You know, you can. The point of like nice wheels and pedals is that it's easier and it's just more enjoyable. It's more intuitive as well. Well, is it 5 Newton meters? You should still be able to feel stuff. But yeah, it won't be particularly strong. It's not curbing that causes clipping. It's faster cars through sustained corners. So like going through Eau Rouge or like the S's on this track. When you've got a high downforce car and you're doing left and right turns aggressively, that will go to the peak force feedback very quickly. But it doesn't really matter, like. Yeah, I played the ACC, I don't really enjoy it that much. Mostly play the original Assetto. Is it close to iRacing? No, it drives quite different. The tyres are a lot more forgiving in ACC.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal Assetto. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
You're in the top 10.
Well, if you're getting iRacing costs between £270 and £350 a year. To be honest, the physics in it are very dated. It's good if you live in North America or Australia and you just want to jump in and do online racing because it's the most active sim, but it's probably the least realistic of the current simulators, and it's very frustrating to drive in many ways. Like, you have to drive it in a very specific way. So generally speaking, if you were getting into sim racing now, you'd probably be better. Like, the new Assetto course is coming out, that could be alright, might be terrible. LMU's really good fun and not that expensive. ACC's quite active, you're already playing that. But that's like, in many ways, ACC is a lot more realistic than iRacing, in many ways, not always. AC1 is basically free, and that is a lot more realistic than iRacing. So, yeah, there's a lot of options out there. I think last time I used the Moser R5, it's really it's all right with lighter wheel rims, but it's I think the Fanatec CSL DD they're better. They do better force feedback. The R5 was a bit muted, but it's all right. I mean, for the price, I think it's probably fine, to be honest. And then Moser wheel rims are nice, and the quick release is good.
Oh man, that was fun.
But it just depends on your expectations. Basically, if you want a steering wheel to feel as close to like, good amount of dynamic range, fast rotation, similar to real car wheels, you're probably going to need to get to like a 12 Newton meter DD.
Very good job.
Scott Moore, thanks for subscribing.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Yeah, it depends like how much. I would say if I was like a student or like on a tight budget, I would just personally, if it was me, I would just keep making the most out of whatever the cheapest wheel is, like a Logitech wheel. That's what I did for years, or like a T300 or whatever's the cheapest thing, and then fine. And then, but if I had a, if I wasn't like totally stretched for cash, I mean, to be honest, you shouldn't really be spending money on sim racing and stuff. If you're really stretched for money, there's cheaper games to be playing that are just as fun. But if I was not stretched for money, if I had a basic job and then I would factor in a monthly amount of money. I'd create my own personal budget, and I'd go, let's say I earn X amount each month. I would put aside a certain amount, and then I'd save up till I could get like a low-end Acertec wheel or a low-end Moser, like 12 Nm Moser or CSL DD or something. That 12 Nm thing is where I would sort of just save up for. Because once you've got that, you really never would need. Most people would never want anything more. I don't think so, Car Debate. It shouldn't do. I don't know. It depends how they've done that electronics. I've not tested it, so. But it depends on the motor as well. What am I missing here? Oh no, I thought I just missed it. Super Formula Light fixed I want to do. Oh, we could do another IMSA actually. 10:45. Should we do a last IMSA? Let's do that. It's nice and relaxing. Let's have a look at the crash as well, or the start of this race, which was ridiculous. My wheel cam's frozen. Oh yeah, don't know why it's frozen. No, I'm just really good at holding the wheel steady. That's really random. Let's have a look here. I don't know what's going on here. Oh well. So much for that. We'll fix it next live stream. What do I think? 450E for second hand, Euro for Moser R5. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to say exactly. It's hard to say. I mean, both have pros and cons, which are fairly mixed. What was he doing? Oh my god! I mean, what was he doing? What on earth was he doing? Ramon? More like Rammer. Lol. I mean, okay. It's probably netcode. Why not try and take out everybody? This is why you probably want to get on your brakes. I mean, sometimes, guys. Well, so the Fanatec thing is like, I think they're slow with like RMAs and if you have technical issues, or if you had like an issue with it. But then I would say, if you can, buy with a credit card, and then if you can't get your money back for it, you can just do a chargeback. With Moser, there's also people saying that they have issues getting technical support from Moser as well. In terms of like Fanatec, a lot of Fanatec's business stuff is more to do with like corporate ownership rather than the fundamental company, in the sense that Fanatec has good staff there, they have a good product. The most likely scenario with Fanatec is if someone wants to take ownership of it, because the company has value. So it would either be that one group of people take ownership of it, or another group of people take ownership of it. It's not going to be that Fanatec disappears, because they've got a tangible business there, they've got an established brand, and they've got staff that, and like I know people that work at Fanatec. I know they've had there's like good people that generally work there. So, you know, it's normally businesses disappear because they don't have a product. Fanatec actually has a product. They just have like a management shenanigans going on. Well, so they have different distribution centers all over the place. So some people will get stuff without issue, and some people it might take longer. It totally depends where they are, yeah. And those different distributors have different amounts of stock. So that's why you end up with, this is not just with Fanatec, this is with lots of companies. You get like people in certain areas complaining and people in other areas not complaining. So the thing with the Fanatec stuff is you get YouTubers YouTubers and social media stuff making money off the drama and presenting the drama in certain ways. I'm not saying those individual YouTubers are lying or are wrong, but they present the end result of the social media or the videos sends a specific type of messaging or a conclusion that people would come to, but the conclusion that most people would end up coming to is often not actually the reality. So this is a bit of a, you know, so generally a lot of YouTubers, their motivation would be to present the drama as spicy drama, and you know, maybe also they're not lying, but they'll frame it as, oh, I'm helping you guys make a decision here, here's the information, but actually the information is not really fully contextually framed. So they're not really helping people make an actual decision because, they're not giving enough information or explaining things clearly to people that don't understand what's going on in a way where they would actually come to the correct conclusion. Because the fundamental motivation for most YouTubers is to just be like, oh, here's something that's happening. I can't spend too much time making a video on it. Here's some details. Come to your own conclusion. Do you know what I mean? So, and I'm not really knocking the YouTubers that do that necessarily. Like, you could have a discussion about it. Then you have YouTubers that, and then you have on social media, you'll have some customers that are like, customers that have had a bad experience with a product, so they're motivated to be really against that business, and they might be rightly motivated, they might be correct. I'm not even saying that they're wrong, but obviously that wouldn't necessarily apply to every customer, and it might not necessarily mean that there is or is not a systemic issue. And it might not mean that there would be problems for other people. It could mean there's problems for other people. I've said this like a few times now. The problem is, unless you are very close to the specific situation, or you really do go through all the details that are available in a completely rational way, you're not going to really get to the actual likely truth of things. So something that you get, you do see this happening with lots of stuff, but it happens a lot in Sims. People want simplistic answers, and they want binary results of stuff, so they don't have to think about it anymore. So they want to be able to go, Fanatec bad, Logitech bad, iRacing bad, AC bad, iRacing good, Fanatec the best, AC the best. They want to basically just turn stuff into a binary. There's a sort of comfort that people have, effectively shutting down critical faculties to specific issues and just going, oh, well, that's good. It's now good. So that's how branding works. People have one good experience, or they see marketed branding, and so they think that it's always good, or they think it's always bad. So in reality, you have to always repeatedly be critical. You always have to keep looking into things, and stuff is always going to keep changing. It's inconvenient. It's time consuming. But that's just how, unfortunately, things operate. Fanatec are definitely evil, though. I know some of the people that work there. They're all evil. All of them are evil. I mean, and obviously, from my perspective, I will have a view of things that will be different, because I've obviously, I've spent time around the CEO of Fanatec a few times. I know I've had food with multiple of their staff. I've hung around them for days, so I will have a different perspective, personal as well as business. I mean, I have a Fanatec affiliate link. Yeah, I made a good amount of money out of the Fanatec affiliate link, especially during COVID. So, I mean, so did most YouTubers. So, So you just have to look into the details of things. But yeah, ultimately, Fanatec are terrible. That's all you need to know. Anyone that works in the sim industry, really bad. You have to ask yourself, what's wrong with someone to end up working in the sim industry? You must have made some really bad life choices. There's far more lucrative and non-stupid industries. Every industry's got its stupid bits, but sim racing is pretty stupid. I mean, if I'd stuck to just doing VR videos because I didn't have a weird addiction to force feedback, I would be like I'd be a millionaire. Instead, I'm like, oh, I like force feedback and have her in my life. Ryan the Afroraptor, you think a lot of issues come from wanting a thing you like to be the best? Yeah. Well, yeah. Also, it's like when you bought something, you don't want to feel like what you bought is stupid, especially if you're on a tighter budget, or especially if you've put a lot of time into researching it. And then you're like, oh, you think it's good, and so even if you're not trying to defend it massively, subconsciously you want it to be good. It's like, I mean, everyone does that. It's like if you give stuff that you bought more of a chance than you might not give something otherwise, if that makes sense. Like, everyone's probably gone through that phase where they've researched graphics cards or like a processor or computer bits, and then they've gone, oh, this seems good, or a laptop or something, and then you buy it and you're like, oh yeah, this is cool, got a new laptop, got a new whatever, and then you like find out it has some stupid issue, and you're just like, oh, you're willing it to not have like weird Wi-Fi connection issues, or like weird battery life, or like the drivers are stupid on the graphics card. You're just like, oh no, like even if you're not particularly biased and you're really not like egotistical about it, you just want something that you've bought to work, so because you're lumbered with it. Oh yeah, don't get into sim racing. Hox fun, don't do it. Honestly, it's terrible. It's ruined my life. I like, it's terrible. It's the worst thing I ever did. Was a sim race. What happened to Fanatec YouTube girl? You mean Sim Racing girl? She just started a family and moved to something else. Well, there's quite a few YouTubers that and can end up getting jobs in companies, and then it's easier to make money often through normal employment than it is through YouTube in some ways, and people have different motivations, or their stuff in their life changes, so they just do different things. I think YouTube is a bit of a weird thing to be doing, and it can it's just it's very time consuming, and it can often be quite antisocial as well. It's because it's basically, if you're ever self-employed or you run a business, it can be really it's just time consuming. Rabbit holes. Who's my girlfriend? I don't think you know who my girlfriend is. my internet girlfriend. Don't think there is. No, she's not my type. I don't think there's no one in sim racing that's like my type. They're all too boring. Like, they're not funny, and there's no one. I mean, Matt Malone. If he was a woman, I'd marry Matt Malone. That's about it, really. I mean, if Random Call Sign was a woman as well, he's pretty sexy. But yeah, there's no women in sim racing. Oh, Red Eye, yeah, he's got nice hair. Yeah, if there was a female equivalent of Matt Malone, or Random Call Sign, or Red Eye, yeah. How long have I been sim racing? Like 20 years. Why don't you become the woman? That's a good idea. Yeah, there's not any really. There's lots of female streamers that are attractive, but they're not like the personality type that I would that I go for. I only like bold women as well. I demand all women shave their head. It's just I think that's a pretty reasonable demand. If you're not willing to shave your head, are you willing to have a serious relationship? That's you know, I think that's just a pretty basic requirement. Well, you know. I'm always suspicious of really attractive women as well, because they've gone through life with everyone being really nice to them because they're really attractive. So it means that they don't have that underlying sense of misery and despair. So you really don't want someone that's like super attractive. They don't have the personality. They've never had to develop a personality shield. So they don't have that underlying sense of self-loathing that everyone should have to be healthy. Here we go. I'm friends with my ex, yeah. I've not seen her for a while, actually. I need to. I haven't met up with her for ages. Keep meaning to arrange to meet up. Go. Well, I mean, I'm obviously a Giga Chad, so just used to it. There's not many Giga Chads in sim racing, let's be honest.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Sega Giga Chad. The Sega Giga Chad. 32 bits. High frame rate graphics. Frank, just go up to people, go out and then just go up to people and just chat to them. Eventually you find someone with enough brain damage, talks back to you. That's what I find. Or just go to Germany. Women come up to you constantly. It's crazy. Well, they come up to me. I'm sure they'll come up to you as well. Just because they can't. I don't know what it is. Just go to Europe. It's easy mode. Just go on public transport in Germany and women come up to you. It's mental. They're probably trying to steal your wallet, but better than nothing, isn't it? That's the best thing. That's what makes German women awesome. They just tell you. They just talk normally. at this. I get slower as we do more laps. I'm that bad. I'm that bad. Thing is, when you're a Giga Chad, it's hard to also drive quickly. You know what I mean? I'm sure you all know what I mean. What if someone's a Giga Chad and they live in Chad? Chadception. Chadageddon. I need to play Carmageddon 2 again. I've not played it for years. It's a fun game. Bloody hell, I'm so slow.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Well, I guess we'll be last. Yep. Oh, there's only 10 bloody LMP2 cars. No, 11. Okay, it's not terrible. Could be worse. Beautiful. Would any of you in chat likely to buy a water bottle? Would I convince you to buy one? How good is my influencer skills for stuff that's not sim racing related? I think most people would see me holding water bottles and they'll be like, wow. Wow, I'd love one of those. Look, this can hold over a litre of fluid. Isn't that what everyone wants that? Who doesn't like a litre of fluid? Here we go. Here we go. Brake fluid. That's the fluid. You need more women in sim racing. There's more. There are more women coming to sim racing, but obviously they're like younger. So I think it'll take time. I noticed Sim Racing Expo each year. There's more women.
One lap to green. Line up on your left side. The estimated SOF is 2,642. Pit road is closed right now. Let's go point straight.
Oh, what's going on with you? I mean, I know Random Call Sign sometimes streams on Twitch. Obviously, I'm on Twitch, so. Here we go. Here we go. Bloody hell. I don't... I'll only take... we can only talk about attractiveness when it comes to Random Call Sign. That's by all other people need to be measured against his fine Portuguese... his fine Portuguese beard. Oh, this is going to be a disaster. Why are we waiting? Oh, here we go.
Jetstar 13, car.
Don't know what PT's doing.
Go!
Jetstar 16,
Jive through.
car.
Bloody hell.
Jetstar 18, car.
Let's go racing, guys. What? What are they doing? Ha! They're crashing into each other.
About to go green, stay focused.
Oh, get ready for a wreck.
Green flag. Right side. Clear on the right. Car right. Still there. Clear on the right.
Why were the LMDHs so slow?
No, he didn't see that.
Let's go. I don't know how sensitive this. I don't know how sensitive this car is to on throttle. Why did you watch the Spanish GP? I don't know. Should have watched the Spanish GP of '96.
My bad.
Car right. Keep to the left. Keep to the left. Stay on the left. Keep to the left. Clear.
Really didn't expect you to brake there.
You got a slow car on the left. There's an incident ahead.
Holy shit.
You got lucky, Thomas.
You should see the replay, but I will still look it.
You guys must be on. Guys, we talk about something else. Oh, here we go. Here comes the wreck.
Right side. Stay on the left.
Why is that? Is that an LMDH car or is it LMP2? He's like...
There's an incident behind.
He's well weird in pace. An LMP2, but he's just... hovering behind us in a weird way. I think I'm just really slow through the chicane. Oh my god, he's lagging. It's such a boaty car to drive. Oh, I tried to go in a bit faster, but then it slowed us down. Slit went too deep. "6 hours of cynicism." Hey, we're optimistic. The fascists aren't in French government. UK's had a good general election result, generally speaking. Could have been worse. Yeah. Oh, we got a race going on here. Trump's about to be president. Okay. Yeah, the choice of the president for the free world is a senile elderly man or a convicted felon. The choice, a pensioner that should be in an old people's home, or a pensioner that's a criminal. A blatantly, an absolutely proven corrupt paedophile, or or a doddery pensioner. That is who has their fingers on the button for the nukes. That's great. Absolutely fantastic. Great choice. Absolutely top notch. As you can see, democratic systems are working flawlessly.
Thank you.
Ah, yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't, you know, it's fine. It's all fine. Don't worry about it. Nothing to... Don't... It's fine. Don't focus on the details. Focus on the sim rig. We have nice force feedback. New simulators coming out. New simulators coming out. Don't worry. Ecological collapse. We're all dying. New simulator. Oh, thank you. New distraction. What more do you need? Absolutely perfect.
Sorry, Matthew, that was not my intention.
It's because your dentist has he has a F3 race later in the day, so he has to do the dentistry to leave enough time for him to get to the racetrack, obviously. What, you know. Yeah. It's alright, because AI is going to just get to the point where AI can take over everything just in time. Just in time, we have the Terminator scenario. So just before World War III, we also get the rise of the machines. Perfect. Great. I've seen this in an 80s sci-fi film. Oh, he's messed that line up. Yeah, everything's going to work out. Don't worry about it. What can you do? Nothing. Just enjoy it. Finally, we're going to overtake some GT3 cars. Where else would you move to? The problem is, things changed like really weirdly. Need to move to New Zealand. That seems like the safest bet, as far as I can tell. Nothing happens in New Zealand. There's just sheep everywhere. That's all that. All that happens in New Zealand is sheep watching, which sounds fine to me. I could sit on a hill watching sheep all day long. It'd be well relaxing. I'm going to become a New Zealand sheep farmer. You can go. Not really boring. You can do glider flying. It'd be amazing. Oh, that was nice. Thank you. He stayed on his brakes for longer.
You're welcome.
I don't accept your welcome. I retract the thank you. Yeah, move to New Zealand, buy a sailplane, do sim racing videos in the day. Oh, sim racing videos most days, and then when the weather's good, go glider flying. I might do that. House prices aren't too bad. If there's a nuclear war, you're okay. The hills, it looks amazing countryside. Less poisonous stuff than Australia. Can visit Japan. Oh, car behind killing themselves. It's only like 6 hours away for Japan. Yeah, and watch the sheep at the weekend. Exactly. That's all we need. That's enough. When you get to a certain point in life, you're like, oh, actually, and then, yeah, we just need a German girlfriend. That's the problem. I need to. How do I convince a German woman to come to New Zealand with me? She'll be like, where's the Doona kebabs? I'll be like, oh, promise they're there. Ah, there's a flaw in the plan. Big flaw in the plan there. How come I've only passed one GT3 car? I feel like we need slower GT cars in this, so you got more overtaking. Like whenever we've done multi-class racing, like this LMDH works well because they will pass GT3s in like 6 laps or something, 7 laps. But I feel like you need, for multi-class, the slower class car needs to be like at least 30% slower than the fast car, maybe 40% slower. So you then in a you basically lap them every 4 laps, every 5 laps. Got 5 laps till I need to pit. It's a nice and relaxing drive, this though. Guys, if you're new to the channel, check out our YouTube channel. It's called Game & Muscle has a giantforehead.com. Really good. We have review videos, have Matt Malone nudes, the usual. All in one place as well. Oh dear. Battle! Battle!
Keep to the left. Clear. You're in 4th position. You've got about 5 laps of fuel.
Battle!
Battle engaged.
I think it's the sound of this car. It puts me to sleep. It's nice and relaxing.
Target acquired.
Left side. Clear.
Well, I do as well, but it adds a lot of latency, so I tend not to use it. Matt Malone has a bigger sausage than me, so, you know. You won't believe how big Matt Malone's sausage is. It's absolutely huge. Oh, here we go.
38.264.
I'm going to stay out here. Let's see if we can make the most of this.
You're now in third.
Probably should have pitted so we don't get the traffic, but oh well.
Car on your left. Clear.
The traffic's the fun part of multi-class. Why would you not want the traffic?
Faster car coming up quick. Faster traffic approaching. Car on. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Pit boxing. 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here. Move it, move it.
We got pretty good at pitting. Beautiful. Ah, no! I was in NASCAR. I'm going to get a drive-through. What was I said about getting good at pitting? Bloody hell.
Right side.
I got away with it. I broke the law. I broke the law and I won. We got away with it. Yes, I beat the law. Take that, speed camera. Take that. Absolutely rigged. I trumped the pit lane there. No laws apply to me. It's because I'm drinking tea. My tea's too hot because my thermos is working too well.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome. Jerome Bosch.
Thank you for following the channel. Your life will never be the same. It will always be downhill from here. You have made the biggest mistake in your life.
That's the, I would always. What are you doing?
Right side. Clear on the right.
Kieran in front of us. Was that the guy that pitted before us? Okay, bye.
Please report to Mead Cycling Reunit 42B.
Oh. This is the race, guys, for glorious 7th, the most important race position. Seventh is where it's at.
7th will be achieved. Synthesizer Patel. Synthesizer Patel.
So good. Synthesizer Patel. Synthesizer Patel. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I love that shit. Macadino, 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 Dino, Dino, Macadino, Macadino. Oh, thank you for that. Macadino, 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 Dino. So stupid.
Braden, you are one more.
Here's a sound from the year 2000 and what we think music will be. Oh, that was so good. I like used to watch Tomorrow's World religiously as a teenager, so I think that makes that even better. I bet you could play Look Around Us on American TV and people would think it was actually legitimate. They wouldn't realise it was a parody. They'd be like, oh, British TV. Can I say I and Sick won't work today with that sound? I will be free tomorrow. What? Whatever you're on, can I have some? Macadino, Macadino.
You're losing on the current run. The gap is 3.2 seconds.
Tetrahedron, tetrahedron. Ah, dear. Guys, we need to catch the car in front of us so we get glorious 7th, otherwise I'm formatting my C drive. How long have we got? Oh no, 7 minutes. 7 minutes to get Kieran. 3.6 second gap. I demand at 7th place. He seems to be pulling away from us though, so this is not really strategically working out. Oh, he's slow. 3.9. He's got a penalty. Cut the track. Let's go.
Clear on the right.
Oh, I'm in 7th. What happened? Someone had to pit. Oh. Well, that's made things easier. I still want to get the car in front of us, though. .7. We need some wall hacks on this. Ah, come on. Say you cut the course, my arse. iRacing penalties are absolutely mental. It's like someone was like sat down and designed the worst penalty system ever that doesn't really make any sense at all. Hello? And then it doesn't even serve it properly. Not yet. It's a good song. Oh no, now we've got 8th place behind us. Project Cars 2, we go blah blah. You get the most ridiculous penalties, yeah. But I think because they basically try to use apply the same rule to every single track, and then some corners on some tracks are not really that much of an advantage. What is he doing? Why risk wrecking your entire race there? That's ridiculous. What are they doing? Trying to kill each other.
Dave, yet you don't have a rear wing anymore.
Still there, hold your line. Stay on the right. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
Oh, battle for 7th, guys. This is where it's at.
Faster car coming up quick.
Two minutes to go. Will we hold 7th? I don't think we will, but we'll see.
Stay on the left. Clear on the right. Car right.
Oh, here he comes.
Keep to the left.
Attack number 2.
Still there, hold your line. Keep to the left. Clear on the right. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear on the right. Car right. Faster traffic approaching. Stay on the left. Clear on the right.
Oh, we live to fight another day.
Car stop on the left.
Yikes.
Oh, Kieran was slow. We might get another place.
Car right. Clear.
Just slow down to let him through there. I didn't have to, but he probably would have punted us.
You're gaining on the car in front. The gap is 2.6 seconds. Faster car coming up quick. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear on the right. Car right. Stay on the left. Clear on the right.
Not sure why you're trying to go around the outside there. I mean, it's a nice attempt to like use the draft of the other car to come through. Not a bad idea.
Car right. Still there, hold your line. Right flat, one more left to go.
Oh, he's the battle.
Clear.
A bit slow.
That's what we're going for.
Or will it? Do you think this car will plough into us behind us rather than doing a clean overtake?
You've got about 2 laps of fuel left. Right side. Stay on the left. Clear.
Oh! Oh, I think you got to slow down. I win. Or will he draft us? Ah, I'll win. Merry Christmas.
All right, there's the checkered flag. Great job. You did really well.
That was all right.
Fucking hell, that was close. Good race, well done.
We
That
got
was brilliant.
glorious 7th place.
Mantengo cassa.
Okay, I'm not sure what that is. How much is iRacing for this series? Well, you'd have to be A licensed, so you'd have had to have done other. You'd have had to have done like. You'd have to buy one car and one track for each lot that's in each license bracket. I guess you could just buy a GT3 car and get that up to A license, and then you just whatever. But basically, you need to think about it. iRacing is basically £350 a year, generally, if you've not got an account before. That's what it ends up being. £270 to £350 a year. Here we go, results. That was the top split. Weird. The IMSA is good for farming safety rating if you just drive around. 45 minutes with no X's. I think we got 2. Yeah, 2 1X's. We could do a final Porsche Pump Fest race. Let's do a final Pump Fest Porsche, why not? Don't know why I'm doing this, but it's normally entertaining seeing all the cars crash. Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen eventually. We'll get I think there'll be I don't think it'll be a set of course at Evo, but who knows. Sim racing could stay the same for like another 10 years. What can you do? You know. It'd be pretty funny if it does. If it just lumbers on. I'm gonna get a biscuit, guys. I'll be back in a second. There's still not that many people sim racing. I find it funny how you get people in VR going, "Oh, VR's not popular. VR's not mainstream. Oh, not enough people doing VR." And it's like, there's a lot more people doing VR than there are sim racing. Like Gorilla Tag has like 1 million players. You're in your 40s. Sim racing might not change. Yeah, see, it's over for us. I can see it just getting stuck because I mean, that's why I think it's up to iRacing to fix the tire model. Because it's the best I think we can hope for. Because no other platform is going to be able to get the numbers of players behind it. Unless, well, it will do. If another game comes out on console as well as PC, that would work. That would do it. Cheers, guys. Yeah, VR is great. It's actually ridiculous. VR is more impressive than when I've used like £1 million simulators or like, you know, really high-end projector screens, cave VR systems. VR, and you can have that at home with a Quest 3. It's like, what? And what's really weird is media don't cover it relative to how good it is. So it's really weird. Like when the Apple headset came out, everyone was like, "Oh, VR, wow!" Like, well, the media was sort of interested because it's Apple, not because they care about the actual technology or what's going on. And yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird. I guess because media got it all out their systems in the 90s. It was like they hyped VR, and all the hypothetical idea of VR was captivating to them rather than the actual reality of VR. And so they get stuck. They get stuck on the hypothetical, and then the reality of VR doesn't match the hypothetical, and so then they're like, "Oh, well, it's rubbish." It's like, no, that the actual reality of VR is actually really, 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 really good. Like, it's incredible. It's just, sure, it's not the holodeck, but it's actually amazing. But yeah, it is just it is a screen with head tracking. It is amazing. It does have like really good properties to it, hand controllers. That's really interesting. That's actually really amazing. But no, it's not a holodeck. And no, you're not in the computer. It's just, that's the problem. It's hard for them to conceptually. It's easier to promote it as if it's the holodeck, but then it obviously isn't, and it's hard to actually promote it for what it actually is in a way that's not disingenuous. Oh, I'll give it a go, Jared. I've got GT7. Let's never play it. Hello, Toothpick Fairy. Thank you for following. Oh man, I needed that biscuit. Isn't it weird that there's no coffee flavoured biscuits? Like, you'd have thought someone would have made like a dark chocolate coffee biscuit. You have coffee chocolate cake. I prefer OLED for everything, yeah. Once you use OLED, it's hard to go to anything else, to be honest. Just, there's a quality to OLED that's really nice. No holodeck, no buy. No, what's a toffee pop? Right, I'm googling that. Is this a... what is this? Toffee pop. Are you American? T-O-F-F-E pop. Oh, Poppets. We get Poppets. Hang on, are these fake Jaffa... what is this? What is this? So they're like fake Jaffa cakes. Are they coffee flavour? Hang on. What is this? Hang on. No, they're like Millionaire's shortbread, right?
My goodness!
My goodness! Right. Can I buy some on Amazon? I've never seen these. Toffee pop. T-O-F-F-E pop. £16 for £8 for a... Jesus Christ. Oh no. £8 for a 4-pack. Bloody hell. Well, that's $3. That's like... It's like $20. I don't want to buy like 10 packets of them and find they're terrible. That's from Amazon. Can you imagine being a streamer every day? Well, yeah, it's not too bad if you're making hundreds of thousands of pounds every year and then you get to go to big influencer events and everyone treats you like a god. I can think of worse things. I mean, on the scale of jobs, you know, doing like an occasional live stream and then getting paid like $2 or $3 grand from a live stream, and then doing a video like once or twice a week and then getting paid £5,000 to £10,000 a video. I can think of worse things. You know, there's much worse jobs out there. I mean, even if it was a worse game than Gran Turismo, imagine if it was like, I don't know, something really shit. Well, there's a, if you manage to get, if you're lucky, or like through hard work as well, but if you're lucky that you get into a position where you're like one of the de facto top people for a popular game, then, you know, it's a great place to be. So what you find though is like an ultimate type of influencer in many ways is if you can be such a way that other people can project their personality onto you. So it's like presenting, isn't it? The more...
The pace car is out of control.
Crazy Cappy, thanks for following. The more you can be in a way that allows people to project themselves onto you, the more popular you will be. So you look at TV presenters, they're like some of the most boring people ever. A lot of actors as well, in real life, are like the dullest people ever, but you would think, oh, they're really interesting, they'd be really good. Oh, and it's like, no, the characters are written by writers, then they're directed by directors, and then they read the scripts on camera. Like, yeah, okay, there is a skill to acting for sure. Like, obviously, and some actors are really good. Like, there are normally you find like the really talented actors are like comedians that also write their own stuff, or that, you know, there are people that are genuinely really good actors. So I'm not knocking that as a skill. It's obviously a skill in and of itself, but a hell of a lot of actors are stupendously dull, which is fine because that's their job. That's what they meant, you know. People project onto them stuff. It's crazy. I mean, I'm stupendously dull, but I'm too opinionated, so that's I fail. It's not Frank Zappa. It's not because of the character that they're playing. It's because everybody treats them really weirdly on set or in plays and productions and things, and their media constantly treats them. And it's entirely a corporate environment with everyone being really vapid, and then they have you'll have lots of fans coming around them and stuff. So it really, unless someone goes, right, that's work, it's a job, It's not real. The people interacting with me are like interacting with me for work. Fine, then it's all right. But there's a lot of personality types that get into acting are also the type of people that really need validation. They're often quite insecure. You know, they need a crowd. They really want a crowd clapping them on. Some people in a perfectly healthy way, you know, and some people they do like live streaming. But you know, there'll be a mixture. But you can totally see how child actors that then get like play a big role in a massive film, and then everybody treats them different. They never have a normal relationship, and they can't detach what's a professional thing or what's interest because of the character versus their actual selves. And so then they have a massive weird breakdown between them not thinking that anything's valid or them not knowing what's someone liking them for who they actually are themselves, or what's someone liking them for the work they've done. If that makes sense, or the fact that they're successful or famous or something. So yeah. Thing is, it can happen to anyone. Like you get it in business. Like obviously, if you're in a position to make other people money, you will get people that really don't like you being nice to you in completely disingenuous ways. They really don't care. They just want to make money. It's just business, and it can be quite hard to separate who is interacting with you because they're a sort of genuine person versus who is interacting with you purely from a monetary perspective. And you know, it's a bizarre thing. 'Cause people are also motivated. They're really motivated to be ingenuine and look at things from a monetary perspective, and not be genuine, because there's always the worry that they'll be like, oh well, you know, I'm employed by this company. If I'm genuine to this, like let's say someone's been genuine to an influencer and they thought that influencer was a tit, and they're like, well, you know, I want to be I want to be a normal person with them, but they can't be. You know, so they're not gonna be, because they can't afford to lose money for the business. So, if you win the lottery or you make a lot of money, you don't tell anyone. It's the stupidest thing you'd ever do. Also, you'd just be really boring with it. If I won a lot of money or suddenly came into a lot of money, I would be stupendously boring with it. It would go into like low risk investment accounts, some like funds, charity funds and things, and like boring shit. It'd be like I wouldn't personally. Let's say I came into £10 million tomorrow. I would it would all go towards really boring stuff, and then I would look at it'd be a burden, because I'd be like, all right, now I have a financial responsibility to make sure this money is actually utilised in a useful way. Oh yeah, then yeah. Well, imagine what that does to a child if they if you don't know if your parents actually liked you, or if your parents were just seeing you as a business asset. That's going to mess people up as well. They're like theatre children.
Green, green, green.
They'll always feel like they're doing something to impress someone rather than because it's something they actually want to do.
You're on the left. Rewind. Car right.
Oh, there they go.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Yeah.
It's the first turn.
Business is so insidious in many ways.
Left side.
Guys, come on, what are we doing?
Keep to the right.
Daniel,
It's one of the
fucking aggressive.
things that I really don't like about business is I like to be
Some common sense.
Too wide. Clear.
genuine and stuff, and I feel like a lot of business stuff is really insincere, or can be, like, not. It's gonna be worse in different industries.
Ariel, like really? What is going on here?
I haven't tried it, Simon. Not the latest thing. I was kind of waiting until the pure skyboxes change. I could give it a go though. Actually, we could break Assetto Corsa. I really like the skyboxes there. Yeah, I think it's just acting's a very toxic industry. I think influencer stuff is as well. What I do is like very toxic. I mean, I'm fortunate that sim racing is like such a small niche of it, and sim races are it's such a tiny thing. Even the biggest like people in gaming sim racing stuff, like let's say, I don't know, even like Jimmy, Super GT, whoever's like big in sim racing, they're still basically non-existent on the global scale of like compared to like a D-list celebrity. So it's a lot, it's nowhere near compared to like like the top CS like players that have like 20,000 live viewers and things, and even they're actually quite limited to their audiences. So in some ways I don't think it's not really comparable to like actors and stuff. But I really like that with sim racing, that I'm not recognised really, unless I go to like a sim racing thing or a racetrack. That's really nice. How would one go about online races as a new AC? Sign up to Low Fuel Motorsport. You can just join into races. We do races with subscribers. Yeah, YouTube's big, but it's all divided up into different audiences that also don't interact with each other. So like I've gone to like events and things where there's like YouTubers that have 5 million subscribers, like big channels and stuff, and I didn't even know them. Obviously I'm old, but like also other YouTubers that would be at events that wouldn't know some of the others, because if you're not following that niche, you just wouldn't know about it. So obviously the average person on the street doesn't really know about it. It's not like back when PewDiePie was like really big. Everybody knew who PewDiePie was, basically, because he's in mainstream media. Now, I mean, Mr. Beast is like that, but even then, like, day to day, if Mr. Beast was, like, just walking around, you wouldn't know it was Mr. Beast, would you? You'd be like, oh, okay. You just assume, oh, it's just a 20-year-old. That's the other thing that's hilarious, right? So you get actors that are like relatively famous but not like huge, and they purposefully, this is really common, they purposefully try to get attention from like people and paparazzi and stuff because they love it. They actually really like it, and then they pretend that they don't. Some of them don't, some of them are actually not like that at all, but you have to think about it. If you're not dressed how you normally are dressed in the media that you produce, and you're not like looking like a character, and you don't act like a famous person, people aren't going to notice, because a lot of people look like a lot of other people. So unless you're like mega famous, where people could, where they're stalked around all over the place, and so they can't actually ever not be seen. But that's a very small number of people. But you can by like your demeanour, for example, you can really so like, for example, if you're like really confident and you like assert yourself and you sort of act in a dominant way, you will stand out in a way where people will think, oh, that's a famous person. Or like if you had like a group of people around you, it will make people look at you, right? Whereas if you're with one person and you're just acting normally and you're not like dressed all like over the top, no one would notice them. Like, imagine who's really famous in the UK. Like Emilia Clarke's pretty famous, right? You would not, if she was just dressed normally. By the way, she might be actually a totally normal person. I think she probably is. Like, I don't know her, but like, if she was dressed totally normally, you wouldn't. You wouldn't be able to pick her out from someone else. You'd be like, oh, okay, so it's a woman.
The pace car is out of control.
Elis of Folnolly, hello. I missed that comment. Yeah, Keanu Reeves seems like a just down-to-earth, chill person. And then people tend to leave him alone. Yeah, I think a lot of people could generally look like Ricky Gervais, and you wouldn't necessarily be like, oh wow.
We'll have qualifying P2, getting crunted to the back of the field.
Insane of a take, what is? How insane of a take, what is? What's your problem? I don't know what you're talking about. Who dresses normally all the time? Well, if that's the point, is if someone was famous and they dress the same way whilst they're doing famous stuff, then people will recognise them, won't they? Whereas if someone is wearing different clothing to what they wear from where they're recognised in media and stuff, on different makeup or have their hair different, they're not going to be recognised. They don't necessarily want to be chased by paparazzi, but a lot of them want attention. Like, you have to be stupid to not realise, you know. I'm just telling you the truth, so. They don't want to be harassed. They don't want to be, like, stalked. But a lot of people that are in... let's think. Do the type of people that, like, specifically go out of their way to have crowds clap them on when they do a performance. Would those types of people... Would a proportion of those people, probably disproportionate to your average person... Would a proportion of those people particularly maybe like attention? Let's think here. I'm not talking about sports people, and in fact, sports people are a great example. I've been at quite a few events where there's like international, like gold medalists, Olympians, footballers, whatever, like, you know, really high up sports people. And nobody would really notice them particularly because they're not like walking around as if they're like a famous person, because they're not famous for wanting attention. They do an activity that they're really good at. They generally don't even want the fame. They just, you know, they just like doing what they do. I don't know how you could think that people that there's not a lot of people that actors that go out of their way to be noticed at like restaurants and things or in public for an ego boost.
Fast flat for you.
Yeah, if they don't go out of their way to be like, that's the thing. If they don't go out of their way to like draw attention, generally they'll just be left to their own devices. That's the point. I know people that work in the West End that tell me this as well, so it's not me just making it up. So. Let's go. I think if I was a stage actor, I would always wear like makeup in public and be like, I demand a table in the window. Oh, they're taking pictures of me. I demand the most expensive seat. Oh no, my privacy has been infringed. To be fair, there are obviously a lot of people. There's a lot of mental shit that happens with famous people. Just mental. I would hate to be like actually famous. Like actually famous would be terrible. It'd be the worst thing ever.
Leader is running 6.878.
We play Assetto Corsa. This is a convoy game. This is why I like iRacing, because I can chat about rubbish whilst we're driving.
James, you gotta apply some pressure, man. We're getting benched up back here.
I'm just relaxing whilst live streaming here. I'm just chilling out. Ah! Alright.
Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
You're not helping my
I didn't expect you to cut in like that.
That's not helping my relaxation.
I'm streaming as well. I'll look at yours afterwards.
Oh, gee, I just had a heart attack then.
Yeah, me too. I didn't expect that at all.
That was like a pure American fast food delivery. Deliveroo straight up the inside.
How can you be relaxing in this series?
Because these are like tanks. Everything happens at like 2 miles an hour. It's like walking around the racetrack. It's well good.
Yeah, but there's quite a few morons in this series.
You call them morons, I call them content.
You're not wrong there.
Also, if you become the moron, you win. So that's what I've learned to do.
Clear.
Yeah, I'm debating it.
Where's he going? Andrew takes the top G. I'm the top M. Top moron. Here we go. Oh, we're on the inside.
Left side. Clear.
Kerry, your car looks like in the UK when it's like near Independence Day and or like fireworks or something, or there's like a big American event on the supermarkets. They'll have like a hot dog stand and Coke and stuff, and they'll be like, "Oh, it's American Day," and your car looks like one of those supermarket stands.
Mission accomplished.
did you just overtake me so we could see your Twitch link on my stream?
I wanted to make sure you got a good look at it.
Kerry Karan, guys, go over to his chat and say hello to him. Go and say hello to him and say happy tea time. We got teabag emojis. I don't know if you can post them in their chat. That'd be pretty funny. Give him a teabag. One time at band camp, you were sitting at a bar and Aerosmith tour bus came outside. I don't know who the most famous person I've like bumped into was. I don't think I've ever bumped into like super famous musicians or like actors. I'm not really hanging around places. Although actually, I guess I am, but like I don't. Really think of. Oh, maybe Alonso. He's pretty famous, I guess, isn't he? Do you know what's his face from David Dickens? I was in Edinburgh and David Dickens was walking down the high street. I've told this story before, but he's really orange. He's more orange than Donald Trump. And so I'm in Edinburgh High Street and I look to my right and there's like a crowd of people following this big orange tall man down the street. And I'm just like, what on earth is that? What's going on? That was surreal. Not because it's David Dickinson, but it was because there was a tall orange man with like 50 people following him. It didn't make any sense. It was like an acid trip or something. It was bizarre. Like, why would you even care to follow David Dickinson of all people? Why would that be like a crowd drawer? Like, why would you be like, wow, it's David Dickens, I've got to follow him around? Doesn't make any sense. Maybe he paid them to follow him. I don't know. It was just so bizarre. Oh yeah, there was that one time as a kid where I met Rolf Harris. I don't like to talk about that though. Did any of you guys go on Jim or Fix It? For some reason, there's like a weird blank spot in my memory from when I was in the BBC studios as a child. I just can't remember anything. Ah! Why?
Did you lose your rear end there a little bit?
Oh dear, so mental. Ian, I don't know who that is. Now we'll catch up, don't worry, it's fine. I'll just imagine that Jimmy Savile's behind me and that'll help me go faster. Parking hunt. Oh dear. I feel like my childhood's been ruined by all the people that I used to watch as a child on TV have all turned out to be creepy perverts. It's like, you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. I used to well like Rolf Harris's kids' TV stuff. That was my impression of him doing his song. Not an impression of the Visit. I think Rolf Harris has made any kid that grew up in the 80s and 90s. Rolf Harris has made us all Brits suspicious of all Australians. That's how it works. Every time I try and push a bit harder, we go like fractionally over the limit and then we lose what the time we gained. This car it drives like a tank filled with a swimming pool. Oh, Tony Hart was alright. Yeah, Tony Hart was well good. And Morph. The, you know. That was well good. 90-degree rejoin. Yeah, Tony Hart was actually fantastic. He was super chill as well. Really easy to watch. Didn't he live to like 90 something?
Careful, James. You don't know if they brake clean or not. The way that guy shot back on the track, I don't know.
I trust him.
You're a braver man than I.
We're closing. Ah, this guy's braking is really confusing me. We're closing in here on the cars in front. You know when you're...
I'm using my brakes a lot back here.
You know when you're a child and your parents have walked ahead of you, so and you have to catch back up with your parents, but you have to walk really fast to catch up with them because they've walked ahead. That's what this feels like, trying to catch the group of cars in front. It's like, oh, I'm just too slow. Oh, I have short legs. That's what this simulates. Childhood memories. Obviously, in my case, it was my family trying to leave me behind. If we leave him in the park, we can claim that he got lost. He'll be fine. They were walking. They weren't walking fast. They were running away. Unfortunately, I was a fast runner as a child. It's so hard to overtake in this car because it's so clumbersome.
Clear, car on your left. Still there, hold your line.
Oh dear.
Clear.
You're not making it easy for me. Trying to get past this green brick wall.
But isn't this more fun?
It's impossible to overtake. This car's so sluggish. Ah! Just giving you a position there. I'm so generous. Ah, this car, guys. Well, the problem is I'm way faster, but it's once you're behind a car that's slow, because this car's so limiting in its dynamics, you can't get the overtake done because it's just too like cumbersome. Cumbersome. Without, you know, it's absurd. And then there's no you can't naturally counter steer the slip from the oversteer, so it means that you can't do proper moves up the inside, or like, you know, it's just bizarre. I mean, it is what it is, but it's very strange because this car drives nothing like this in ACC or AC or R-Factor 2 or Automobilista 2. So
Have a good race, James. Fun.
it's not over yet. I'm going to crash, don't worry. Cumbersome should be the
That's
word.
what I would end doing.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. You have to deal with it. You pathetic fool.
For the race. Buena carrera.
Well, we got 10th place. So that was alright. I mean, it's weird. Yeah, good driving, Mr. American Flag.
4th of July celebration. Good driving. We'll catch you in the next one.
God bless America.
I'm glad you guys had fun.
Other than get bumped by a guy at the very start, it was a pretty good race. James was great to race side by side.
I'm getting compliments. This guy clearly doesn't know me. He doesn't know that I'm a toxic streamer. Oh, that's Super Formula. I don't want to do that. We're going to do fixed. Today's Silverstone Day. Super Formula Light's final race at Final race at Silverstone. God bless. Yeehaw. Oh, we're ploughing up the safety rating here. What's the most safety rating you can have? Like 5. 5.0? 4.99 or 3.99. Hang on, I need to think of I need to do the advertising thing here. Guys, if you enjoy the channel, why not follow? If you want to support us, you can become a member on YouTube, Twitch. We have a donation link as well if you like what we're doing. We have affiliate links if you want to support us. That's it. Oh, we got his water bottles, but I don't have an affiliate link set up. Well, I do, but I can't remember what it is. So I'm really bad. We've partnered with Iron 8 to promote their drinks bottles because I've been using these for 10 years, and these are their new ones. And they ship internationally, and they're good price and they're good quality. Do you earn more if we watch on... I'm not allowed to say. I'm not allowed to say. Because then that would be exposing advertising rates, which is against the rules.
The pace car is out of control.
I know you slag. I don't slag the time model. I'm just honest about it. It's not slagging it off. I'm just saying the truth about it, which comes across as slagging it off because it's the truth. And but you know, you want to do NASCAR, £500. Well, yeah, it depends what you do with NASCAR. Thanks, Tyx. Watch on both. Well, yeah, as I say, you sort of need to budget between £270 and £350 a year if you're going to play iRacing a lot. Like £90 for the subscription, and then you're probably going to buy 1 or 2 cars, and you're probably going to buy like 5 or 6 tracks, or maybe more. So, you know, I think... I'm not sure how much I've spent on iRacing, probably like £2,000 or something. But I've had an account since 2008, I think 2007. I used to play a pirate version of iRacing because I didn't have any money. So we had there was a version that was going around in like 2006, I think. It was just a Skip Barber on Lime Rock Park. But basically, it worked as a nice demo to have an idea what it's like. I wonder if that's still floating around the internet. Circa 2007 pirated iRacing. Oh, you were considering it, but I put you off. Oh, well, you know, I put some people on and I put some people off, so I guess if half the people watching this don't like it and half do, then I'm doing my job. Well, yeah, so if you were starting out in iRacing, what you'd really want to do, you need to preemptively know which cars are active. So, like, unfortunately, some things shuffle around. So, the thing that I noticed, if you were going to start an iRacing, you're like, oh, right, I want to... So this is what happened to me. I wanted to buy stuff that I knew I'd be able to drive a lot. So, you really need to know that, oh, actually, the F4 car is very popular. Formula Lights is very popular. And then on the tin top side of things, it's like... GT3 cars are very popular. So if you buy like the Ferrari, for example, you will be able to do the Ferrari fixed races, and you'll be able to use that as a GT3 car, so then you can save money and get access to more stuff. And the Ferrari fixed, I think, uses default content. So there's certain cars on iRacing that will get you more access to the racing than others if you were trying to do it on a tight budget. But then I would say, don't play iRacing if you're on a tight budget. Do not play iRacing, because you'll resent it. You'd rather have spent the money on better computer equipment, better wheels and stuff, and and then you could use that with all the simulators. And then once you've already got like a nice DD wheel or nice pedals, or once you're happy with your equipment and your graphics card and your PC and whatever, then it's like, oh well, you might as well get AC, ACC, LMU, AC Evo when that comes out, whatever. Those 4 or 5 games cost the same price as like 6 months of iRacing, so you might as well get those first, and and then do iRacing. But I do think some people do just get locked into iRacing, and that's all they play, which means they'll get the value from it. So yeah, so when they run cars that are on tracks that people don't like, they're basically dead. So like this stock car Brazil is dead. There's one driver in it, so it's dead at this time. So it doesn't really work. Proto GT racing 7 minutes, 3 cars registered, so it's dead. Porsche Cup's pretty much always active. TCR is like 4 cars registered, so that's not enough to have splits, so it's basically dead. It's pointless for iRacing. Fitz Ferrari, 85 cars. Like once you pass 2 splits, that's really good. You've got enough cars there for you'll get a good race. IMSA's normally got quite a few people in it. Arca Menard series, 80 cars. MX5's normally got people in it. Just depend on the track. Simon, you really like force feedback in Le Mans with the laser scan tracks? But Le Mans has got the worst force feedback of all the sims. I don't know what you're talking about. Le Mans has like really vibraty force feedback, which isn't useful to drive from. You could turn up rumble and stuff in other games if you want that. Like Le Mans has like some of the worst force feedback after like ACC. So I don't know what you've done with your wheel settings, to be honest. If you want rumbly force feedback in AC, just turn up the track texture. It's terrible. Oh, you dropped 100. Why did it cost 130 to play Arca? Or did you buy a year-long sub to iRacing? Just the track. Well, hang on. You preemptively bought all the tracks. Why not just buy the tracks that are on whilst you're driving? Because you're stupid. Yeah, you say Simon, you say it's got more texture. That's just high frequency vibration, which isn't useful to that's not really useful to drive from. You're just liking the suspension bumps. Yeah, it's because R Factor 2 translates the suspension bumps through the force feedback really noisy. Yeah, LMU's good fun. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy playing it. We'll jump into it again soon. I don't know why the suspension is so noisy in R Factor 2 and LMU. It's like the wheels of bloody drill. We're doing the Super Formula Lights here. Just waiting 2 minutes. Don't know what the next track is. Oh. Well, what do you mean feels like? I've not. What high power cars have you driven where the force feedback is vibrating like a bloody drill? You fit the car vibrates, but not the bloody.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you can just pick one thing. No, I can't think of a single car or go-kart in real life where the wheel is where where it's just rattling. Like if you add more filter to R Factor 2 for cars that are like that, or LMU especially. Yeah, there's no dynamic range for where for braking and the. I understand why people like the suspension feel and the bumps and stuff. I get why that's immersive, fine. But if you can't feel the slip curve of the tyre, the force feedback's basically rendered redundant. You can't feel what the car's doing. Like, you can't feel the important part, which is how much grip do you have before the tyres are going to slide or lock up. No, there's bloody esports drivers pointing this out, Jared. So, yeah, you can drive under the limit and it will get lighter when you go over it, but the range to that is terrible. And at high speed it's irrelevant anyway, because slides are going to be super progressive at high speed because of how downforce is. So, but no, my settings aren't off. Again, do you think the person that has 12 DD wheels and 3 belt driven wheels and has been obsessed with force feedback for 25 plus years, do you think that their settings are off? It's like, so do you not think I've gone through every setting? It's, you know, why would there be like other like really talented esports drivers also going, yeah, this is a really big problem? LMU is very easy to drive though, so that helps make up for it. It's very controllable, like super easy to control. They are, thanks Knight, they are incredibly masculine. You know, I basically live streamed to model the glasses. So, well, the problem with iRacing is more to do with the tyre physics rather than the force feedback. iRacing has a dynamic range to its force feedback, especially if you use IRFFB. No real feel for braking in iRacing, but you can use you just use the sound as a reference for how hard you can brake, which is stupid, but I think that because LMU is so easy to drive, that masks how low detail the force feedback is. It's stupendously easy to drive LMU compared to iRacing, as it should be. Like, it's like if real cars shouldn't be ridiculous to drive, you know, they should be pretty easy. If you take out G-forces, noise, random grip levels, all the shit in real life, and then you just have like the most pure, perfect condition car, it should be easy to drive. Bloody hell, this thermos works too good. Ow! Well, that's good. I've just lost my lid. This tea, I've been sipping this tea and it's like 1 billion degrees. I mean, I guess that's what a thermos is supposed to do, but every sip of my tea is 4 million degrees. I can't enjoy it because my tongue is melting. Every sip is pain. It's like I've got rabies. Yeah, real cars drive with lots of grip until you push them, generally speaking. You have to actually... real life's more like AC in the sense that you have to push the cars a bit. Like, you really actually have to put a bit of effort to... Not all cars and not all conditions, obviously, but I don't think I've not driven a single go-kart or car, and bear in mind, I've only driven, like, 5 real cars, like 2 on a racetrack, and only casually. But nothing has ever just slid around spontaneously. Like, you actually had to put effort in. You're, like, pushing the car. I think that's where the term pushing even comes from, because it feels like you're pushing. It doesn't feel like you're pussyfooting around. I've just took the lid off it. This is a really good thermos, though. We got another one. We got a non-thermos one. I like the matte finish, though. Well, I have a 10% discount code, but I need to log into my account and set it up properly because we've partnered with them. So basically, I have a discount code that's an affiliate link where you guys will get 10% off, and I get some money as well. But I don't know how much they are. I think about £20, I think. But it's good. They're a good price. Like before I partnered with this company, I was buying them myself. Why does iRacing have different tyre models? So it depends how you define tyre model. So that they're fundamentally, I think, using the same underlying physics principles, but they'll have put different data into the tyres so they behave slightly different. So I think when iRacing, from my understanding, I might have got this wrong, but from just talking with iRacing people, I think what happens is when they got a new car, they have an opportunity to like maybe tweak the tyre model a bit to try and make it line up better with what that real car's like. And so I think they use that as an opportunity to do slightly different tyre stuff. But it's not really a different tyre model, because all the cars in iRacing have exactly the same physics behaviour and same tyre behaviour. They're just to greater or lesser extent. You know, a different tyre model would be like, you know, a car would drive like a different... It would be the equivalent to... So, Project Cars 2 set a tyre model versus whatever they had before that, or like ACC tyre model compared to AC1 tyre model, or R Factor 2 compared to R Factor 1. You know what I mean? They drive totally different because the tyre physics is totally different. That's a different tyre model. Well, so GTEs have traction control, and the traction control stops the tyres from heating up as much because you're not getting as much slip. So that stops you from accidentally heating the tyres, which then stops you from getting into the sloppy slides to the same extent. That's why the Toyota GR86 is also a lot more natural in many ways, because the traction control stops the tyres heating up. Novotny's face is boring. Novotny needs to play Counter-Strike. Plant the bomb in the open. I need to get to level 25 in CS. Oh no, it was level 15, rank 15. I don't think it's going to happen. That was a goal for this year. It was what have we done? We failed everything. Walk across Scotland, German wife, and 15k rating in Counter-Strike. Oh, hang on. Is this the outlap? Okay. Oh my goodness. Hello. Yeah, no, I need to play more CS. There's a lot of cheaters in it though. I don't want to just pick up a drunk German.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your third time black.
Yeah, no, I know. We were saying this earlier. It'd be absolutely amazing. I actually like how abrupt iRacing's force feedback is as well. I really enjoy I really enjoy that feeling. Like there's a sort of simplicity to the force feedback. In any of the sims, they model brake fatigue, burnout, failure. I don't know of any sims that model brake failure, but I'm pretty sure ACC, I think iRacing, not sure about, I don't know, I don't think AC1 does. R-Factor 2, I think, does. They do brake fading, I think, to some extent. Tell you what, I drove a rental kart once. It wasn't really a rental kart. It was a go-kart that had a car, like a small car engine, and it was used car tires. So technically, it was a car, but it's basically the size of imagine a go-kart, but with a car engine and like car wheels. It was the worst thing I've ever driven ever. Like, it was so bad. Like, the force feedback. Imagine a DD wheel on, like... Imagine, like, a 14 Newton meter DD wheel and then setting it to 80% damping. And then, like, it was... And the way it moved... I couldn't even... And also, I wasn't wearing a helmet, so I was getting wind in my face, so I couldn't even see anything. It was terrible. It was honestly the worst thing ever. It was the worst experience I've ever had in a car. And I've had passenger laps in a Radical with my helmet being blown off by the wind, so I have some like bad experiences. I had a friend took me out. A friend took me out in their Radical, right? And I had to borrow a helmet, right, from the racetrack. And the bloody helmet was the wrong size and the strap wasn't correct. And so as soon as we got up to speed, the underside of the helmet was catching the wind and the helmet was lifting off. So I had to put my hand in the helmet and hold it down to keep the helmet on. So stupid. It's like the worst passenger lap ever. And then I realised if I tilted my head forwards, the wind would push the helmet down. But it was still really bad. Not comfortable. Also, I wasn't wearing gloves, so if a stone had hit me in the hand, it would have like... Oh, it was worse than LMU. Yeah, it was worse than any simulator. It was terrible. A lot of I mean, you guys must have done like rental go-karting and stuff. A lot of vehicles have terrible wheel feel. But it doesn't matter because you drive from your body. There's nothing wrong with a bit of man sweat. Would it be okay if it was woman sweat? What if it was like really disgusting, ugly woman? What if it was like Theresa May sweat? Is that what you're into? You probably would have liked that. Yeah, I know. It would have, Jared, yeah. If it flipped. Radical's got a roll bar. It would have been fine. Yeah, I mean, your hands would go flailing everywhere. Have you seen those go-karts where they have they've got a roll cage, but then obviously if you've got a roll cage, there's the risk that if your hands go out, they would get cut off by the roll cage. So they've got the roll cage, but then they have straps that you strap your hands into. So like you clip your hands into like a straight jacket, so that if it rolls, your hands can only go like this. Have you seen that? Give him a commentary. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to a foggy but exciting Silverstone race circuit. Today's race on pole position, rated as driver number 4, it's Trevon Lane. Will he be taking the fast lane to victory? Well, it's all up in the air because hot on his tail is Justin Carrizosa with a 150.9. Third place, rated as driver 17, Owen R. Miller. What a surprise showing for Mr. Miller. Nobody expected that result from such a lowly rated driver. Well, the lights are about to go green. There's just 30 seconds. I hope the drivers have finished with their toilet breaks. Let's go racing at Silverstone in the Super Formula Lights.
That was the best presentation I ever got.
The field is 2000.
Okay, let's go.
Obrigado.
Tight field today. Look for opportunities.
Yeah, thanks.
8.5.
Okay, let's go.
The grid.
What seat do I use? Sparco R33. I use a memory foam pillow to help my back.
Okay, let's
Green
go.
flag. There's an incident ahead, right side. Clear on the right.
That was close.
Car on your left. You're in the middle. 3 wide. Clear. There's an incident ahead. Go left.
Really? We're 3 wide, mate. Are you blind?
Left side. Clear. Right side. Still there. Hold your line. Stay on the left.
Oh!
Clear on the right.
He was lucky that the wheels did not.
Sorry, Bobby, I was just sliding. I didn't try to close you like...
He was so lucky that his wheels did not get caught up in my wheels. I couldn't even see him. thought I was going to go flying. This is a little bit faster than the Porsche.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Thought that was a car that had missed the brake point behind him. He's going in the pit lane.
Mustafa, would you shit if I see you ain't going anywhere, bro? Just so you can...
The same speed. It's closer to the ground, so it feels faster.
Car on your left. Clear.
Have you been on the TGV? It's mental. Feels like you're travelling through. You go from the UK side onto the French side, and it feels like you're going at warp speed. And you know, like parallax when you look out the window, you like get 3 layers of parallax. It's bizarre. You don't really notice it at lower speeds. Skateboards. Sitting on a skateboard is the fastest thing you could ever do.
Left side. Stay on the right. Clear.
All the cars behind we're going to wreck now.
Just a second fast. Left a second. There's an incident ahead. Go left.
Why hold your brakes? It's
You got a
boring.
slow car on the left.
Only losers hold their brakes when they spin. Losers! Oh, they look like they're going to wreck in front. Oh, somehow they got away with that. This anime girl car is super confident. I think they're lagging. I think they're driving normally, but their ping's high, so it looks like they're smash dangling everyone. I lifted there to be safer, but the car's behind are catching now.
Left side. Keep to the right. Stay on the right.
Oh, that's what I get for being careful.
Clear.
Wrecked.
The car is P1. Just set the fastest lap. 51.132. Car on your left. Clear.
Bloody hell. Car behind almost ramshackle me. I was trying to line up to get a run. I know, Uchid, I'm an idiot. I'm a complete
Idiot.
What a fool. We got past the orange car, which is nice. Oh, shut up.
Corner and got a slow down penalty.
Oh, come on. Are you kidding? Who designs these penalty systems? It's a stupid game. Oh yeah, that running wide there equals 3 places. And it wouldn't serve it, and I can't serve it anywhere else. It's not going to be safe. Oh my god. Like, how do iRacing not think that they're completely stupid? Like, do they have a game designer, and do they not look at that and go, oh, hang on a minute. Aren't we looking a bit stupid? Doesn't that make us look completely moronic? Even more moronic than Game of Muscle and his stupid head with goggles? Only iRacing managed to look dumber than me. Congratulations! That's your prize, iRacing. You've managed to make yourselves look more stupid than the most stupid sim racer in existence. It's only lap 6 though, I'll get it back, don't worry. Bloody hell. still haven't learnt my lesson.
The leader consider 51.205. The car in P2 just set the fastest lap.
I refuse to be constrained by the white lines.
There is no spoon.
The car in P9
I will say where the lines are laid. How dare they try to control me? Big iRacing can't control me with their pesky lines. Ridiculous. I don't fall for these lines. I'll drive my own lines. Exactly. It's racetrack apartheid. That's what it is. Segregating the cars from the grass. I will do whatever I want. I can drive on the grass if I want to. I don't recognise your borders. Your artificially created borders that try to constrain my freedom. Get out of here, iRacing. I will make my own borders. Technically it's a car park. Technically this is the Queen's driveway. The King's driveway. There is no Queen, she's dead.
left side. Still there.
It's a nice colour car.
Keep to the right.
Woo! Good racing.
Clear on the left. Left side. Clear on the left.
It's nice driving by Mike.
Left side. Clear. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Coming through! Forced myself in there then.
Car right.
James, just a heads up, you are blinking pretty crazy.
On the left.
You what? Good driving.
Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Mike's getting upset by my amazing driving. Mike, that was just textbook driving, mate. It was good fun. Good driving by you as well.
Oh yeah, man, definitely a fun battle. It was just a little scary when you disappeared on me.
Clear.
Oh, what? Am I blink? Am I lagging?
You did a little bit into turn 3 there, but it wasn't that bad.
That's weird. It might be iRacing service because I'm in the UK.
Either way, it's all good, mate. Good battles.
Yeah, nice driving. Whoa! Ah, slow down.
Cut the cord.
Damn,
Got it
you get thrown on
ready.
too?
Give up that time.
What is this?
Left side.
I hate the penalty system in this game, honestly.
Clear. Left side.
Honestly, the dumbest penalty system
Car behind is closing on you. The gap
ever.
is 1.3 seconds.
It's just ruining the racing. Like, I'm not gaining 4 seconds from going slightly wide out of that corner. I think ACC's 3 track cuts that you gain time on and you get a drive through. That's pretty good. LMU's actually you serve the penalty immediately, like it works. It actually serves it. The problem with iRacing is doesn't serve the penalty through corners properly. And if you can also manipulate it in iRacing
Left side.
by braking in weird places.
To the right.
Is he suicidal? What is he doing? Oh my god. I've from that first penalty, it's dropped me back like 7 places or something. Effectively, I might as well have had a drive-through. Are you kidding?
Slow down.
Why?
Penalty for
It's
cutting
not
the
even that wide. Honestly, this is like the most stupid corner cut.
corner. Car on your left. Clear.
Serve it, you shit! Honestly, it's the dumbest corner cut. It's a totally normal place to go slightly wide as well. Oh my god. You're not even gaining much time. It's not like... It's not really an intentional place to gain time. You know, even, Oh, it's so stupid. Don't cut the track then. You gain less of a penalty by cutting an entire corner. That's what's ridiculous. Yeah, but it's totally. The problem is it's completely arbitrary. It actually means when people go a bit deep into that corner, they're more likely to then overly aggressively stab their brake on to not get the track cut, which then means that the car behind is going to drive into the back of them because they're not going to be expecting it.
White flag. One more lap to go.
This race was completely ruined by the track cut stuff. Like, that's a problem. If it completely ruins the race, if a 1.5 second track cut penalty,
I knew it was gonna happen any.
totally ruins the race, that's obviously some weird issue, isn't it? The track cut system is what I mean. Because I don't gain any time. And it's the penalty serving. It doesn't, even though you've lost, you give up like the equivalent of 5 seconds. It's crazy. It was really nice driving with the other cars in the server.
Right side.
Just give me the drift. I'm not gonna try to pass you, Miguel.
I think he defended into the lawn there. I think his defending was a little bit dodgy there. Surprised I've got 4 wheels. It was a nice defence though, credit where credit's due. Let's see what he does here.
Left side. Stay on the right.
There it is. Some people just can't drive.
You've got wheel damage.
They can't drive at all.
What a race, guys. What a race. Oh,
That guy just drove into me. I even squeezed him on the left so that he couldn't turn, and then I knew he would do it because you could tell from how he defended the previous corner.
Ooh, Chris, good battle right at the end there, man. I thought you were gonna get me.
Absolutely insane.
Car stop on the right.
What was he doing? What on earth was he doing?
There's the flag.
Oh, let's watch a replay of that. Right. I could have squeezed him more to the left, but he's coming. He's just coming straight in at us. What is he doing? I could have been even further to the left.
Go race, everybody.
I thought I was further to the left, but I could have been even further over. Why does he just come in? What on earth is he doing at this point here? The line he takes as if I'm not there at all. What on earth?
The pace car is out of control.
I think he was playing Carmageddon too. Fair play to him. He did get us. Oh, and he gets to keep the position. Fine, yeah. Oh dear. Look at this as well, right? Look at this defense of this corner here. It's hilarious. So look at the run we've got. He's on the right, moved to the left, and then he... Oh, maybe it was just a bit of lag. It seemed worse from my onboard, but actually that wasn't too bad, to be fair. It wasn't too bad. From the onboard, it felt like he was driving into us. I think he has. No, he has reactively turned here. No, so look. The corner's not for a while. He's straight here. He's on the right. He's on the right. He can see we've got a run and momentum. He's not moved at all. And then as soon as we go to the left, he's reactively moved to the left. And look at the line. Yeah. He should have moved to the inside sooner to cover the inside. So it is still on him. Like he either needed to make it. He should have made it look more. So like, you can see he's tightening his radius to block even more, and then realise he's done it too late. And now I've turned my car into a roller coaster. Hello, VR Hot Laps. You had someone purposely crash into you 3 times. Is there something you can do? No, you can report them, basically, but I wouldn't see it as progress. I wouldn't worry about it. So, like, rookie doesn't really mean rookie in iRacing. And it doesn't really mean anything. So what you need to do is ignore the licenses, ignore iRating, just drive, try and beat other people. Imagine you're playing Mario Kart, but just try not to try. Other than in Mario Kart, you would try to drive into other people to take them out. You can do that in iRacing. You probably get away with it, but generally speaking, just think of it exactly like Mario Kart, but you're trying not to drive into other people and you're trying to beat them in a fun way, which is interesting, which is like actually overtaking them safely and just being faster or outwitting them. But don't. So the licenses is a load of bollocks because a lot of the better racing is in rookie, so it's completely irrelevant that it's rookie or not. Like you've got better drivers in rookie often compared to higher rated stuff. And iRating really is a load of bollocks as well. It's fun to have the iRating go up, but it basically iRating just means someone has spent more time hot lapping than you. That is it. Yeah, but then you're not driving bright candles, so why get out of rookies? Just drive and have fun, and then like try not to get crashed or try not to crash other people, but just don't. Just drive. Enjoy it. Just enjoy. It's a video game. Like the biggest mistake that people make with iRacing is they think it's like a realistic replication of motorsport, or like that they get deluded into the simulation thing, and then they sort of imbue it with like, oh, it's a race career. Just drive. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to just get safety rating, you can just drive around and don't race anyone. But what's the point? You know, what's the point? Presumably you're paying to actually race against people, and you will gain safety rating anyway over time because you'll get better at like racing against people. So just drive. think what happens is there's this whole thing where you get, like I say, with like driver coaches and guides and people like YouTubers make money by doing shorts that are supposedly informative and videos, and then people buy driver coaching and stuff. And I'm not saying that can't be useful, but the reason that they do driver coaching and guide videos is because it gets more clicks and views and it makes them more money. That's the main reason. They also want to help people as well, but the main reason why you've got more of that on YouTube than other stuff is because people will watch it for longer. So that then sets up the framework that, oh, you have to take it seriously. It's serious. You can take it seriously, but you can take it seriously and not seriously at the same time. So just enjoy yourself. Nine hours unlocked. Yeah, well, I mean, today we were on like 1.3 safety rating in the road cars, and then we just did 2 45-minute IMSA races. Els Phony, so what do you actually mean by your sarcastic comment? What are you actually trying to say there? Because it comes across to me like you didn't understand what I said. So please explain your sarcasm, because I think you misunderstood what was being said. Well, you're not gonna bother. You're just gonna type sarcastic comments that. Right, what do we get? Yeah, I didn't say that, did I? Did I say? Where did I say that people don't want to improve? So please make your argument. No, what argument are you making? So are you saying that are you arguing that I was saying that people don't want to improve at Sims? That seems to be the argument you're making. I think the vast majority of people listening to what I said didn't interpret what I said as Gamer Muscle says people don't enjoy getting better. I don't think I said. I even specifically said that there's nothing wrong with guide videos.
The pace car is out of control.
You make it sound like you don't need to bother with taking your hobby seriously. No, what I specifically said is you can take things seriously whilst also not taking it seriously. Because the biggest problem, one of the big issues in sim racing is people are utterly deluded into treating it in like this, in turning it into work. Ironically, I've turned sim racing into a full-time job, but you know, people miss the forest from the trees, and this is largely created due to the
pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, guys. This is largely created due to the capital nature of how to make money out of sim racing and what kind of content makes money. And so the content which is, oh, just have fun, gets pushed to one side compared to, right, do you want to be a real race driver? I'm going to feed your delusion here. You need to get better. This is how you get better. Or you know, that, and obviously that kind of content that's informative will get more views and more promoted, and then people stop seeing it as a game to play for fun. And most people are playing it for fun. They're not playing it to be an esports pro or a real race driver. And ironically, iRacing is deeply flawed in its physics. So ironically, iRacing is a bit weird as a pure simulator. So you know,
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Thanks for following, guys, and Zestos, thanks for subscribing with EP, and appreciate it. You've gained massive EP from that. Vying for fun. People want to go up in rating, but it kind of hurts when you lose stuff. I mean, a lot of time in low rating. Yeah, no, it's fine. So people, I'm not saying this is you, but often people struggle holding multiple ideas in their head at the same time. So it's fine to have to see iRating as a goal. to reflect that you're getting better. And it's fine to enjoy gaining I rating, and it's fine to also lose I rating, like not enjoy losing I rating, and to try and gain safety rating, and to not enjoy losing it. They're fun game mechanics. That's great, and it's nice to get better. At the same time, people hyper-fixate on those things as the only things that matter, to the degree where they completely forget what the actual intrinsic point of enjoyment is. So, and this happens to a lot of people with a lot of things. It's like people that only focus on money, keep trying to accrue money, and then miss life because they're just trying to make money. They're like, oh, I've made more money, bought a more expensive thing. Oh, I've got this next new sports car. Oh, I've bought this fancy TV. And it's like they're missing the intrinsic valuable things in life. And people do it with World of Warcraft. They're like, I've got to get to level 70, I've got to get to level 80, now I need to level up 3 characters. Rather than them going, oh, what would actually be more fun things to do in the game? Wouldn't it be more fun to play with a group of friends and do these dungeons and things together? Wouldn't it be more fun to have a noob friend and get them to a higher rank with us? Or what other games can we play now that I've got to a level 80 character? Like, you know, or what? Maybe it'd be fun to actually do some drifting and learn other skills in other games rather than just being fixated on I rating. You know, this is the thing. That's what I'm saying. Is like people absolutely start fixating on trying to be the best ever race driver ever at the cost and detriment to everything else. Hang on. Normally when people say "so you're saying," it normally means they've not understood what you're saying. But here we go. Flying for fun. So you're saying racing an SR and I rating will come whilst enjoying. Yeah, I'm saying if you focus on what you happen to be enjoying, generally speaking, and don't overly fixate on those things, you probably will gain I rating as you get faster. In fact, you will do for sure, because the I rating mostly relates to your laps time rather than anything else. But yeah, I mean, you can, like I've done like live streams where we did that 5k I rating challenge, and so I turned it into, the whole goal was just getting I rating. So I can tell you from experience, that is a terrible way to play I rating. It is honestly, I was borderline having mental breakdowns because it's a ridiculous way to play a game that's deeply flawed. Like you're it's stupid. It's just a stupid way to play the game. So, and then you also realise, once you get to like 4k I rating, you realise that I rating ultimately just comes down to how much time you put into it. Really. Like, that's what separates the bulk of drivers that are 3+ KI rating. Isn't that they're better drivers, it's that they've just spent more time doing it. Like, I'm not saying that you can get better in shorter amount of times by training more efficiently, but just in general, that becomes, the amount of time you can spend doing something becomes a really big influence in how good you are at things. Yeah, do you want to be the guy screaming, or do you want to be the guy laughing? Exactly. Do you want to be Matt Malone, or do you want to be Gamer Muscle doing a 5k I rating challenge? Hang on. Stupid way to play. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was being sarcastic. Right. Sometimes there's this thing where you say language. It's called hyperbole, where you say stuff over the top in a specific context. And what that is it's a person using hyperbole for comedic effect. So when someone says it's a stupid way to play the game, especially when they are specifically in the conversation referring to their specific 5k challenge video, which is absurd, and it is purely playing for I rating is pretty much demonstrably a stupid way. I mean, some people can enjoy it. I did enjoy it in some levels, but it is pretty stupid. But most things are stupid. Playing video games is stupid in general. Lots of stuff's stupid. Being born is stupid. So, yeah, I'm not saying that other people don't enjoy other stuff. I don't know. Ah, dear. Well, yeah, but you might alternate. You might alternate what you enjoy at any point in time. But generally speaking, for the vast majority of people, fixating entirely on iRating, which is so you have intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivators. Generally speaking, and I think most people philosophically agree with this, if you focus on intrinsic things, so the immediate, of the moment, enjoyable components, you tend to get more out of life, you tend to enjoy life more. And when you focus on extrinsic components, they can help guide you, and they can help focus you, and they can act as motivators. But if you entirely focus on extrinsic motivators, you can completely miss the point of stuff, and you can also not end up deriving any actual enjoyment because you're ignoring the essence of what something is. Your enjoyment comes from something that's always further away. It's never in your hands. So really, as philosophical advice, it's better to focus on intrinsic stuff. There's a balance though. Like it can be useful to, like, you need money. Money can guide you to do certain things, or iRating could guide you to focus a bit more, or it could help you use it as a metric. But it's a double-edged sword. That's the thing. No, nobody wrecked us at all. We're just chatting. Yeah, no, that's you. See, let me guess. We're having a conversation, and somebody comes in that's like got a weird preconceived notion of what we're saying. And then we're just having a discussion, and then there's weird fanboys in iRacing or whatever. I don't know what's going on. They have to then infer that everything is about me, as if they've inferring that everything is to do with an egotistical position from me, because what they're doing is they don't like my channel or what I do or how I talk. So in order for them to justify their dislike, they have to frame their perception that everything I say is derived from their projection of what they think my channel is. Now, the fact that I can explain that is pretty good because I'm not that bright. But that is exactly what people do. A lot of people that watch this when we play iRacing, it's really weird. A lot of people do it to a lot of streamers as well, and I've seen it a lot of times. I've seen people do it to other streamers quite a lot. It's really not helpful. It's not helpful for yourself to project a preconceived notion of what's going on onto someone else. It also actually holds that other person back potentially. Not in my case, I don't give a shit. But I know people that when people do that to them, it actually stops them from doing stuff. Just another terrible racer. I like to watch third bottom split as a reality check. None of us be world champs. Get good, but don't let it get to the point where you're angry or just downward spiral. Yeah, no, I think it's if you're doing a healthy approach of gaming. To be honest, it's not an iRacing thing. It applies to all stuff. It's as I say, the core of it is to do with intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. I think is a large core of it, and you can get, especially the people that are competitive and people that have set themselves goals that they have to achieve. They feel like they have to achieve it, otherwise they feel they're going to let themselves down, or they've just set it as a goal, and it can be very frustrating. And I've seen loads of games, like people playing Counter-Strike or Rocket League or Dota or WoW, and then you see people do it in business as well. They get super fixated on a specific thing that's out of reach, and for some reason they've set it as a specific goal. It might be nice to have as an aspirational goal, and it might not be a bad thing, but it can be a very unhealthy thing, I think. But the advice of not taking things too seriously, there's no word for it, guys. There's no word for it. Take things seriously, unseriously. is such a good philosophical view, and there's no word for it. There's no like, I need to invent a word. Let's see if ChatGTP has a word. Ironic detachment. Playful seriousness. Playful seriousness is maybe a... No, there's no specific word that... because everyone gets confused by this when you say to someone... Because you want to convey that... Sure, like let's say someone's been an athlete, it is playful seriousness. So like, someone wants to be someone needs to train and achieve their goals that they want set out and they're capable of doing, and so they need to actually be really regimented. And you do have to be harsh on yourself to motivate yourself to be like, I'm getting up at this time, which is shit. I'm going to the gym and doing these things, which is shit. I have to eat this diet and maybe not eat other stuff that's a bit shit. You know, I have to go through the boring parts of the training and stuff, or you know, all the things that are a bit crappy. But you take that seriously. If your goal is, if you know that you need to do those things to achieve what you deep down want to achieve, so you know you have to do those sacrifices basically. But at the same time, being able to do that whilst still being humorous about it, and whilst still being able to enjoy it and see the irony in it, that's the I think that is actually like one of the most important skills that a person can have in life. It's weird that it's not defined more. See, the problem is asking ChatGTP to define it. It comes up with the wrong term. Like, it comes up with being like facetious or irreverent or mock serious or deadpan. The problem is it's not ingenuine. What I'm talking about is not being. You're not being facetious. You're not being irreverent. You're not mocking it. You're taking it very seriously. You're doing what you're doing. You're being pragmatic. The process is still the same. It's your understanding of it that's different. I say watching this channel very seriously. We shouldn't bloody do that. Because I think the other thing that happens is, often, if you put a lot of effort into a specific thing and you try really, really hard at it, no, because dedicated just describes the default. You put a lot of effort into something, and you put all the effort in correctly, and you've not messed it up yourself. Quite often, reality will screw things up for you, completely out of your control. And you could take that really, like a person can falsely attribute that to themselves, and really beat themselves up over it, which is not. Which is not like, it's not going to change the reality. It's like it's a mixture of being dedicated but also stoicist and also maybe partially nihilist. What are you saying, motorcycle racer? What on earth are you saying? I'm just banning you. It's so dumb. I can't be bothered. You get a timeout. So I don't understand people that can't follow conversation in the most basic form of the conversation. Like it's all like a really bizarrely implied conversation that they do. It's insane, absolutely insane. We're not asking the AI is not giving a specific answer because the word doesn't exist to describe what I'm getting at. The AI is giving other related concepts, but not a direct concept because the word doesn't exist. Which is the whole point of the conversation. I like people that can't have people that have disingenuous conversation. Are so tedious. Also, it's just an interesting conversation, I think, in general. So, right, what can we do? Oh, hang on. Clio Cup's at Donington. What else is at Donington? Oh, it was the F4 at Donington. Hang on. Oh, no. IMS is at Canadian Tire Most. Porsche is at Road Atlanta.
The pace car is out of control.
LMP2's at Canadian Tire Motorsports. That's good. It's a good track route. Thanks, Mementos, for following. 30-minute game of muscle rant, yeah. GTE sprint. Oh, there's 23 people in that. What's in the GTE? GTE cars. Yeah, obviously. The Porsche RSR is one of the best cars in Assetto Corsa, but I don't think it's very good in iRacing. I'd have to try it. It's a good introduction to the community.
Yeah, good job, mate. Good job.
Yeah, good job, mate. What's going on here? Skip Barbers at Charlotte. That was like one of the first tracks. Oh, Brands Hatch in the GT3. Hello. Hello. Oh, I hate GT3, but I love Brands Hatch. I'm confused. Where's the F4 cars gone? Vanished. Is it supposed to be weird shifting? What do you mean? It's a H pattern car, I believe. Maybe it's sequential. No, I think it's a H pattern. And first gear is geared very low, and it's very easy to, if you downshift too quickly, the car will spin around. So basically you don't use first gear, and as I said, it's H pattern, so that's why if you're using sequentials, you're probably, if you're having shifting issues with the Formula V, it's probably because it's you're shifting too quickly, and you're probably because you're using first gear, which is, I mean, it might, some tracks with some gearing it might be okay, but the Radical is a SR10. Let's this car absolutely. Hang on. How long is this race? How long's the race? Wait, can you see on here? 18 laps. You like track guide videos, yeah. Where's the normal F4 stuff? What's happened to it? This is the special event. This because I've clicked the star? No. Where's F4 gone? Oh, here it is. Algarve. Portimao is alright actually. It's not a terrible track. Oh, my biscuit tea, it's so bad. He only reads half the comment. Oh, well, I don't know. Were you making a joke? Or you being sarcastic that the lap times? I don't know what you were trying to say. Yeah, I can totally understand why some, like, I can see why you watch guide videos on games and, you know, you might get stuck. So you watch a guide video, you might want to learn a certain technique, especially with physics games, Rocket League, or complex games like Counter-Strike and stuff, driving sims. I find it enjoyable with flying games, actually, but watching loads of real flight videos. So I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, but then it depends to what degree you're doing it, doesn't it? And how much you want to do that. And I think some people possibly fail to see driving sims as a game, and everything becomes too regimented. It's the same thing happens if you ever do, like, I don't know, you randomly go-karting with a bunch of people that take it far too seriously and they put you off it. Or if you do paintball and you go with, like, the people that are taking it crazy seriously versus people that are just like, oh, let's go and do paintball, let's try our best, but it's a bloody game. Or if you're playing Counter-Strike with friends and you've explained beforehand, you're like, oh, we're just, you know, it's pretty obvious that we're not trying to be an esports team, we're just, you know, we're trying to have a good game. Sometimes might dick around a bit, or you've decided to play a serious game and you don't want people to dick around. But the point is, it's not like it always has to be one thing, and that really can be off-putting. And I think with flight sims, driving sims, esports titles, you can get people that always have to take it like they're robots. Oh, Circuit of the Americas. Do any of you in chat like Circuit of the Americas? I really don't like it. I think it is a good track, but I don't like it. I think it's Circuit of the Americas. I think is probably one of the only good tracks that I actually don't like. Like, objectively, it's a good track, but I hate it. Especially in sims, where you can't see the bloody tight corners. You hate Kota, but you also don't like Monza. Monza, Spa, or Monaco. That's a weird mix of tracks to not like, because Spa is very different from Monza and Monaco. Is Spa just because... Is Spa just because it's driven too much, so you're bored of it, and Monaco is because it's always a shit show? Monza as well, because you've driven too much of it. So they're not bad tracks, they're just everyone drives them constantly. Oh, Jared Paul, yeah. You say you can see how track guides are used for IRL racing, but something you do yourself. What's the point? This is a weird thing with Sims. A driving simulator inherently lets you see the ghost car of the faster driver, and you can see the telemetry and your data, and you've got a delta, and it's all very immediate. So you might as well, presumably when you're playing a driving sim, you enjoy driving the sim, right? That's why you're playing it. You might as well be playing it. Like, fair enough if you've got stuck on something, or everyone's beating you and you can't work out how the hell they're beating you. I get that. But, like, in a general sense, presumably the point of it is to be playing it, right? It's not a job. You don't need to shorten that playtime. If anything, you want to elongate the playtime and enjoy getting better at it and seeing the delta improve whilst you enjoy driving it, right? Presumably, it's the equivalent of, oh, I've just bought a new Nintendo game or new video game. oh, I'm a bit stuck on the third level. Well, you can try and work your way through it, and that's a puzzle game, right? That's part of playing a game, is problem solving, right? Trying different things. Surely that's part of a game. You could do that, or oh, I'm going to check online for a guide on how to get through the level. You'd be like, hang on, didn't you buy the game to play the game and the puzzle aspect of it? Now, some people might not like puzzles, they might like other things. I'm not saying this applies to everyone. But it's really weird. You see this in driving sims. There's a large number of people that seemingly don't actually want to play to enjoy it. They're like, oh, I'm only playing to get better. I'm only playing to beat people. Over Simulator, we're trying to say games are not fun anymore because everyone watches the latest meta video on how to. Yeah, like. Also, when you're playing a game, it's actually fun to experiment and find the meta way of playing it yourself. That is a fun process. That is part of play, isn't it? It's like, also, if you're a parent with a child, or when you're looking after other people's kids, you don't, if they're playing with stuff, you don't tell them the best way to do something straight away. You watch them struggle, and you maybe suggest, you'll be like, oh, have you tried doing this? Like, you might even suggest something that's not a good way of doing it, just for the sake of getting them to try different things out and encourage them to play more. You don't just go, like they're building a sandcastle. You don't go, yes, if you want to build a sandcastle, the water, you need a 30% water ratio, and that will allow you to build the tallest castle that's the easiest to shape. You wouldn't. Why would you do that? Maybe that's what happened to sim racing. Their parents were all like, son, you've let us down with your sandcastle. Its structural rigidity is terrible. You need to build it X distance from the coast using this sand, and we expect it to be done in 30 minutes, and we will evaluate you on the quality of your sandcastle. That there will be no playing, messing around, and accidental discovery. We are following a methodical, specific plan of action so that you can build the best sandcastle on the beach and beat all the other children. You will enjoy following these rules. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a sand moisture tool as a 3-year-old, yeah, that's it. Admittedly, this is probably arises from me having shit spades and my sandcastles were always terrible. I'm just trying to make excuses for my shit sandcastles. I'd always build them too close to the water because I couldn't be bothered to walk to the sea to get water to fill the moat up. And also, I thought it was really cool when you dig in sand and the water comes up. But that means when the tide's coming in, your sandcastle gets destroyed before you finish it. I never worked that one out. I had to keep building sandcastles. Mind you, neither of people, because we keep building cities and towns too close to the river and houses keep falling into the sea. So, to be honest, bloody tide. I'm sure I could build a wall big enough to stop the tide. I just need to construct the Thames Barrier. Let's get it done in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's all the moon's fault. I find shouting at the moon's quite productive. More people should shout at the moon. There's not really anything else for us to play. We're done now, I think. I think we're ruined. We're ruined. I wanted to drive something fun. We might have to go to LMU or Twitch or something else. Who's on here? Who's on? Have we got any? Tony Kanan's on. Oh no, Laurie Lambert's off. Our favourite Brazilian streamer. She happened to be on a lot of the time when we were finishing. Who's on here? Soundhouse? Who's that? He's got nice. This guy's got nice glowing lights. Do you guys know this guy? Is he in English? Big fan of race cars. I'm jealous of his room already. He's got the same lighting as me, but it looks even nicer. It's a small channel.
10 minutes to go. Clear on the left.
I'm going to get copyrighted. These guys, all these AC players, are always using bloody copyright music. Constantly. Bloody Brazilian. It's a disaster. Oh, Daniel Gray went live. Perfect. Why is he not showing on my thing? Twitch bugs out here. Like, there's people I follow. There he is. Oh, it's because he's only just gone live. Here we go. Perfect. I send you off to Daniel Gray, guys. Good. He's a good streamer. He's mental, which is always good. So, yeah, perfect. Thanks for watching, guys, today. It's been a fun stream. Really nice and relaxing. I will catch you guys soon. Make sure to follow our Discord if you haven't, the Teapot. In the description. Let me invite you guys before we go. Join this Discord if you haven't. It's a chilled out Discord. Thanks again for watching, guys. Have a good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, or whatever it is where you are. I'll see you all soon. Welcome to all the new people as well. Here's a Daniel Gray. Let's smash Dangle in with a boost. Bye. We'll be in his chat. Spam tea time in his chat. Bye.
Enjoying, but some may refer to